Chapter 165. The first battle against Zhuozhibo, but just what was he supposed to do? Li Qingshan began to consider it seriously. Killing his way up the mountain right now and launching a sneak attack on Zhuozhibo was not a bad choice, but he needed to transform. Only then could he unleash enough power. However, his body that was almost 10 meters tall was even taller than the two-story building. Probably even the foot of the mountain could see him. It was far too easy for him to be exposed. However, if he could not kill Zhuozhibo in a single strike, Zhuozhibo only needed to call out, and everyone would know who he was. He had to find a way to lure Zhuozhibo out of Jiaping City, but how was he supposed to lure him out? Little An, do you have any plans? Little An wrote something in the air, and flames flowed from the tip of his finger. In the end, he left behind a single word. Wait. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Yeah, Zhuozhibo really wants to kill me right now, but he probably won't do it in Jiaping City. He'll probably find a way to drive me out of the city, and that will be the perfect time to strike. Li Qingshan rubbed Little An's head. You really are smart. However, he was unwilling to just wait like this. He had to do something. Though in order to make this bastard make up his mind sooner, let's go back and properly provoke him. A malicious smile appeared on his face. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm easy to bully. Commander Zhua, I've returned. On the pitch-black mountain, a thunderous roar tore through the silence. All the Hawkwolf guards were alarmed, roused from their cultivation or sleep, rushing out. All they saw was Li Qingshan standing in front of the main building where Zhuozhibo resided. He called out, I've already completed 21 missions, but needless to say my contribution will still be halved, right? And even after that I can't exchange it for anything, so I might as well just give it all to you. I don't care. Oh right, when I went out this time I just happened to run into Vice Commander Hua's younger sister. I've got a big mouth, so I couldn't help but tell her everything you did in Jiaping City. I don't think Vice Commander Hua will take it to heart, so please don't take it to heart. Shut your mouth. A figure shot out of the main building with lightning speed, suddenly appearing before Li Qingshan. It was Zhuozhibo. He struck out furiously. His right sleeve was filled with true qi, swinging towards Li Qingshan like a hammer. What are you doing, Commander Zhua? Are you trying to kill me? As Li Qingshan said that, he raised his shield to block. He was only afraid of Zhuozhibo's flying sword. Why would he take a direct clash like this seriously? Dong, the sleeves collided, emitting an extremely dull sound. The sound wave spread out, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Thump, 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 thump. He took 4 steps back, each step leaving a deep pit in the solid marble floor. He sighed inwardly at the strength of a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, but he was completely unharmed. He looked at his shield, which was the same. Although it was only a low-grade spirit artifact, it was a purely defensive spirit artifact. Couldn't be destroyed so easily. Of course, that force alone was enough to break the tendons and bones of any 2nd-layer Qi practitioner, but Li Qingshan's body wasn't that weak. Zhuozhibo became even more furious. He formed a hand seal and his eyes flashed. True Qi surged like hydrogen, illuminating the small square in front of the building. Li Qingshan felt a wave of heat from afar. He leapt back, only to see a fire dragon circling around Zhuozhibo, illuminating his face. His clothes fluttered in the wind, coated in a layer of scarlet light. It was as if a fire god had descended. The marble under his feet began to show signs of melting, showing just how terrifying the temperature of the fire was. A 6th-layer Qi practitioner wasn't just strong in terms of controlling artifacts, but also in spells. Go! Zhuozhibo pointed his fingers at Li Qingshan, and the fire dragon roared as it charged towards Li Qingshan. It was as fast as lightning. Ordinary people could only see a flash of light, and couldn't see the fire dragon at all. Ha! Li Qingshan roared, and raised his shield forward. The shield in his hands was already as big as it could be, and he slammed into the fire dragon with all his might. At the same time, his body shrank tightly behind the shield. Boom, sparks flew in all directions, and the fire dragon directly turned into a sea of fire. This time Li Qingshan was bluntly sent flying, and only stopped when he crashed into a large tree over 30 meters behind him. Leaves rustled down from the top of his head, but he still loudly praised, Commander Zhua, good move. Apart from some soreness in his arms, he was completely unharmed. This also showed how important it was to choose a suitable spirit artifact. After taunting, he couldn't do without a shield to absorb the damage. However, he seemed to have gone a little too far with the provocation this time. Zhuozhibua seemed like he wanted to kill him, as if he no longer cared about the occasion. He was far too irrational. Zhuozhibua had commanded the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City for all these years, but he had never been provoked like this before. Coupled with the fact that he had just been made a fool of by Qian Rongji, and now he had been humiliated by Li Qingshan like this, he was utterly furious no matter how rational he was. Zhuozhibua saw how the fire dragon was unable to kill Li Qingshan, so he extended his hand and a small, 7-inch blade appeared in his hand. It spun around constantly, rubbing against the air and producing a buzzing sound as if it was eager to kill and drink blood. Li Qingshan's hair stood on end. He felt an intense sense of danger. The flying blade was several meters away, but it felt like someone was holding it to his neck, ready to chop down at any time. The shield shrank, and he stowed it away in his 100 treasures pouch. At a time like this, a shield that could only block one side was useless. He focused all of his attention on the flying blade in Zhuozhibua's hand. If Zhuozhibua really did use the flying blade, there would only be one thing Li Qingshan could do, which was flee. He had already studied the way of controlling artifacts. A 6th-layer Qi practitioner could control an artifact from around 30 paces away. This was not particularly far, but it was nowhere close to the legendary, invincible sword immortals who could behead people from over 500 kilometers away. However, combined with the terrifying speed of a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, it would truly be a killing machine. If Li Qingshan possessed a skill like that, he would not have had to go to so much trouble to kill 1,000 people on the island of Cherishing Flowers. However, it was not as if Li Qingshan had not considered this. He had already prepared the Swift Breeze talisman. If he wanted to flee, then so be it. He was very confident in his own speed. By now, he had already retreated 100 paces away, just in case Zhuozhibua flew into a rage out of humiliation and threw caution to the wind. Even if he was hunted down, it did not matter as long as he was not actually killed. If it really did reach that point, he planned on going to Zhou Wenbin to complain to Zhuozhibua and make a big deal out of it. The news of Zhuozhibua deducting his subordinates' merit, and even hunting down meritorious subjects would spread wildly. It was not like he, Li Qingshan, would be the one to be humiliated anyway. This was what people called a man with nothing to lose. By then, even the Clear River Prefecture would probably become dissatisfied with Zhuozhibua. He would definitely be judged as incompetent. Gujian called out in a hurry, "Commander Zhua, please calm down." He had never thought Li Qingshan would run so deep. He was afraid that Zhuozhibua would kill Li Qingshan in the Hawkwolf Guard out of anger, and that would be troublesome. The Black Wolf Guards all gathered over. Zhuozhibua forced himself to calm down. He stowed the flying blade away and glared at Li Qingshan viciously. "Greetings, Li Qingshan." Although he had operated in Jiaping City for many years, it was impossible for him to convince everyone and act like they had seen nothing. If he killed someone here, let alone a Black Wolf Guard, even if he killed a regular person, he would be punished by the Hawkwolf Guard if he did not have a suitable reason. As the representative of the school of legalism, the protectors of the law, the Hawkwolf Guard could do whatever they wanted in the dark, but they had to abide by the laws of Great Xia on the surface. Once they crossed the line, there would definitely be no good outcome. 6th-layer Qi practitioners were like gods in Jiaping City, but in the eyes of those above them, they were nothing. Killing them would not be a pity at all. Seeing how Zhuozhibua was indeed afraid of killing him here, Li Qingshan stopped worrying. He brushed away the fallen leaves on his shoulder. "There's no need for Commander Zhua to worry. I'm perfectly fine. I drank a little too much earlier, so I said a few drunken things. I hope Commander doesn't mind." Zhuozhibua left in a huff. He felt extremely gloomy. Never had he felt like his identity as commander was a shackle to him like today. A man harms a tiger, and a tiger harms a man. If it were 2 regular Qi practitioners, they would have drawn out their arcane treasures and talismans a long time ago. They would have used everything they had and engaged in a great battle. However, it was exactly because of this identity that neither of them had to worry about the consequences. Both of them needed a suitable place to settle their problems. Li Qingshan returned to his residence and smiled brilliantly at Little and, all I need to do now is wait. Afterwards, he took out the bottle of 100 grasses pills. Originally, he wanted to save it for when he broke through, but in order to maintain his cultivation speed, he could not care too much anymore. He believed that Zhuojibua's 100 treasures pouch would have even better spiritual herbs, so there was no need for him to be stingy right now. The next day, Li Qingshan went to the government office to find Zhou Wenbin. He wanted to exchange for some more pills. Zhou Wenbin already knew about his crazy actions last night, but he said, "But that's fine too. You've brought your conflict to the surface, so he won't be bold enough to touch you." Li Qingshan was shocked. Why won't he dare to touch me? He did this so that Zhuojibua would attack him as soon as possible. The sooner the better, then he would be able to kill him. Zhou Wenbin said, "You've just fallen out with him and you're about to die. Wouldn't everyone know that he was the one who did it? He must be gritting his teeth and waiting for the right time to make things difficult for you." Li Qingshan felt bitter in his heart. Hopefully, he would not have to wait too long for this opportunity. He was feeling bitter here, but Zhuojibua, who was on the mountain, gritted his teeth so hard that his gums were bleeding. He growled, "I must kill him with my own hands. I must kill him with my own hands." He did not know when these two would be able to break free from society's view of them and have a vigorous, passionate battle. Li Qingshan flipped his hand and took out all of his spirit stones from his 100 treasures pouch. "I want to exchange for some more pills." Even without Zhuojibua, he still had to go on. He had finished the remaining bottle of 100 grasses pills last night, so he did not have any pills that could be used for cultivation. Zhou Wenbin said, "Do you really want to exchange? Spirit stones are much harder to come by than qi-gathering pills." Of course Li Qingshan knew this. He had almost 1,000 qi-gathering pills, but he had less than 10 spirit stones. Moreover, they were all low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 166. Spiritual stones were basically the most stable currency among cultivators. Qi-gathering pills could not compare to them at all. Only lowly black wolf guards like him received qi-gathering pills as wages. Zhuojibua and Zhou Wenbin both received spiritual stones. Wondrous bookstore. No pop-up window to stronger cultivators. Low-grade qi-gathering pills brought no benefits at all. They might even be harmful. However, spiritual stones contain pure spiritual qi, so they could always be used. And spiritual stones had many uses. They could be used for forging artifacts, formations, and mechanisms. The puppet Li Qingshan had given little and used spiritual stones as its energy source. The most common way to use it was to provide an endless supply of true qi when fighting. Right now, Li Qingshan mostly fought in close combat, so he did not really need them. Once he reached the 6th layer and could wield artifacts, a few more spiritual stones would be equivalent to an extra life. Li Qingshan had taken out these spiritual stones out of consideration for his current needs. A bird in the hand was worth 100 in the bush. Many of the time, long-term benefits were not as important as immediate benefits. Li Qingshan had no objections, so Zhou Wenbin was obviously willing. In the end, he took out 8 bottles of qi-gathering pills, each bottle containing 12 pills. That was close to 100 qi-gathering pills. He exchanged them for these spiritual stones from Li Qingshan, basically resolving Li Qingshan's urgent problem. In the following days, apart from cultivating in the building, Li Qingshan would stroll around the city with Little and buying everything she liked for her. However, his reputation as the Tiger Butcher had reached Jiaping City as well. He had basically cleared the streets of the city. No matter how busy the streets were, as long as he walked over, he would hear someone call out, "The Tiger Butcher is here." In the blink of an eye, the streets had all been cleared out. Only a child sat in the middle of the road crying. When he walked over, even the child stopped crying. He had been frightened out of his wits. However, when he entered a shop to buy something, the shopkeeper would often refuse to take his money no matter what. Zhou Wenbin then sent someone to invite him over, telling him not to go out on the streets so as not to disturb the citizens of Jiaping. After that, all that was left of Li Qingshan's life was cultivation. Every day, he would stay in his room and meditate. Fortunately, he had Little and to keep him company, so he was not too lonely. But he ate the qi-gathering pills very quickly. Every day, he would eat 10 or 20 of them, and that was when he was frugal. If he wanted to, he could even finish almost 100 chi gathering pills in a single day. His body was like a bottomless pit that would never be satisfied. As a result, he became a frequent visitor of the county yamen. Li Qingshan said in a clear voice, "Sir, take a look at this calming pill. It's a high-grade spirit pill concocted with a secret formula. When consumed during cultivation, it can calm your chi and focus your mind, and it's very beneficial. Also, this pill of passion can be used in bed. It will greatly enhance your mood." He raised his eyebrows and revealed an expression that all men understood. After some consideration, Zhou Wenbin gave Li Qingshan 4 bottles of qi-gathering pills in exchange, which made Li Qingshan overjoyed. 3 days later at noon, Zhou Wenbin was sitting in front of the cauldron, concocting pills. Ever since he became the county magistrate, he had never stopped collecting medicinal herbs for him to concoct pills. He had also accumulated a lot of qi-gathering pills, and was ready to sell them at the cultivators' market when the time was right. But Li Qingshan's arrival saved him some trouble, and he was overjoyed, so he hastened to concoct pills. The maid reported, Sir Li is here again. He's waiting for you in the parlor." Zhou Wenbin was rather confused. Why had Li Qingshan come looking for him again? He made his way to the reception and took a look. All he saw was a long table filled with a dazzling array of items. It seemed like a small stall of miscellaneous goods, and the owner was Li Qingshan behind the table. "Take another look, sir. These are all gifts from the Qi practitioners during Qian Yinyan's birthday celebration. Look at these spirit herbs. I can tell with a single glance that they have extraordinary spiritual energy. They must be excellent items for concocting pellets. And look at these jade carvings. Aren't they very vivid? If you like them, you can buy them all. I'll give you a discount." Under Li Qingshan's eloquent explanation, coupled with the fact that they had been trading rather happily all this time, Zhou Wenbin took out a few more bottles of qi-gathering pills and bought everything. A few days later, Zhou Wenbin and Li Qingshan sat across from each other. Zhou Wenbin said, "Today we'll just drink tea and chat. We won't talk about qi-gathering pills anymore." Li Qingshan was stunned. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Sir, do you want talismans?" Zhou Wenbin finally couldn't help but ask, "What do you want so many qi-gathering pills for?" "Qi-gathering pills can't be eaten like rice. You won't be able to finish all the qi-gathering pills you're exchanging with me even after 3 years." Li Qingshan couldn't explain that he really ate qi-gathering pills like rice. He could only say, "I just want to stock up just in case." Zhou Wenbin said, "On the path of cultivation, you still have to rely on yourself. Medicinal pills are just external items after all. They can only be used as support." Li Qingshan agreed, but in his heart, he was thinking that if it weren't for the miraculous pills Xianyue had given him, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the Yao core so quickly. And without the help of these external items, it would have taken him at least another 100 years to become a demon general. After Zhou Wenbin finished speaking, Li Qingshan asked again, "You really don't want them?" Zhou Wenbin sighed and shook his head firmly. As a district magistrate, he hadn't fought anyone for many years. He didn't need talismans at all. Outside the yamen, Little An was squatting by the wall, playing with ants with a small wooden stick. Every time Li Qingshan went to trade with Zhou Wenbin, she would wait outside the door. When people came in to talk to her, she ignored them. Under a large poplar tree, a nest of red ants and a nest of black ants were engaged in an intense battle. It was unknown how many ants there were. Although the red ants were slightly smaller in size, they were extremely ferocious and held the upper hand. Little An watched very seriously. The warm autumn sun fell on her cheeks, as though it could penetrate her tender skin. Just as the black ant army was about to be defeated, the small wooden stick in her hand suddenly transformed into a phantom. "Little girl, what are you doing here?" A hooligan with a smile on his face squatted beside Xiaoan and said with malicious intent. Little An didn't even raise her head. The hooligan looked left and right, then suddenly picked up Little An, slung her over his shoulder and left. Little An didn't resist at all. Her long hair and hands fell down. She still held the small wooden stick in her hand as she stared at the ant nest not far away. The hooligan quickly boarded a carriage, and the carriage sped away. He was overjoyed. If he succeeded, He would get 300 taels of silver. The task his boss had given him couldn't be simpler. Although he might offend the tiger butcher, who would know that he was the one who did it? But he was completely focused on Little and, so he didn't notice that the ant war under the poplar tree had suddenly ended. The result of the war was that all the red ants were dead. In that instant the small wooden stick stabbed 1,000 times, killing all the red ants, but not a single black ant was hurt, not even a single antenna. The carriage sped through the alley and turned into a house. The hooligan carried Little and down. "Boss, it's done." A few men were drinking with their upper bodies bare. They all stood up. "So fast. How can I, Little Zhang, not be fast? But it's really strange. This guy didn't cry or scream along the way. He's probably a mute. I think he's an idiot. I don't know where the tiger butcher picked him up, but he's really handsome. Don't tell me that guy has a taste for this." All the laughter stopped abruptly. They didn't even realize that death was coming. Their expressions froze for a moment, then turned into flames. A moment later, Gu Jiansheng walked into the small courtyard in his casual clothes. He asked curiously, "Where did everyone go?" At this moment, Shaowen returned to the yamen. He was still holding the small stick, squatting under the big poplar tree. The black ants had yet to disperse, and the small wooden stick had once again transformed into a series of afterimages. The small commotion under the poplar tree subsided. All the black ants were dead. Little An seemed to have sensed something and suddenly raised his head. "That's easy." Zhou Wenbin personally escorted Li Qingshan out of the yamen. After a moment of thought, he fished out 2 bottles of qi gathering pills from his 100 treasures pouch and shoved them into Li Qingshan's hands. He said sincerely, "Qingshan, this is for the sake of our friendship. If you have nothing to do, go shopping. Let me have some peace." The autumn wind swept up the fallen leaves, blowing past Li Qingshan. Who could understand the hardships of dual cultivation as a demon? Little An tossed aside the wooden stick in her hand and ran over to grab his hand. Li Qingshan smiled at her and waved the items in his hand. "Let's go back. I got my hands on 2 more bottles." In the Hawkwolf Guard, Gu Jian said, "Commander, the kid has been fighting with Zhou Wenbin recently." At noon today, Zhou Wenbin personally escorted the kid out of the yamen. Everyone saw it. I knew it. If it weren't for the fact that he had some sort of connection, why would the kid be so arrogant? And the girl he brought back, I've looked into it too. I don't know her origins. She seems to have appeared out of nowhere. She's called Little An, and she's always been with Li Qingshan. I've sent people over, but for some reason they haven't succeeded. If we don't do anything, we'll probably be looked down on. Zhuozhibo said, "Humph, Zhou Wenbin, do you really think I'm afraid of him? Don't worry, the kid's death has arrived. I'd like to see whether Zhou Wenbin can protect him or not. Go call him over right now." Gu Jian beamed with joy. "Commander, you have an idea?" Various items were strewn across the floor of the small building. Li Qingshan turned his 100 treasures pouch upside down before widening his eyes and searching through it. "What else is there? What else can I trade for?" He was like a gambler who had lost everything, searching for the last bit of value in his house so that he could make a comeback. Little An crouched to one side and held her cheek with one hand, gazing at Li Qingshan pitifully. She thought about how she could help him. Suddenly, she came up with an idea and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder before pointing at her own chest. "You have an idea?" Little An nodded with a smile. As it turned out, apart from forging artifacts, the path of white bone and great beauty could also be used for alchemy. Obviously, the raw materials were still flesh and blood. After serious consideration, Li Qingshan said, "I'm a little hesitant when it comes to eating, and if he went on a killing spree like this, he would definitely be exposed." Seeing that Little An was a little dejected, he pinched her cheek. "But I still have to thank you." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Opening it, it was Gu Jian who said, "Commander Zhuo requests your presence." Although he was expressionless, there was a strong sense of pride radiating from him. Li Qingshan frowned and lowered his head, seemingly unwilling to agree, but his eyes were shining. "He's finally here." Chapter 167. A trap in the morgue 75 kilometers to the east. There's a village called the Town of Cave. Recently, many men in their prime have died mysteriously. Some people even saw corpses emerging from the morgue on the side of the town. I suspect it's the work of qi practitioners. Go investigate, Zhuozhibua said coldly as he tossed a document before Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan glanced at it and raised his head. Corpses. Don't tell me it's related to the zombie Taoist? As long as he mentioned corpses, he could not help but think of the most wanted criminal of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. His strength was evident for him to be able to run amok despite being hunted down by the Hawkwolf Guard for so long. Zhuozhibua said, "What, do you have any objections? It's just an investigation." Li Qingshan interrupted him. "Of course not. It's just an investigation. It's not like there's any danger. Don't worry at all, Commander Zhua. I will investigate it properly. Even if I run into the zombie Taoist, I have my ways of escaping." How could he turn down such a rare opportunity? However, he wanted to hint to Zhuozhibua, "Commander Zhua, if you don't take action personally, you won't be able to kill me." Zhuozhibua finally found it rather strange. It was as if Li Qingshan was not afraid of him scheming against him at all. He was not an idiot. He had just been blinded by anger the entire time. Now he sensed that something was amiss. Did this guy really possess some powerful trump card? It's inconvenient for the child you brought back to carry out missions with you. She'll stay with the Hawkwolf Guard. He couldn't forget that bottle of spring breeze and rain pill. If it was exchanged for real money, then it would be worth a city, and such a spirit medicine couldn't be bought no matter how much real money was used. She won't be separated from me. If there's nothing else, I'll be setting off right now. Li Qingshan became stern and left. 75 kilometers was not particularly far to Li Qingshan. With little and, he arrived at the town of Cave around midnight. Li Qingshan followed the empty streets until he reached the outskirts of the town. He arrived before a gloomy building and raised his head. The signboard read, "Morgue." There were many foreigners who died in a foreign land due to accidents or serious illnesses, and no one took care of their funeral. The morgue was a place for their corpses. One day, when their families found them, they would bring their corpses back to their hometown for burial. This was originally a righteous act, but there were many corpses piled up in the manor, and no one had collected them for many years. Qi gathered and resentment grew, making it extremely easy for ghosts to form. Therefore, feng shui was very particular, and mages were often invited to expiate souls. However, this morgue was overgrown with weeds and half of its walls had collapsed. Everything was filled with a sense of decadence. It was obvious that it had been abandoned for a long time, and probably didn't have such good treatment. If he wanted to investigate, this was the most suitable place to start. In order to get Li Qingshan to agree, Zhuozhibua gave him quite a lot of merit points for this trip. In any case, it was useless no matter how many merit points a dead man had. However, what Li Qingshan thought was that once he finished off Zhuozhibua, he would obviously be able to exchange the merit for pills. Arriving at the entrance of the morgue, Li Qingshan took out the wind entwining blade first before taking out the small shield and carrying it in his left hand. Finally, he placed over 20 talismans into a talisman pouch, hanging it on his waist so that he could use it at any time. Although he was confident in his strength, he was no fool. It was very likely for this trip to be related to the 6th-layer Qi practitioner, the zombie Taoist, and it was very likely for the other 6th-layer Qi practitioner, Zhuozhibua, to arrive afterwards eyeing him from the darkness. How could he be careless? Obviously, he had to raise his guard to the maximum just in case he failed miserably. Only after making all his preparations did he step over the door sill and enter the morgue. There were several dozen coffins in the morgue. Some were extremely old while others were brand new. The ground was covered in paper money. As the cold wind blew, the tattered curtains swayed like ghosts. It was indescribably strange. If a regular person saw this, they would definitely be frightened out of their wits. However, Li Qingshan was someone who had killed his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood after all. He radiated with killing intent. On the other hand, he looked at little and beside him. His eyes were wide open, showing no fear at all. Instead, he seemed rather eager. His feelings towards corpses were probably similar to Li Qingshan's feelings towards qi-gathering pills. Li Qingshan arrived before a pitch-black coffin. He drew the wind-entwining blade and stabbed it into the gap between the lid and the coffin. With a twist of his wrist, the lid was lifted high into the air, falling to the ground. A middle-aged man lay in the coffin. He was bruised all over, having been reduced to a corpse long ago. Li Qingshan wondered how he had died as he walked away. It was not like he was a coroner, so it was obviously impossible for him to perform some sort of midnight autopsy. He had only opened the coffin because he was bored and wanted to take a look. He was waiting here for Zhuozhibua to appear. The morgue was located in the wilderness and far away from the town. It was a good place for him to fight Zhuozhibua. He was still wondering if he should set up some sort of trap. Li Qingshan had just turned around when the man in the coffin behind him suddenly opened his white eyes. 2 fangs protruded from his mouth, and he was just about to attack when he saw a little girl leaning against the side of the coffin. She stared at him with an extremely serious expression, and then placed her index finger on his forehead. Li Qingshan turned his head. "Don't eat random things. I don't even know how many years it's been." Little and stuck out her tongue. Just as she withdrew her finger from flowing fire, the coffin was already empty. Her heart suddenly stirred. There seemed to be the aura of a living person here. She closed her eyes and indeed, she could sense that there were living people hiding in the surrounding coffins. Just as Li Qingshan wandered into the hall, runes suddenly lit up beneath his feet. He felt a huge gravitational force coming from beneath his feet. It was as if his body was weighed down by 1,000 caddies, and the circulation of true qi in his body immediately became sluggish. At the same time, the lids of the new coffins suddenly flew open. 5 figures leapt out from within, raising their hands and aiming at Li Qingshan. The springs began to spin, and arrows shot out in a continuous stream. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Although there were 5 of them, they were like an army of 10,000 arrows shooting at the same time. Countless arrows came from all directions, and from all angles. There was no space for him to dodge. The shield in Li Qingshan's left hand suddenly grew in size, protecting his entire body. There was a dull thud, thud, thud. Following that, there was a loud explosion. The moment the arrows hit the shield, they all exploded together. The power was astonishing. If they were shot into his body and then exploded, he would definitely die. Behind Li Qingshan, there was also a loud explosion. However, he didn't even turn his head. Little Anne had already pulled out her hidden blade. Layers of sword shadows appeared, and with incomparable precision, each arrow fell to the ground. But under their feet, there were densely packed runes. More runes lit up surrounding Li Qingshan and Little Anne, and the pressure on their bodies became heavier. The shield fell to the ground with a loud bang. "Senior brother, we caught him," a pleasantly surprised voice said. What responded to this voice was a snow-white blade. After Li Qingshan left, Zhuozhibua leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Gu Jian stood to one side, afraid to ask anything. Quite a while later, Zhuozhibua's eyes snapped open. "Gu Jian, go call people over. We're going to reinforce Li Qingshan." Gu Jian beamed, but he was also puzzled. "Commander, is there a need for such a large group?" If he really was afraid that Li Qingshan would not die, Zhuozhibua could just go alone. It would be easier for him to deceive others and draw a clear line between them. "Just call them when I tell you to," Zhuozhibua said in displeasure. He felt slightly uneasy inside. He also began to realize that Li Qingshan might not be as easy to deal with as he imagined him to be. "Yes, Commander." Before long, Gu Jian arrived before Zhuozhibua with 6 black wolf guards. Li Qingshan had basically spoken to all of them before. When he wanted to exchange contribution for spiritual artifacts and pills, he had been obstructed by these people. The people Zhuozhibua told Gu Jian to call were obviously not regular black wolf guards, but his true subordinates. Looking at these people, the sliver of unease in Zhuozhibua's heart gradually vanished, while his hatred towards Li Qingshan intensified. Now that he had reached this point, it was no longer possible for him to reconcile with Li Qingshan. He had to kill him. Zhuozhibua said, "Do you know why I've called you here? Is it for that Li Qingshan?" Zhuozhibua said, "Exactly. That kid has gone too far. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to resolve my hatred. Forgive me for being blunt, but that Li Qingshan might be capable, but he's only a second-layer qi practitioner. He's not worthy of us working together against him," said a half-bald black wolf guard who seemed to be in his 60s. His name was Xiananda. He was a veteran of the Jiaping Hawk Wolf Guard. as well as the strongest among them. He was bold enough to question Zhuozhibu's orders. The others were the same. Zhuozhibu knew he had to give them a reasonable reason. Old Xia, I've already told the zombie Taoist about Li Qingshan. I said I'd give him a great gift. A body practitioner is great material for refining corpses. I refuse to believe he won't be tempted. A mighty Black Hawk commander of the Hawkwolf Guard had actually colluded with the most wanted criminal, and he had sold his subordinates to the enemy. None of the Black Wolf Guards present found this strange. Xiananda said, "Then there's even less of a need for us to do anything." The old Taoist's ability to refine and nurture corpses is startling. Even regular 6th-layer Qi practitioners aren't his opponent. Li Qingshan is dead for sure. Zhuozhibu said, "The old Taoist has been hiding in the zombie cave the entire time, so we've never been able to do anything to him. If we can lure him out and kill him this time, it'll be a great merit. The old Taoist has quite a lot of good stuff on him. As for killing Li Qingshan, it'll just be a piece of cake." Xiananda clasped his hands. "Commander is wise and farsighted. I'm nowhere near as good as you, so I'm willing to follow your lead." The other Black Wolf Guards answered loudly as well. The zombie Taoist had a bounty of over 10,000 points of contribution on his head. If it was split among them, it would be no less than 1,000 points of contribution. They could exchange for quite a lot of good stuff. When the sky was about to brighten, a total of 8 Hawkwolf Guards left Jiaping under Zhuozhibu's lead, pursuing Li Qingshan. This was an extremely terrifying force. It was enough to easily flatten many small sects and clans. A few Hawkwolf Guards watched this from the square below the huge hawk as they discussed among themselves. TSK, Li Qingshan is probably done for this time. The Hawkwolf Guard with the bulbous nose shook his head and sighed. "Keep your voice down. Don't talk carelessly," warned a Black Wolf Guard beside him. "What's there to be afraid of? All the snitches have gone with Commander Zhua." The bulbous nose did not care. "What are you talking about?" A cold voice rang out from behind them. Chapter 168. A disciple of Moism. Everyone turned around and were all taken aback. When they saw his appearance, they bowed in a hurry. "Commander Lao, you've emerged from seclusion. Why, you've broken through to the 6th layer." The person who had come was the Black Wolf commander of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City, Lao Shishan. He seemed to be in his 40s and possessed a square face. When he saw everyone's stunned expressions, he smiled sternly. He had worked so hard on cultivation and spent so many days in seclusion just for today. He asked softly, "Who do you think is doomed?" No one was bold enough to answer him. Actually, Lao Shishan did not need these people to answer him. As a vice commander, he also had trusted aides in the Hawkwolf Guard, so he knew the entire story a long time ago. "I'll go assist Commander Zhua." He flew off in the direction that Zhuozhibu had left in, gliding down the mountain like a huge black bird. He vanished into the mist of the morning very soon. The remaining Hawkwolf Guards all looked at one another. Li Qingshan, who had only joined the Hawkwolf Guard for less than 3 months, had actually caused such a great disturbance. Commander Zhua and Commander Lao had never been on good terms. Now that he had actually broken through to the 6th layer as well, Jiaping City would be in for a lot of trouble. Li Qingshan abandoned his shield and swung his blade. A shining blade of wind directly landed on the nearest ambusher. As if the person had never expected Li Qingshan to still be able to swing his blade in a situation like this, and it was such a sharp strike at that. He summoned a puppet soldier in a hurry to block in front of him. With a thump, the puppet soldier was cut open, and its parts scattered across the ground. The person was surprised. He called out, "This guy can still move. Be careful." Li Qingshan had already made out the appearance of the ambushers. They were all young men in their 20s. They all wore tight, navy blue robes, and they each wielded a strange-looking hand crossbow that flickered with light. The rainstorm-like arrows were shot from these 5 crossbows. They were many times more powerful than the legendary Zhuge repeating crossbow. Li Qingshan took a step forward. Under the immense gravity, the ground was like a quagmire. His feet sank deep into the ground up to his knees. As for those shining runes, they were originally drawn on the ground, but once activated, they floated in the air, unaffected by the changes in the ground. "Let me!" With a loud shout, A burly man with a full beard suddenly broke through a wall and appeared in the hall. In his arms was an incomparably thick brass barrel. The body of the cannon was cast with complicated patterns, and spiritual light flowed on it. It was actually a mid-rank spirit tool. The mouth of the cannon, which was cast in the shape of a ferocious dragon head, began to gather specks of spiritual light. Li Qingshan felt an intense sense of danger for the first time. Even when he was bombarded by the cannons of the warships on the island of Cherishing Flowers, he had not felt such a sense of danger. Most importantly, the burly man holding the cannon was emitting the aura of a sixth-layer qi refinement cultivator. Who are you people? Why have you ambushed me? Originally, Li Qingshan thought this was a trap that the zombie Taoist had set down after receiving news from Zhuozhibua. However, this bastard did not seem like the zombie Taoist no matter how he looked at it, and the methods he used did not seem to have anything to do with zombies either. As a result, he held back his plan to transform and asked a few more questions. If these people still did not stop, then he could only demonify and start a massacre. Why's this zombie Taoist so young? The young men in navy blue robes also saw Li Qingshan's appearance. One of them asked in confusion, "Senior brother, stop. That's the uniform of the Hawkwolf Guard." Another person recognized Li Qingshan's Black Wolf uniform and stopped him in a hurry. The light had already condensed to the limit. An extremely dazzling, scorching white pillar of light shot out from the cannon, piercing through the roof and into the sky. It left behind a streak of light in the night sky. Little and let go of the skull prayer beads in his hand, and the red light in Li Qingshan's eyes faded as well. He gazed at the hole above him and sighed in amazement. Even if he demonified, he would still suffer if he took that shot. He lowered his head and asked, "Who are you people?" He casually sheathed his wind-entwining blade. His actions greatly reduced the hostility of the young men. They also lowered their crossbows. The first young man who recognized the uniform of the Hawkwolf Guard on Li Qingshan said, "We're disciples of the School of Moism. We're carrying out a mission here." "Sir, you must be a Hawkwolf Guard." "That's right. I'm also carrying out a mission. Please show us your tablet." A disciple of the School of Moism. Li Qingshan understood slightly. He tossed the Black Wolf tablet to the young man. The young man glanced at it and let out a sigh of relief. He said loudly, all right. It's fine now. Disperse the formation. It's all a misunderstanding." "Sai, what the hell? Didn't they say the zombie Taoists would come? Why is it a Black Wolf Guard instead?" The disciples of the School of Moism grumbled. One of them stowed away a painting scroll. The scroll was covered in inscriptions, which were exactly the same as the inscriptions on the ground. Li Qingshan immediately felt his body lighten. He picked up the shield on the ground, only to see that it had been charred black. It had just forcefully blocked Zhuozhibua's fire dragon a few days ago, and it had been blasted wildly today. Quite a lot of its spiritual qi had been depleted. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind blew in his face. The bearded man stowed away the brass cannon and charged over. Little and raised his hidden blade, but Li Qingshan stopped him with a glance. Although he was hostile, he did not have any killing intent. The man grabbed Li Qingshan by the collar and roared out furiously, "Kid, you've ruined my business." He wore the same navy blue robes as the other disciples of Moism, but he was half naked. His right sleeve was tied around his waist, revealing his muscular arms and chest. He seemed extremely fierce. Li Qingshan released his true qi and blocked the incoming attack of spittle. He stared at the man calmly. Before he could say anything, the disciples of Moism had already rushed over. They pulled the man aside and tried to persuade him. "Please calm down, senior brother." The man stomped his feet in frustration and bellowed, "This prison of space formation can only be used 3 times, but it'll be 1 less time every time. My yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light costs a spiritual stone every time it fires. It's all my stuff, so don't you feel the pinch? Our fire crow bolts don't just fall from the sky." Li Qingshan tidied up his clothes. "You better reflect on your actions. You attacked me without any reason. If it weren't for the fact that I'm strong enough, wouldn't I have been killed by you?" The man suddenly glared at Li Qingshan. He almost pulled out the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light again, but he was stopped by his junior brothers. "It's all a misunderstanding." He thought to himself, how dare you speak to a 6th-layer Qi practitioner like that? They say the Hawkwolf Guard is arrogant, and it really is true. It's all a misunderstanding. If we've offended you, please forgive us. I'm Zhang Lanqing. This is our senior brother, Hao Pingyang, and our 3 junior brothers, He Yisher, Jin Yuan, and Jin Bao. Zhang Lanqing introduced them one by one. Although he was only in his 20s, his face was dark, and his voice was steady and steady. He seemed extremely mature and steady, and his strength was only second to the burly man, Hao Pingyang. He was a 5th-layer Qi practitioner. As for the other 3, He Yisher was a 4th-layer Qi practitioner. He was not short, and he had a long head and bulging eyes. He answered casually with a yep, before glancing at Li Qingshan and answering reluctantly with a yep. He lowered his head and repaired the puppet that Li Qingshan had destroyed. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao were brothers. The elder brother was at the 4th layer, while Jin Bao was at the 3rd layer. Seeing how Li Qingshan was only a 2nd-layer Qi practitioner, and how he had destroyed their trap, they completely ignored him. Jin Bao said to Hao Pingyang's senior brother, "Is this formation of yours real? It can't even trap a 2nd-layer Qi practitioner? If the real zombie Taoist had come, wouldn't he have been able to break through it in a single stroke? You motherfucker. I paid a great price to buy this. It's this kid who's strange." Hao Pingyang calmed down and studied Li Qingshan in confusion. He was trapped in the formation of the prison of the earth and was surrounded by 5 Qi practitioners stronger than him with the 1,000 mechanism crossbows, yet he was still unscathed. It was truly extraordinary. The formation of the prison of the earth had been prepared for a 6th-layer Qi practitioner like the zombie Taoist. If ordinary people entered it, their organs would immediately rupture and they would die. Qi practitioners would struggle to move even an inch. What was even stranger was that the beautiful child beside him clearly showed no signs of practicing Qi, yet he was still able to stand in the formation safely. If it were not for the fact that he had already used it once before, he really would have doubted that the formation he had bought was fake. Li Qingshan's pride from wiping out the island of cherishing flowers vanished completely as well. There were many powerful methods in this world that he did not understand. The trap the Maha's disciples had cast down was simple, but it was extremely dangerous. They would first use paper money to hide the inscriptions on the ground, restricting the enemy's movements before unleashing 100 arrows to kill them. If it failed, they would blast them to death. It was all linked together, filled with killing intent. If it were a regular 6th-layer Qi practitioner, they would probably die a violent death if they were caught in this trap. They would not even have the opportunity to fight back. "Have you come here to ambush the zombie Taoist?" Zhang Lanqing said. "Yeah. Are you doing the same?" Hao Pingyang shot a glance at him. "He wants to deal with the zombie Taoist alone?" He pointed at Li Qingshan's nose and said, "Kid, this has nothing to do with you. I'd advise you to piss off." Li Qingshan stuck out his thumb and pointed behind him. "I'm just here to investigate. The zombie Taoist has nothing to do with me, but he's right outside." Although he hid his presence extremely well, the faint stench of corpses was unable to fool Li Qingshan's nose. "What?" The 6 people of Moism all looked outside. Hao Pingyang focused his senses on the energy of the world. Just now, he sensed an extremely well-hidden presence peeking in from outside. He bellowed out, "Get out here!" Crack! Crack! Zhang Lanqing and the others immediately removed the empty boxes and replaced them with new ones. A rectangular box was attached to the 1,000 mechanism crossbow. Each box contained 30 extremely short-fire crow bolts, which could all be fired in a single moment. If they did not possess a spiritual artifact shield that was specially used for defense like Li Qingshan, it would be very easy for them to be caught off guard and die to the arrows even if they were powerful Qi practitioners. Jijiji! A shrill laughter came from outside the door. A Taoist priest wearing a yellow Taoist robe and a pale mask appeared at the door. He said, "How dare you set up a trap to harm me, you little bastards? How dare you?" He studied Li Qingshan. "You must be Li Qingshan. You really are good material for refining corpses. That old bastard Zhuozhibwa didn't lie to me this time." Chapter 169. The zombie Taoist Li Qingshan understood. Zhuozhibwa had really sold him out. Of course, this was not anything worth being surprised about. It would be surprising if it was not like this. Right now, he was only worried whether Zhuozhibua would trust the zombie Taoist's strength too much and not personally come to kill him. Then the zombie Taoist said to Zhang Lanqing and the others, "Your talent might be a little lacking, but I'll treat you all the same and refine you into zombies." He basically treated them all like fish on a chopping board. Before the zombie Taoist could finish talking, the 5 of them pulled the trigger on their 1,000-mechanism crossbows and unleashed a storm of fire crow bolts. Li Qingshan stood to one side. All he saw was that the fire crow bolts were scarlet red and only 3 inches long. They basically shot out end to end, moving startlingly fast and extremely concentrated. It was basically unavoidable. Before the zombie Taoist could even respond, he was struck by several dozen fire crow bolts. The fire crow bolts rapidly heated up in his body before exploding loudly. With a series of explosions, sparks erupted from various parts of the zombie Taoist's body, blasting him to pieces. The 5 of them beamed, but Li Qingshan drew his wind-entwining blade again. Hao Pingyang bellowed out, "Be careful. That's a fake." Li Qingshan glanced at Hao Pingyang. He really was the strongest one after all. He was crude on the outside but meticulous on the inside. If the zombie Taoist could be finished off so easily, he would not have remained at the top of the Hawkwolf Guard's wanted list for so long. Although he had used a secret technique, if he listened carefully, he would discover that the voice did not come from the zombie Taoist at the entrance. The mask was just a disguise. Bang! 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 The lids of the several dozen coffins in the morgue flew off at the same time, and several dozen zombies stood up. They opened their eyes and extended their arms, baring their fangs. With a fierce gust of wind, they lunged towards the 7 people in the morgue. In order to avoid raising the zombie Taoist's suspicions, Hao Pingyang did not deal with these zombies, so he immediately fell into an encirclement. 5 zombies lunged towards Li Qingshan, but Li Qingshan was already prepared. The wind-entwining blade in his hand erupted with light, and he swung it around. As the blades cut into the zombies' bodies, the muffled sound of a blunt knife cutting wood could be heard. However, the bodies of the 5 zombies only paused for a moment. Their 10 purplish-blue arms continued to grab at Li Qingshan. Their long fingernails were like daggers, and each of them was black and blue. At first glance, one could tell that they were extremely poisonous. Hao Pingyang yelled at Li Qingshan, "Only decapitation is useful." Most of the zombies lunged at him, a total of 8. However, he was unfazed. He raised his yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and smashed the head of a zombie in front of him. Then he channeled his Jinqi and swung it horizontally. 7 zombies were sent flying, crashing into the pillars and coffins. 2 of them even smashed through the walls and flew out. His aura was ferocious like that of a god of war. However, other than the zombie whose head had been flattened by him and the 2 zombies whose bones had been shattered by him, the other 5 zombies bounced off the ground and stood up again. They were not afraid of pain or death, and they pounced on him again. Reminded by Hao Pingyang, Li Qingshan thought to himself, "I'm a time traveler, but I've forgotten this common sense." He picked up Little N and leaped. 10 arms and 50 fingernails closed in on him like the jaws of a beast. The 5 zombies raised their heads at the same time, their pupilless eyes looking at Li Qingshan in the air. They leaped high into the air at the same time, their knees not bending, as if springs were installed in the soles of their feet. Li Qingshan stomped down forcefully, crushing the head of a zombie. Then he used the momentum to break through the roof of the morgue. Dust and debris fell, accompanied by a ray of moonlight that fell like water onto the morgue. In midair, Li Qingshan held Little and with his left hand and gripped the wind-entwining saber with his right. He rested it on his shoulder as he looked down warily at the entire morgue. The 4 zombies that had leaped high into the air could not reach his height in the end, so they fell back to the ground. However, Li Qingshan did not look at them. These zombies were nothing to him from the start. Although the Templars were invulnerable and possessed great strength, they had no intelligence or martial skills. Their reactions were not even as great as those of regular wild beasts. Whether it be strength, speed, or reaction, Li Qingshan completely surpassed these zombies. As long as he was not surrounded by hundreds or thousands of them, it was impossible for him to be injured. He was only wary of a single person, the zombie Taoist who he had only heard but not seen. According to the information from the Hawkwolf Guard, This person knew concealment techniques and wielded a submerged shadow sword. He was extremely skilled in sneak attacks. The desolate autumn wind swept through the vegetation around the morgue, but there was not a single person to be seen. In the end, he locked onto Hao Pingyang. If he were the zombie Taoist, he would have two choices if he wanted to achieve victory right now. One was to kill the weakest first and weaken his opponent. The other was to directly kill the strongest and gain an absolute advantage. However, if he started with the weakest, he would definitely expose himself and deplete his true qi. He might even leave behind an opening, allowing the strongest to kill him. As a result, the best choice was to find an opportunity and heavily injure Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang and Li Qingshan were already prepared, and they were powerful as well, so they did not fear these zombies. However, Zhao Lanqing and the others did not have it as easy. Things had happened right before their eyes. They had just shot out all of their fire crow arrows, so they had no time to reload. Several dozen zombies lunged over from all directions. They were clearly idiots without any intelligence, yet they were well trained like an army. They split up the 5 of them with great tactics. Jin Bao was the weakest, so he rolled on the ground in an extremely horrible shape. The 10 claws of the zombies stabbed deeply into where he was standing just now. If he had been any slower, he would have been disemboweled. Before he could even stand up, 3 zombies lunged over with their claws and teeth extended. He was stunned. Without a weapon, how was it possible for him to fend off these zombies with just his fists? All he could do was close his eyes and await death. Jin Yuan called out, "Jin Bao." He wanted to save his younger brother, but the 4 zombies stopped him. He could only barely protect himself. He Isher and Zhang Lanqing were the same. Idiot, use the puppet. Hao Pingyang saw how his junior brother was in danger, but he had no intentions of saving him. He was the same as Li Qingshan. Right now, he focused all of his attention on searching for the zombie Taoist. He dared not be distracted at all. As the only 6th-layer Qi practitioner present, if he was ambushed and injured, or even killed, none of them would be able to survive. The claws and teeth fell, but there were no screams. Instead, there was the sound of nails hammering into wood. In that critical moment, Jin Bao summoned a puppet to block him, allowing him to survive. The 3 zombies pulled out their claws and plunged them down again emotionlessly. Bang! 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 With a series of heavy strikes, wooden splinters flew into the air and cracks appeared on the puppet. The claws of the zombies could even pierce steel. If the puppet had not been specially refined, it would have been smashed to pieces from a single strike. However, even with that being the case, it could not last for too long. At this moment, the 4 zombies who had failed in their pursuit of Li Qingshan lunged towards Jin Bao under the control of an invisible force. The greatest use of a puppet was for attacking, not as a shield. With a whoosh, it was torn to pieces. Despair filled Jin Bao's eyes. He called out, "Save me." Hao Pingyang sighed inside. He wielded the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light, about to go up and save him. He could no longer care about the threat in the darkness. A streak of scorching white light descended from the sky. With a rumble of thunder, several zombies beside Jin Bao were charred. It stunned all the zombies in the morgue. Li Qingshan descended from the sky and threw out a lightning summoning talisman. However, he did not even look at the result. He stared straight at Zhang Lanqing and swung down with his wind-entwining blade as a streak of light. "Nice!" Hao Pingyang praised loudly. He raised the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and gathered the specks of light. The dragon's head was actually aimed at Zhang Lanqing. Although it was a close shave, Zhao Lanqing was a 5th-layer Qi practitioner. He was powerful. Although he could not save Jin Bao in time against 7 zombies, he had no problem protecting himself. However, the blade and the glowing yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light immediately suffocated him. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. Clang! The wind-entwining blade slashed a foot in front of Zhang Lanqing. With a metallic clang no less than thunder, a small sword appeared out of thin air. A large nick appeared on the blade, but the small sword was also sent flying by Li Qingshan's tremendous force. Spun uncontrollably. Using that streak of lightning, Li Qingshan finally grasped the submerged shadow sword's trajectory. At this moment, the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light spat out a dazzling pillar of light. It struck the small sword in midair and turned it into a piece of scrap metal, falling from the sky. A miserable cry came from the darkness in the corner. A blurry figure appeared and floated out the door. Li Qingshan and Hao Pingyang turned their heads at the same time and rushed in the direction of the cry. When they reached the door, they saw a figure stumbling away. Come! Hao Pingyang tossed aside the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and stomped on Li Qingshan. Go! Li Qingshan planted his feet on the ground, and the stone tiles beneath his feet shattered. Shockwaves spread out into the surroundings as he pushed off from the ground. He used all his strength and threw a punch at the bottom of Hao Pingyang's foot. Hao Pingyang flew out like a rocket. He quickly flew across the grassland and quickly approached the silhouette. A hideous smile appeared on his face as he spread his hands apart. True Qi gushed out from his hands and struck the two temples of the silhouette. With a bang, the head exploded. Li Qingshan was disappointed instead. He thought about how crafty the zombie Taoist really was. Hao Pingyang limped over with a headless corpse and tossed it on the ground. Another fake. Even when his flying sword had been destroyed and his mind was injured, the zombie Taoist was still able to think of using a fake body to deceive them while his real body fled. He was well prepared and reacted quickly. Li Qingshan picked up the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and studied it. He shrugged and tossed it back to Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang caught the cannon and stowed it away in his 100 treasures pouch. He frowned and patted his leg. Kid, that punch of yours was a little too vicious. Li Qingshan said. How am I supposed to catch him if I'm not vicious? Hao Pingyang suddenly said. The submerged shadow sword has been destroyed, so that bastard's strength has been greatly reduced. It's the perfect time to kill him. Li Qingshan said. He's most skilled at refining corpses and controlling corpses, not controlling swords. This is only one of his places of nurturing corpses. Don't tell me you're thinking of going to the zombie cave to find a 6th-layer Qi practitioner who's skilled at invisibility? And you've already said that this has nothing to do with me. Chapter 170. The attacks of the zombies were vicious, but they became completely disorderly. The 4 people from the school of Moism stabilized their footing and gathered together again. Zhang Lanqing and He Yishe controlled the 5 puppets to hold off the zombies for a while before suddenly dodging to the side, revealing Jin Yuan and Jin Bao behind them. They held 2,000 mechanism crossbows that had been reloaded, and they pulled the triggers suddenly. 60 fire crow bolts scattered in a circular pattern. Although the zombie's skin was impervious to weapons, they were unable to stop the fire crow bolts. Afterwards, they exploded internally, easily ripping apart their stiff bodies. With just a single volley, a large swathe of the zombies collapsed. They were no longer as ferocious or terrifying as before. The remaining 7 or 8 zombies no longer posed any threat. The puppets shot forward and sharp blades shot out from their hands, carrying out mechanical and precise attacks. The nails of the zombies only left behind white marks when they scratched the puppets. However, the sharp blades in the puppets' hands could pierce their skulls in a single stroke. Faced with an equal number of opponents, the zombies were not the puppets' opponents at all. They were slain one by one. They all let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. In the 100 schools of thought, the Mahas disciples would send out their puppets to fight against each other. They had never experienced such a dangerous battle before. Jin Bao saw how the zombies that had almost killed him just now had been wiped out so easily. He found it rather unbelievable. Actually, their strength was far greater than the several dozen zombies. If they were on flat ground, they could stand in formation and be prepared. With 1,000 mechanism crossbows in hand, the zombies would not even be able to touch them before they were killed on the spot. Even the 6th-layer Qi practitioner, the zombie Taoist, would not dare to face 5,000 mechanism crossbows head-on. However, once something happened and they needed to adapt to the situation, they would be unable to unleash their full strength. Hao Pingyang pointed at their noses and cursed aloud. How embarrassing. How fucking embarrassing. You even dare to look down on him, a 2nd-layer Qi practitioner? If it weren't for him, would you still be alive? With your pig brains, you can't even tell the difference between a real person and a fake one. My formation scrolls will go to waste all the same. Sanctuary. The few of them blushed with shame. Jin Bao said with grievance, Senior brother, I almost died. Not only did you not come to comfort me, you even scolded me so harshly. Although they scolded fiercely, The few Mo disciples were clearly not particularly afraid of this senior brother. Zhang Lanqing cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Li Qingshan, sincerely thanking him. Thank you for your help just now. The danger of that sword strike just now still made him tremble with fear. Originally he had some resentment towards Li Qingshan for destroying their trap, but now all that was left was gratitude. It was just like what Hao Pingyang had said. Even without Li Qingshan, their traps probably would not have been able to harm the true zombie Taoist. Li Qingshan patted him on the shoulder. It's good enough that you didn't attack me. Zhang Lanqing smiled awkwardly. I was scared silly. Li Qingshan could not help but burst into laughter. Zhang Lanqing sure was honest. He had not eaten the several hundred qi gathering pills for nothing. Whether it was in terms of body tempering or qi practicing, he had made great progress compared to his battle with Chen Yannian. He even possessed the sharp killing intent of 1,000 people, descending from the sky like a god of slaughter. He truly did possess the bearing to intimidate his enemies. If he fought Chen Yannian in a fair battle now, he would no longer have no chance of victory like before. Simply put, he now possessed the power to threaten fifth-layer qi practitioners. Hao Pingyang's Yellow Dragon's cannon of devouring light was even more powerful than Li Qingshan's. Zhang Lanqing was like a horse that had been targeted by a tiger or leopard at the same time. He was stunned from fright, unable to react at all. Jin Yuan pulled Jin Bao over. Thank you for saving my younger brother. Then he said to the ashamed Jin Bao, say something. That thank you as well, but are you really at the second layer? How can you be so powerful? Jin Bao was the closest to Li Qingshan's age, but he was also a few years older than Li Qingshan. However, his face still had a childish air to it, which made him seem younger than the weathered Li Qingshan. There was some admiration in the Templar St. Hall's gaze towards Li Qingshan now. No matter where they were, the strong would receive respect. Before Li Qingshan could reply, Hao Pingyang smacked Jin Bao's head. This is body tempering, you idiot. Don't you see the brainless muscles of the militarists? What do they do all day? Li Qingshan thought to himself, you sure have the nerve to call me muscular. Jin Bao flew into a rage out of humiliation. If you hit me again, I'm going to flip. Hao Pingyang raised his hand and smacked him again. Flip. Let me see. Jin Bao leapt into the air. Hao Pingyang, screw you. Afterwards, Zhang Lanqing and the other two stopped him and tried to persuade him. Originally, the zombie Taoist wanted to assassinate your senior brother Hao with the submerged shadow sword. But senior brother Hao did not give off any openings. So the zombie Taoist did not dare to attack recklessly. That's why he sent the zombies to surround you. Li Qingshan smiled. These disciples of Moism were straightforward. They were a little like the university students of his past life. Although they were not young, they still possessed some naivety. Even the bad-tempered Hao Pingyang did not have a sense of superiority even though he beat and cursed his juniors without holding back. He was very different from the qi practitioners Li Qingshan usually sought. Jin Bao was taken aback. Only now did he understand why Hao Pingyang did not save him immediately. Li Qingshan continued, but earlier, you were in danger. Even if your senior brother Hao put himself in danger, he still wanted to save you. Senior brother. Only then did Jin Bao understand. He had almost been used by the zombie Taoist, used as a trap to kill Hao Pingyang. Zhang Lanqing, He Isher, and Jin Yuan looked at Hao Pingyang together. Just now in the chaos they had no time to think too much. Now that they thought about it, not only had they failed to provide any help, but they had almost dragged Hao Pingyang down instead. Bullshit. Why would I save him? If an idiot like him dies, it'll save the school of Moism some food. Hao Pingyang's face above his beard reddened slightly. He Isher thought, the zombie Taoist couldn't find any openings in senior brother's movements, so he went to kill senior brother Zhang. They thanked Li Qingshan once again. In that critical moment, Li Qingshan had used the lightning from the lightning summoning talisman to immediately find the trajectory of the submerged shadow sword, which was why he was able to slash out. Not only had he saved Zhang Lanqing's life, but he had also given Hao Pingyang the opportunity to fire that cannon blast. It could be said that he had turned the situation around. He had played an even greater role than the four of them. Li Qingshan said, we're all in the same boat. I don't think you've learned any martial arts. Just now, when they fought the zombie in close combat, They basically relied on their instincts and true qi to fight. Their moves could not even match up to third-rate masters of the Jianghu, which was why they were in such a horrible shape. Zhang Lanqing smiled bitterly. We're disciples of the school of Moism. All these years we've learned how to make mechanisms, puppets, and even how to build cities and buildings. Although we've attended a few lessons in the school of the military's Hall of Martial Arts, how can we compare to true disciples of the school of the military? We definitely need to brush up on our martial arts when we get back. The others all expressed their agreement. Only then did Li Qingshan understand that these people were engineering talents. Fighting was not their profession. Not all qi practitioners had the ability to kill and set fires. Every profession had its own specializations. What do you plan on doing next? Hao Pingyang said. We're obviously going to attack the root of the problem. Li Qingshan said. The zombie cave isn't that easy to infiltrate. The morgue is only one of the places he nurtures corpses. After nurturing them, he'll bring them into the zombie cave. Who knows how many zombies have accumulated in the cave over all these years? It's extremely dangerous. The reason why the zombie Taoist could remain unscathed despite being hunted down by the Hawkwolf Guard for so many years was closely related to his dwelling. Normally, he hid underground in caves that were as complicated as a maze. No one knew the exact location of his dwelling. If they wanted to search for it, they would have to face the endless attacks of zombies. Once they failed, they would be buried in there and become one of the zombies. Zhang Lanqing and the others had experienced the danger just now. When they heard that they had to enter the pitch-black underground caves, they all began to consider retreating. Senior brother, why don't we return to the academy first and ask for a few powerful helpers before we make trouble for the zombie Taoist? Hao Pingyang widened his eyes. Return? What about the mission? It's been so difficult for us to come out. Just how much time will be wasted going back and forth? Will the zombie Taoist hide somewhere else? You're not afraid of being looked down on, but I still want my pride. Zhang Lanqing and the others looked at one another. Before they had set out, their master had already said that they had to listen to Hao Pingyang's orders for everything this time. His flying sword has been destroyed, and his mind is injured. He doesn't have the time to refine another flying sword either. If we want to kill him, now is the perfect opportunity. That was what Hao Pingyang said, but he looked at Li Qingshan. He also felt that it was rather unreliable for the five of them to kill the zombie Taoist. However, Li Qingshan's performance in the battle just now made him hold an extremely high opinion of him. If Li Qingshan was willing to join them, their chances of success would increase drastically. Li Qingshan hesitated. He wanted to wait for Zhuozhibua, but he had no idea whether Zhuozhibua would come after him or not. If Zhuozhibua did not come, he would definitely make the zombie Taoist his target. A sixth-layer qi practitioner should have quite a few pills on him that could deal with his pressing needs. The problem right now was whether he should work with the disciples of Moism or not. With his and Little An's strength, it should be enough to kill the zombie Taoist. If you're willing to join us, Qingshan, my share of the spoils will be yours. Zhang Lanqing saw how he could not change Hao Pingyang's mind, so he wanted to ensure his safety during this trip. He also wanted to thank Li Qingshan for saving his life. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao added, the same goes for us. He Isher hesitated. I'll give you mine too. As long as they completed the mission, not only would they be able to return with pride, but the 100 schools of thought would give them a reward as well. It was not as if they had come out empty-handed. Hao Pingyang said, Kid, you're at the second layer, so you're taking up even more than me. Let's not talk about compensation. You take 70% of the zombie Taoist spoils and I'll take 30. How's that? Chapter 171. Li Qingshan raised his head. Alright, I agree. He could kill the zombie Taoist with little but killing the fifth-layer qi practitioner Chen Yannian could be described as a coincidence. Even an idiot would know that he was hiding something if he killed a sixth-layer qi practitioner. Who knew how many probing gazes it would lead to? Yet, he just happened to have a secret that he could not afford to look into. And his gaze was not limited to the items in the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch. The reward that the Hawkwolf Guard had offered to the zombie Taoist amounted to over 10,000 points of contribution. 5 points of contribution could be exchanged for a qi gathering pill, so that was over 2,000 qi gathering pills. That was the true bulk of the reward. Working with these disciples of Moism would allow him to obtain these points of contribution in a reasonable manner without raising any suspicion. Zhang Lanqing and the others were all overjoyed, while Hao Pingyang sniggered. Afterwards, Li Qingshan said, "Though I'm not too satisfied with this split." Zhang Lanqing and the others looked at one another, while Hao Pingyang frowned heavily. He was still dissatisfied with 70%? Wasn't he a little too greedy? Even worse, if Li Qingshan demanded an exorbitant price, he would have to agree to it. Li Qingshan smiled. 30% is enough for me. Just like you, senior brother Hao, because I'm confident I can be of no less use than you and ensure everyone's safety. As for the remaining 40%, please distribute it among yourselves. With that, everyone was surprised. They never thought Li Qingshan would just hand over the benefits he had just obtained. 40% of the wealth of a 6th-layer Qi practitioner of the sacred grounds. Was there any Qi practitioner who would not be tempted by it? Zhang Lanqing felt rather ashamed over his petty thoughts Qingshan had just now. Qingshan, that's not a good idea. There's nothing bad about it. If you want me to join, then let's split it like this. If you want to repay me for my kindness, how can this measly share of benefits be enough to repay your lives? Li Qingshan had never been a petty person. He had taken a liking to the disciples of Moism, so he would not let them down. This was how he conducted himself. As the ancients said, spread wealth and gather righteousness. Those who haggle over every ounce and only look at the small benefits in front of them will never achieve great things. A generous and confident person doesn't have to worry about not having friends anywhere. Hao Pingyang laughed heartily and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. Good, I like you. He sure was roused by his words as well. He said proudly, our lives are precious. Let alone these few treasures, even 10 zombie Taoists can't compare to our lives. They were not boasting. They were 4th and 5th layer Qi practitioners at such a young age, so breaking through to the 6th layer was not an unreachable goal for them. Their future development would definitely surpass the zombie Taoists. Holy Church. As disciples of the school of Moism, they were not suited for battle, but the mechanisms and puppets they created were treasures that all Qi practitioners would scramble for. They were even more valuable than regular spiritual artifacts. Every single disciple of the school of Moism would be respected wherever they went. Their statuses could not be compared to the zombie Taoist who hid underground and refined corpses. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao also revealed looks of excitement. Jin Yuan said, if we work together, what's there to fear about the zombie Taoist? We won't let our gains go to waste either. Jin Bao said, we need to regain the face we've lost ourselves. We can't let others look down on us disciples of Moism. The gloomy morgue was illuminated by the hot-bloodedness of the young people. Originally, killing the zombie Taoist was only a rather terrifying mission, but now it was an undertaking that required them to work together to complete. Their fear had already vanished. Hao Pingyang extended his hand. Then let's work together and fuck him up. They put their hands together, and they looked at one another and smiled. They all felt much closer to each other, and there was no longer any barrier between them and Li Qingshan anymore. It was as if they had not just met each other, but had known each other for a very long time. Little Anne held her face and sat on the roof of the morgue. When Li Qingshan rushed down, he left her up there to keep watch. He told her not to use her power carelessly. She watched as the zombie Taoist fled from the morgue. There was nothing special about her eyes, but they could see through illusions. Concealment techniques were a type of illusion, but they were useless against her. She wanted to go down and warn Li Qingshan, but in the blink of an eye, the zombie Taoist had vanished, so she could only give up. If she had caught up earlier, there would probably be a very good chance for her to taste fresh flesh and blood. However, as long as it was Li Qingshan's orders, she would obey them obediently. The cold moonlight landed on her expressionless face. As she listened to the conversation below, she seemed rather cold. As her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty deepened, her mind seemed to gradually return to when she was a ghost. However, that was the numbness from being tortured to the point where she had lost her sense of self. Now it was complete indifference. When she controlled the flames and devoured living beings one by one, it was not as simple as absorbing the essence of their flesh and blood. She was not like regular evil or demonic cultivators, who refined the blood of living people into arcane treasures. At most she would have to endure some rebuke from her conscience. Whether it be the blood flames or the pale flames, they were both a part of her. When she melted the flesh and blood, especially the flesh and blood of the living and those who had just died, she could clearly sense their resentment, fury, pain, and fear. The assault of countless negative emotions was enough to make a regular person collapse in an instant. Even cultivators with great willpower would be affected. They would begin to doubt their actions and even their existence, living under the shadow of the dead for the rest of their lives. This was originally the most difficult test of temperament in the path of white bone and great beauty. However, she did not feel troubled at all. Like she was reading a Buddhist scripture, she read the painful laments of the dead without the slightest pity. She was like a god seated on a lotus flower, watching as all life suffered. Her heart was clear and indifferent. It was not that she was purposefully suppressing her emotions, but that she was unable to feel them. She was not moved by righteousness or hot-bloodedness, nor was she troubled by resentment and curses. There was no difference between a red ant and a black ant. All life was equal. They could all be killed except for him. In the morgue they discussed the specific plan of action. The sky in the east gradually brightened. Suddenly, Little An stood up and gazed into the distance. His gaze passed through the plains and saw a group of people rapidly approaching them. He leapt off the roof and arrived beside Li Qingshan. With just a glance, Li Qingshan understood that Zhuozhibua had finally arrived. He said to the disciples of Moism, "Please go ahead first. I have some personal matters to attend to. I'll catch up in a little while." Hao Pingyang said, "What's more important than hunting down the zombie Taoist?" Li Qingshan smiled without saying anything. Hao Pingyang did not ask too much either. Seeing how determined he was, he said, "All right then. We'll go first and wait for you at the entrance of the zombie cave." Chapter 172. Bang! 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 Black wolf guards in black wolf uniforms directly pierced through the walls and entered the morgue. The sacred hall dust filled the surroundings, but they were completely untainted. Their clothes drifted with their true qi as they stared at Li Qingshan coldly. Sharp killing intent interwove and wrapped around Li Qingshan firmly. Although the strongest was only the fifth layer Xiananda, their presence could not be compared to Zhang Lanqing and the others. They were professional killers, a pack of wolves that hunted their prey. Every single one of them had survived countless battles of life and death. If Zhang Lanqing faced off against Xiananda, he would have been slain on the spot as soon as they clashed. At this moment Li Qingshan instead sat down. He leaned on his wind-entwining blade and did not even look at the black wolf guards. The dust approached Li Qingshan every 5 steps, but it could not advance any further. Little An stood beside him. Her pearl-like eyes were filled with some desire. All paths of escape had been sealed up, only leaving behind the pitch-black, hollow entrance of the morgue. Cold wind whistled in, and a black boot stepped over the doorsill. With the wind came an iron hawk. Its wings were raised, its eyes were wide open, and its beak was like a hook. It stared at Li Qingshan as if it could come alive at any time and kill Li Qingshan on the spot. The presence he gave off alone was even more powerful than all the other black wolf guards combined. Li Qingshan finally raised his head. "Commander Zhua, what a grand lineup." Zhuozhibua glanced past the corpses strewn across the morgue and asked in surprise, "Did you do all of this? You repelled the zombie Taoist?" "As you can see." Li Qingshan opened his left hand. Zhuozhibua sneered. "Then he's still just trash. If the zombie Taoist had been surrounded by the hawks and wolves, he definitely would not have been able to escape as easily as he did against the disciples of Moism. He would only have been slain and torn to pieces." Li Qingshan agreed. "He really is trash. The sacred hall." Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Zhuozhibua no longer concealed his killing intent. "Before you die, do you have anything to say?" Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. "I won't die." Zhuozhibua said, "Yes, you won't die quickly. We have the most brilliant interrogators here. We will cut you open bit by bit and not let you die." He really wanted to admire Li Qingshan's expression of fear and despair, but he was disappointed. Li Qingshan only smiled, revealing his snow-white fangs that were longer than a normal person's. Even the child beside him was expressionless. As Li Qingshan and Zhuozhibua spoke, None of the black wolf guards in the surroundings interrupted them. They did not even show any changes in their expressions. Even the weakest Gujian's eyes shone brightly, locking onto Li Qingshan's presence. He refused to lower his guard at all. Although they were facing off against an enemy, Li Qingshan could not help but praise them inside. Now this was a true warrior. As one of the most powerful organizations of violence in the Great Xia Empire, even the weakest Black Wolf Guard possessed such qualities. He possessed absolute confidence in victory. The only problem right now was that he could not let a single one of them escape. Li Qingshan stood up. With a clang he drew his jagged wind-entwining blade. He extended his left hand into his talisman belt and took out a lightning-summoning talisman. Little and wielded his sword in one hand and the skull prayer beads in the other. They did not even look at each other, but they had already decided on a strategy. It was exactly the same as the zombie Daoist strategy just now, which was to erupt with all their strength and kill the strongest Zhuozhibua instantly. The remaining people could be dealt with as they pleased. Even if they scattered, it would be relatively easy to hunt them down. Zhuozhibua nodded slightly and drew his 7 wind-entwining blades. The battle was about to erupt at any moment. However, a yell rang out from outside. Li Qingshan, are you crippled? Why are you so slow? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. What are you doing back here? Zhuozhibua suddenly turned around and saw a burly man with a full beard standing several dozen meters away. The presence he gave off and the bronze cannon in his hand made his eyes narrow. Hao Pingyang said, if I want to come back, I'll come back. Is that any of your business? Beside him, Zhang Lanqing and the other 3 carried loaded 1,000 crossbows. They all frowned. Zhang Lanqing said, are you still not done with your business? If you're done, then hurry over. Zhuozhibua said coldly, I was wondering why you were so fearless. Turns out you've received reinforcements. No wonder you're still alive. Li Qingshan completely ignored him. He said loudly to Hao Pingyang, I'm not going over right now. You can go first. There's no need to wait for me. Hao Pingyang called out, I told you to come over, so come over. I'd like to see who dares to stop you. I'll blast them to smithereens. Li Qingshan felt rather helpless, but also rather touched. He sheathed his blade and said to Zhuozhibua, Commander Zhua, looks like there won't be many opportunities today. Just like that, he made his way towards the entrance of the morgue with little Anne. The moment they brushed past Zhuozhibua, they could both sense the startling killing intent that had erupted from each other, but neither of them struck out. Gujian said, Commander. Zhuozhibua raised his hand, indicating for them to be quiet. Li Qingshan arrived beside Hao Pingyang. Hao Pingyang whispered, what's going on? Li Qingshan smiled. There's just a small conflict. A small conflict? Hao Pingyang called out. A small conflict could be surrounded by a group of Black Wolf Guards with killing intent, and their leader was a 6th-layer Qi practitioner Black Hawk commander. Jin Bao said with lingering fear, that man, even from so far away and with his back to me, it still feels very terrifying. The reason why Cave Town got its name was because there was a huge karst cave near the town. It was a tributary of the clear river that flowed into the cavern, never to return. The boats and people were the same. Even though there were curious villagers who tried to enter the cavern to investigate, none of them returned. It had become a forbidden ground that could make people pale at the mere mention of it. However, according to the location marked out by the Hawkwolf Guard, the cavern was called the Zombie Cave. It was the hiding place of the most wanted criminal, the zombie Daoist. He was also a terrifying existence in the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. Zhuozhibua had once personally led a group in an attempt to complete this mission, but in the end, they lost 4 Black Wolf Guards, and they failed to find the zombie Daoist's hiding place. It only doubled the contribution required for the mission, setting a new record for the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. Li Qingshan currently stood at the entrance to the zombie cave. The entrance stood over 30 meters tall and was extremely wide. It was like the mouth of a huge beast spraying with a cold air. Li Qingshan could clearly smell the faint stench in the air. It was the stench of corpses. He gazed into the cave, but his gaze vanished into the darkness in the end. The pillars that hung down from the ceiling were like the fangs of a huge beast. Even the rising sun in the east was unable to weaken the gloominess of this place. Zhang Lanqing took out a small boat and tossed it into the water. The boat rapidly expanded until it could fit 8 people. The 2 sides were lined with oars that resembled a 1,000-legged insect. You better go first. Those people won't spare me. They'll definitely catch up. Li Qingshan had already roughly explained the entire story to them. They were all furious, but after the fury they became fearful. The infamy of the Hawkwolf Guard was extremely resounding among Qi practitioners. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao lowered their heads. They said nothing. From the clash earlier, they had understood the difference in strength between them and the Hawkwolf Guard. He Isher's eyes flickered as he mumbled, "That works too. It'll be a little easier if I flee alone." Hao Pingyang said furiously, "If there's something good to gain, we'll appreciate each other and get along well. If there's danger, we'll split up and go our separate ways. Are you still human?" Jin Yuan and Jin Bao were both ashamed. He Isher said, "I'm just saying." However, he wondered inside whether Li Qingshan was intentionally using them to block the disaster. Zhang Lanqing said, "Yeah, Qingshan, it'll be a little safer if you stay with us. Once the mission ends, we'll return to the Clear River Prefecture together. You can appeal to the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. We can all testify for you." Hao Pingyang said, "That's a good idea. If it doesn't work out, you might as well resign from your position with the Hawkwolf Guard. The 100 schools of thought will open next spring, and you can join our school of Moism. I'll personally teach you the art of engineering." Li Qingshan took in all of their reactions. Hao Pingyang was truly a straightforward man. Although he had a bad temper and a foul mouth, his flaws did not obscure his virtues. Zhang Lanqing was an honest person, and he was meticulous in his thinking. The other 3 paled in comparison. They could be roused by loyalty and hot-bloodedness, but they could not last for long. However, Li Qingshan did not resent them at all. This was just human nature. Not all ties of friendship would be reciprocated. Even if the 5 of them were no longer willing to travel with Li Qingshan did not find it strange at all. Now that there were 2 people who were truly willing to help him, it was already extremely rare. Now they were truly friends worth making. As for the 3 of them, they were just acquaintances. Li Qingshan said, "All right, I'll keep you company for a little longer." Hao Pingyang said, "Now that's more like it." The 7 of them boarded the boat. Under Zhang Lanqing's control, the wing-like oars on the 2 sides immediately began to move. The boat followed the flow and entered the cave. Soon after they left, Zhuojibu's group arrived at the entrance as well. Gujian asked, "Commander, what do we do?" Zhuojibu said, "Let them scout the path ahead and clear out the obstacles. Once they're exhausted, kill them all and push the blame onto the zombie Taoist. Then kill the zombie Taoist." He decided everyone's fate with a single sentence. He demonstrated his cold, iron-blooded demeanor. "Yes, sir." The Black Wolf Guards answered loudly, following his lead. Zhuojibu joked, "I'm a little glad that I didn't kill him right from the beginning. Instead, I gained quite a lot of benefits." Since their boss was joking, how could the subordinates not respect him? The Black Wolf Guards all smiled in agreement. Looks like the Mahas disciples have quite a lot of good stuff on them. The boat moved extremely quickly with the flow. Very soon they entered the cave. The cave gradually narrowed, and the surroundings were pitch black. At this moment, a small lantern lit up at the front of the boat. Although Qi practitioners could see at night, their vision would still be affected in the darkness. The one who was truly unaffected was little Anne. The one who felt like he could see even more clearly in the darkness than in the day was Li Qingshan. Chapter 173. Li Qingshan said, "This boat is not bad. Little Anne likes it too." Little Anne was lying on the side of the boat, concentrating on the wing-like rudder that was moving in the water. Chapter 72. Zhang Lanqing smiled and said, "I made this myself. This child is called Little Anne. Won't she be in danger if she stays with us?" Li Qingshan patted Little Anne's head and said, "She can take care of herself. Why doesn't she use a propeller?" "What is a propeller?" Li Qingshan explained a little, and Zhang Lanqing understood. He immediately fell into deep thought. This structure is very unique. It seems to be compared to a normal oar. Li Qingshan said, "Be careful." Zhang Lanqing was distracted, and the boat directly crashed into the rock wall. When he regained his senses, he quickly turned the boat around and patted his chest. That was close. Hao Pingyang said. Clear your head. Don't become muddle-headed when you think about machinery. Zhang Lanqing said. I will definitely test it out when I get back. Qingshan, you will definitely achieve something if you come to the Mo family. Li Qingshan said. Maybe. This could also be considered as using other mountain stones to improve one's own jade. In the place where the boat had just passed, on both sides of the cave, where the light couldn't reach, a pair of bright green eyes lit up. It was actually a dried-up corpse. Its entire body seemed to have fused with the rock walls and was covered in moss. After so many years, even the stench of the corpse was gone, and there was no breath. Even Li Qingshan did not notice it. It seemed to have received some order, and struggled to leave the rock wall, but its movements suddenly stopped. It saw a white prayer bead floating not far in front of it. Even after being refined, it only had the consciousness to obey orders, and the desire for flesh and blood, but it still felt an instinctive fear. The skull prayer bead penetrated its head, and a red light shone from its body, turning its flesh into fire, and its bones into water, merging into this small prayer bead. Somewhere in the depths of the cave, a skinny old Taoist opened his eyes. He had just awakened a corpse, but he had lost his sense of it. That feeling was very strange. That slight fluctuation seemed to signify fear. Of course, this was an extremely absurd thing. How could a corpse understand fear? Although the soul was still bound to the body, it had long lost the ability to feel fear. It was just an illusion. Then, for some reason, he recalled his experience at the giant sinkhole outside ancient Wind City. He was a cultivator who chased after corpses. Although he was infamous and ranked at the top of the blacklist, he was not bold enough to go around killing people and refining corpses. Once he crossed a certain limit, the Hawkwolf Guard would send even stronger guards to kill him. The cavern could not stop truly powerful cultivators. Hence, most of the time he was a gravedigger or a corpse robber. Once he heard about what happened in ancient Wind City, he would immediately set out. There were 1,000 corpses there, and there were even quite a few cheap practitioners among them. He would definitely be able to find the best materials to refine the corpses. However, when he arrived, all he saw was an empty sinkhole. There was only shock and fear in his heart. He rejoiced that he had not arrived in time. Fear was an emotion he had not felt for many years. With a thought, he thought back to the morgue. The body of a body practitioner was quite tempting, but he had never trusted Zhuozhibua. As a result, he was extremely careful. The traps of the Mahist disciples were childish and laughable to him. Although his submerged shadow sword had been destroyed in a moment of carelessness and he was forced to flee, he was utterly furious, but he was not afraid. In his lengthy life, he had faced many more severe failures and dangers than this. However, just when his fake body successfully fooled his opponent and his true body successfully escaped from the morgue, he saw a strange sight. An extremely beautiful child sat on the ridge of the roof under the moonlight, staring at him quietly as if he had completely seen through his concealment technique. He did not give off any powerful aura, but the pair of calm, dark eyes made him tremble from the depths of his soul, as if he had encountered a natural predator. However, he escaped from the gaze very soon. The trembling feeling seemed like an illusion, but the sight was deeply embedded in his mind, unable to disperse even after a very long time. He felt like there was some sort of connection between these images, but he was unable to understand it no matter what. Sacred Hall, he shook his head. He had only lost an insignificant corpse. How could he have so many thoughts? Discarding all distracting thoughts, he revealed a sinister smile. Those intruders would soon die and become a part of his zombie army. He supported a stone coffin beside him. The stone coffin was engraved with runes that extended all the way to the ground and was locked down by heavy chains. With this treasure, no one could kill him, not even Zhuozhibua. Little An leaned on the side of the boat and gently stirred the water. She stealthily scooped up the skull prayer beads, but when she turned around, she saw Li Qingshan glaring at her. She stuck out her tongue. The skull prayer beads were not ordinary spiritual artifacts. It was more like a part of her body, so it could fly very far away and even look and listen in her place. Frankly speaking, she did not really like the smell of zombies. They were somewhat dry and somewhat similar to the specialty food of a certain place that she had taken her to eat some time ago, a kind of dry and hard pancake. However, the advantage was that it was easier to burn and not as noisy. Hao Pingyang suddenly said. Something is coming. The few of them looked forward. Zhang Lanqing patted the lantern, and the light merged into a beam like a searchlight, piercing through the darkness. Vaguely, something could be seen floating on the surface of the water. It was densely packed together, a field of white. It did not float down with the current, but rather floated on the water surface, as if waiting for the boat to arrive. Corpses! He Isher exclaimed. Those white things were floating corpses that had swollen from being soaked in the water. They looked like fat people floating on the water surface, covering the water surface. It was impossible to tell how many there were. Hao Pingyang said, "Don't let them get close." The few of them took out their 1,000-mechanism crossbows and fired fire crow bolts at the floating corpses. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the floating corpses exploded one after another. Li Qingshan pulled out the wind-entwining saber and infused it with true qi, wanting to unleash a wind blade. However, the wind-entwining saber did not react at all. He knocked on the blade and confirmed that it was completely broken. In his hands, an inferior-grade spirit artifact really couldn't withstand the torment. Although he could use true qi to achieve the same effect, it would consume too much true qi. The gains did not make up for the losses. Zhang Lanqing handed a 1,000-mechanism crossbow and a few boxes of fire crow bolts to Li Qingshan. "I'm going to steer the boat. You use it." "All right." Li Qingshan took the 1,000-mechanism crossbow and fired furiously at the water surface, blowing up 7 or 8 floating corpses. He had learned archery before, and his accuracy was better than Jin Yuan and Jin Bao's, earning him a few praises. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a gaze on him. He turned around and saw Little and looking at the 1,000-mechanism crossbow with anticipation, no longer looking at the oars. "Try it." Li Qingshan handed the 1,000-mechanism crossbow to her. Little unhappily took it. Hao Pingyang hurriedly stopped him. "Don't mess around." He complained that Li Qingshan did not know the gravity of the situation. How could he give such a dangerous weapon to a child? The 1,000-mechanism crossbow was extremely powerful. If Little An lost control and fired it recklessly on the boat, it would be terrible. He extended his hand towards the 1,000-mechanism crossbow in Little An's hand, but he missed. He was stunned. Looking back, all he saw was that Little An had already arrived at the bow of the boat, shooting at the floating corpses. Her aim was extremely good too, basically killing a floating corpse with each arrow. Li Qingshan patted Hao Pingyang's shoulder. "I said she can take care of herself. She can take care of you too." Hao Pingyang's eyes widened. This kid was so mysterious. Even the child beside him was so strange. With Little An taking action, the others put down the 1,000-mechanism crossbow to save some fire crow bolts. They watched her performance from the side and praised from time to time. "Nice one." Jin Bao smiled complacently. "Is this the zombie Taoist trying to use these little tricks against us? Looks like it's nothing special." However, before he had even finished speaking, he smelled a foul stench. The stench was so intense that it almost made him dizzy. Hao Pingyang said, "Hold your breaths. The stench is poisonous." The boat just happened to arrive where the floating corpses had exploded. Li Qingshan could clearly see that although the floating corpses had been destroyed and cleaned up, the gas within them had been released, turning into a heavy, faint green gas that filled the cavern. The further they advanced, the thicker the gas became. Even the lantern was unable to penetrate it. They all held their breaths in a hurry. As qi practitioners, they could circulate their true qi through their bodies, which could completely replace breathing. However, as the gas grew thicker, their eyes began to tear up. Even their skin felt like it was burning. Even without Hao Pingyang's reminder, they had already released their true qi to protect themselves instinctively. Just as everyone was busy fending off the gas and their vision blurred, undercurrents surged underwater. Li Qingshan was the first to sense it. "There's something underwater." Whoosh 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 whoosh. Waves surged, and cyan hands so rotten that their bones could be seen reached out from the water. They grabbed the oars and then the railings of the ship, climbing up the ship. Heads without eyes or noses were exposed, and they let out terrifying whimpers. Just as he Isher aimed his 1,000-mechanism crossbow at the railings of the boat, a gust of wind blew over from above. He raised his head in a panic and saw a dried corpse pass through the poisonous gas, lunging towards him from the pitch-black ceiling. There's one up there too, Hao Pingyang bellowed. He swung his yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light and sent a dried corpse flying. Li Qingshan raised his head. Withered corpses hung from the jagged stalagmites at the top of the cavern, lunging down one after another. On the two sides of the cavern were specks of green light. Corpses broke free from the restraints of the walls, opening their withered mouths and lunging towards the boat. The quiet cavern seemed to come alive in that instant, turning into a terrifying hell. Vicious corpses littered everywhere. He Isher and the others raised their 1,000-mechanism crossbows, but they didn't know where to aim. Although they had said that they wanted to wipe away their previous humiliation, battle awareness wasn't something that could be obtained just by saying it. It required countless battles, or a talent like Li Qingshan's. Clearly, they didn't have either of these things. Jin Bao pulled the trigger in a panic. He almost hit his companions, but he didn't hit a single zombie. The wind-entwining blade drew an arc of light in the air, decapitating 2 dried corpses. Li Qingshan said, "I'll deal with the ones above. You guys crouch down and focus on dealing with the ones underwater." They hurriedly crouched down. Needless to say, Hao Pingyang raised his cannon and sent the zombies leaping towards them flying. Before they could even stabilize themselves, shrill screams came from the bow of the boat, rapidly approaching. Chapter 174. The massive corpses slowly floating on the water suddenly spat out poisonous gas and shot out of the water with astonishing speed. They flew into the darkness of the boat. He Isher's mouth was agape, and the 1,000-mechanism crossbow in his hand drooped down. Terrifying corpses filled the space around him, making him feel like he was trapped in a terrifying hell. Even though they were the proud sons of heaven from the 100 schools of thought, it was clear what would happen to them if they were dragged into the water. Hao Pingyang roared as he swung the yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light at the floating corpses, but he was unable to send them flying. The corpses exploded, releasing large amounts of poisonous gas and spewing out dark green corpse fluid. With a sizzling sound, the fluid splashed onto the deck of the boat, causing white smoke to rise. It landed on Hao Pingyang's face. Although it was blocked by his jinqi, he still cut a sorry figure. Bang! 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 Corpses exploded on the boat one after another. A thick poisonous fog completely enveloped the boat, making it impossible to see beyond a foot. All one could hear were the moans of the corpses echoing through the cavern. Losing his vision, Jin Bao panicked. He shouted, "Brother! Brother!" It was as if he was the only one left in this terrifying hell. He roared and shot into the water, instinctively releasing his jinqi to block the attacks from all directions. The boat was too small, and the puppets could not move at all. Whoosh! 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 The fire crow bolts ran out in an instant, disappearing into the fog. Most of them shot into the water, exploding and kicking up even more ferocious waves. The boat seemed to be sailing in a stormy sea, but it just couldn't move a single step. Countless corpse hands held the boat firmly in place, climbing onto the side of the boat and dragging it into the water. Not good. The boat is sinking. Jin Bao shouted in panic. At this moment, an extremely withered corpse hand suddenly pierced through the fog and grabbed his hand. Ah! Jin Bao screamed and retreated, knocking into someone. Although the corpse hand was blown away with a burst of jinqi, his mind was not so easy to calm down. Holy Church in the thick fog. Jin Yuan heard his little brother scream and also shouted, "Jin Bao, what happened to you?" Jin Bao panted as he tried his best to lower his head. The yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light buzzed above his head, stirring up a gale that did nothing to disperse the mist. Instead, it grew thicker and thicker. "Oh no, my true qi is about to run out." He Isher's tone changed. He no longer had the heroic spirit he had before he set off. Amidst the poisonous gas, not only did he have to release his jinqi to protect every inch of his skin, he also had to slap away the attacks of the corpses from time to time. The other 4 were silent, and Zhao Lanqing was dumbstruck. Hao Pingyang wielded the yellow dragon's devouring cannon like a flaming wheel, repelling all the zombies that attempted to board the ship. Li Qingshan wove a web of blades with his wind-entwining blade, dicing up all the corpses that fell down from above. He felt extremely helpless over the performance of his teammates. Although the water corpses were terrifying, they were nowhere close to the zombies in the morgue. As long as they were prepared, even the masters of the Jianghu could deal with them. The zombie Taoist had successfully used the geographical advantage to unleash his full strength, dealing a mental blow to their minds and depleting their true qi. Even though he was not a strategist, he was a tactician. It was possible to imagine what the outcome would be if the submerged shadow sword were still around and they launched a sneak attack in the mist. Li Qingshan touched his talisman pouch, but then he smiled and pulled his hand back. He called out to Zhang Lanqing, "Prepare to set off." Zhang Lanqing returned to his senses. "What?" Little An was expressionless, but he moved as nimbly as a monkey. He snatched the 1000-mechanism crossbow from Jin Bao's hands, and with 2 clicks, he loaded a new box of fire crow bolts into it. He spread out his arms and the crossbow spat out bolts. He spun around and the fire crow bolts formed a circle, brushing past everyone's hands and feet, landing on the water corpses on the side of the ship with great precision. Boom! 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 A series of intense explosions sounded out, kicking up waves of air and water that knocked the ship off the surface of the water. Zhang Lanqing called out. He channeled all of his zhenqi into the ship, and a stream of air spurted out from the stern. It took off and charged out of the poisonous mist. All that was left behind were mangled corpses and outstretched hands. His vision cleared up, and He could not help but ravish with joy. He looked at the others and they were no different from him. Only Li Qingshan and Hao Pingyang remained calm. Screeching sounds rang out again. Giant floating corpses spat out poisonous gas as they crashed into the ship. At some point, Little An had already stood at the bow of the ship. Her clothes billowed in the wind, and her thick, wavy, seaweed-like hair was pulled behind her, brushing past Zhang Lanqing's face. He widened his eyes, and felt that this silent child emitted a dazzling light. Her expression did not change, and her 2 small white hands gripped the 2000 mechanism crossbows. She did not move at all in the violent turbulence. The floating corpses exploded in the air, and not a single one was able to get within 10 steps of the ship. Bang! The ship once again landed heavily in the water, sending up countless waves. It sailed forward at full speed, leaving the dangerous waters behind. Cheers rang out from the ship, and Hao Pingyang could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Li Qingshan placed his hand on Little An's shoulder, and smiled approvingly. Even he could not have done a better job while controlling his strength. In the end, it was still his own people who were more reliable. My Little An is not a pig-headed teammate like you guys. Little An's lips curled into a smile, and she blinked her eyes which twinkled like stars. Li Qingshan nodded slightly, and the skull prayer beads were thrown into the water once more. Hao Pingyang mumbled, "Is she still a child?" Even as a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, he did not have a better performance. Of course, his position was not that of an ordinary 6th-layer Qi practitioner. The explosive power of the Yellow Dragon's cannon of devouring light was enough to kill any 6th-layer Qi practitioner, and its killing range was extremely long. It was an even more frightening weapon than ordinary flying swords, but it was not suited for close combat. Li Qingshan shrugged. "Those behind you are the ones who are more like children." Before he could speak, Hao Pingyang's spittle flew everywhere as he cursed. "You bastards, and you still say you want to wash away your shame? Wash my ass, you can't even compare to a child. I think the 3 of us together will be much safer than with you guys." They looked at each other, and then lowered their heads, unable to say anything. Little An reluctantly returned the 1000 mechanism crossbow to Jin Bao, and handed the other to Zhang Lanqing. She felt that this trip was very interesting, more interesting than Jiaping City. At least shooting zombies was much more fun than stabbing ants. If Hao Pingyang and the others knew that their bitter battle was just an interesting shooting game to her, they would definitely be shocked. But compared to the dangers that Li Qingshan and the others had experienced, this was truly at the level of a game. There was no danger to speak of. Zhang Lanqing said, "I'll give it to you. I still have another one. This is a spare." Zhang Lanqing wanted to rub Little An's head, but Little An dodged. He did not feel embarrassed and smiled as he rubbed his own head. Jin Bao gritted his teeth. "I'll give you mine too." He was indebted to Li Qingshan and Little An for helping him twice, but he had no way to repay them. Seeing Zhang Lanqing's generosity, He could not bring himself to do this at his young age. Moreover, this thing in his hands was completely different from when it was in the child's hands. Now that little An held the 1000-mechanism crossbow, he felt more at ease than when he held it himself. His life seemed to be more secure. Then, the two of them very happily gave each of them 10 boxes of fire crow bolts. These were all things that could not be avoided on this trip. Rather than wasting them in their hands, it was better to give them to the child. Li Qingshan thanked Little An on his behalf. These 2000 mechanism crossbows were truly powerful weapons. An ordinary 3rd or 4th layer Qi practitioner could pose a threat to a Qi practitioner 2 or 3 layers above them. Moreover, it consumed very little true Qi. This kind of effect was not something an ordinary low-grade spirit weapon could compare to. It was worth at least a few hundred Qi gathering pills. Little An lowered his head and played with the 1000 mechanism crossbow. This crossbow's design was extremely intricate. Who knew how many parts it was made of? Although it was made of wood, it was as heavy as steel. In reality, Li Qingshan had still underestimated the value of these 2000 mechanism crossbows. These Mahas disciples had not even brought a single talisman with them. They had only brought a few puppets, a crossbow, and as many fire crow bolts as they could. This was a sign of their trust in these weapons. If they were sold outside, the price could easily exceed 1,000 Qi gathering pills. They were expensive because of the blood, sweat, and tears the disciples of Moism had poured into them. However, as the makers, the cost was not that high, which was why they were so generous. In the region of water they had just left, the skull prayer bead turned into a huge skull. It spat out flames and swept away all of the corpses, whether they could move or not. After eating their fill, they left just now. A while later, black figures caught up quickly. They were the Hawkwolf guards led by Zhuozhibua. They did not use a ship, using their own strength. Some were like apes, extending their arms and grabbing the rock pillars at the top of the cave before leaping forward. Others would step on the slippery walls and gently push off the ground when they ran out of strength, arriving on the other side of the wall. They advanced in a crisscrossing manner. They were no slower than the boats that traveled with the flow. Whether it be their reactions or their movement techniques, they were all first-rate. The most graceful of them all was Zhuozhibua. He did not use his legs, but he stood on the surface of the water like it was flat ground, advancing rapidly. Only at a closer glance would they discover that he was standing on the tip of his foot. At this moment they stopped to investigate. Xiananda said, "That's strange. I clearly heard the sounds of battle just now, so why aren't there any corpses? Whatever. Let's catch up to them and kill them all first. We don't have to worry about anyone escaping in this cave. Aren't we going to use them to kill the zombie Taoist? I don't think they'll be able to reach the zombie Taoist's nest." Zhuozhibua pondered silently for a while before suddenly swinging his hand forward, making a gesture to kill. The cave constantly twisted and turned. In such a terrain, Hao Pingyang's cannons were unable to unleash their full power, so there was nothing to fear. Chapter 175. Li Qingshan and the others were indeed facing this problem. The boat was anchored on the water. The cavern before them was no longer a single path. Instead, it had split into 3. Every single path seemed similar, pitch black and deep. Who knew where they led to? Splitting up was obviously impossible. Who knew how many more forks there would be if they ventured deeper? They would definitely outnumber them. What do we do? Li Qingshan gained a better understanding of why the Hawkwolf Guard had failed to finish off the zombie Taoist. He even doubted whether he could do it. The most difficult part was not fighting but searching. Hao Pingyang smiled complacently. Would I have come down here if I wasn't prepared? I knew these guys were unreliable, so I considered the worst-case scenario. As he said that, he fished out a wooden sphere that resembled a rugby ball from his 100 treasures pouch. Afterwards he turned the mechanism at the top, and with a series of creaks many tiny holes appeared on the sphere. It was like a beehive. With a buzz, a swarm of tiny insects flew out of the beehive, but they were not bees. Instead they glowed like fireflies. Little An's eyes lit up again. He extended his hand and grabbed one, only to discover that it was not a real insect. Instead, it was an extremely intricate mechanical insect. There was a green gem on its tail, and every single one of them seemed like a fine piece of art. Li Qingshan asked, "What are these?" Hao Pingyang said, "You'll know once you see." Under his control, the swarm of insects split into 3 groups and flew into the 3 caverns. Hao Pingyang then turned the top of the beehive, and the tip shone with green light, forming a ball in the air. There was a huge speck of light and countless smaller specks of light in the ball of light. The tiny specks of light split into 3 groups, all starting with the huge speck of light. They left behind 3 twisting paths in the ball of light. At a closer glance, they were 3 caverns of different shapes. They actually formed a 3-dimensional map in the ball of light. Li Qingshan immediately understood their use. He praised the wonders of Maha's techniques once again. Afterwards, the specks of light began to split up, leaving behind even more paths and creating an even more detailed map. Hao Pingyang said, "I found it in the storehouse. It's a puppet specially used for searching and drawing. Everyone, rest up and catch your breath. Once we find the zombie Taoist's nest, we'll set off." Senior brother is wise indeed, Jinbao praised. Everyone sat down, took some pills and harmonized their auras. Hao Pingyang, on the other hand, focused on controlling the puppet insects. After a while, a mechanical insect probed out of a cave that had traces of human carvings. Then, the mechanical insect was destroyed by something and lost all sense of it. Annoying bugs. A withered hand crushed the insect. The zombie Taoist rubbed the stone coffin beside him like he was touching the face of his lover. "Don't fret. There'll be fresh blood very soon. It'll all be the blood of Qi practitioners." Li Qingshan pointed at the ball of light. "Looks like it's here." Zhang Lanqing and the others also revealed excited expressions. The goal of this trip was right in front of them. Hao Pingyang said, "Once we summon the mechanical insects back, we'll set off." When the last mechanical bug returned to the beehive-like wooden sphere, Hao Pingyang got up. He was just about to give the order to set out, but he suddenly frowned and looked towards the cave behind him. Li Qingshan said, "Looks like I can only send you here." At the end of the day, he still had to deal with his own matters. After clashing with Zhuojibo twice, he could not do it a 3rd time. It was time to put an end to it. Zhang Lanqing said, "What?" Afterwards, he sensed the powerful aura from the cave, as well as the sharp killing intent. His heart skipped a beat. He Isher and the other 2 sensed the determination to kill, and their expressions changed as well. They could not help but look at Li Qingshan. Although they had spent most of their time studying the arts of engineering in the 100 schools of thought, they were not naive youths. They knew very well what it meant to be caught in the crossfire. If the Black Hawk commander had truly made up his mind to attack, he probably would not care about them at all. Instead, he would try to silence them. Hao Pingyang immediately said, "Let's set off right now." Lanqing set sail. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. "No, the ship won't be able to shake them off with its speed. This has nothing to do with you in the first place. Go first. Once I shake them off, I'll catch up and rendezvous with you very soon." Qingshan's right. A single person is still a little smaller. The cave is so complicated, so we might not be able to find him. If we flee together, we might be pincered from both sides. Senior brother, hurry up and make up your mind. He Isher could not help but say. He did not want to become enemies with the Black Wolf commander over a kid he had just met. Not only would there be no benefits, but it would even lead to life-threatening danger. The zombie Taoist had lost the submerged shadow sword, and his ambush had been destroyed. He was extremely weak now. Even without Li Qingshan, they were confident they could take him down. As for the even darker thought in his head, he did not even bother to think about it carefully. If Li Qingshan was gone, then there was no need to split the 30%. Hao Pingyang said, "Then let's fight." However, apart from Zhang Lanqing, who stood up nervously, no one else responded. The aura grew closer and closer. Jinbao said, "Qingshan, you can leave Little An here for now. We'll take good care of her." Little An wielded 2,000 mechanism crossbows. She was extremely powerful, and she did not need to split the loot either. Of course, he would never admit he had such thoughts. "How can you do this? Didn't we say we were in the same boat?" "If it weren't for Qingshan, we would have died in the morgue," Zhang Lanqing could not help but say. Zhang Lanqing could not help but ask. Li Qingshan was his savior, so how could he be ungrateful? He Isher grumbled, "My life has never been saved." He was a noble disciple of the Mahist school. He would definitely accomplish great things in the future, so how could he risk his life? You. Zhang Lanqing pointed at He Yishe, speechless. No matter how he looked at it, He Yishe and the others would be doomed if Li Qingshan killed him. Jin Yuan lowered his head and grumbled slightly. Senior brother Zhang, you're a fifth-layer qi practitioner. We're not that powerful. Even if we stay, we'll just be more of a hindrance. You're strong, so of course you're confident. We're weak, so it'll be very easy for us to be killed. You three idiots. Hao Pingyang was extremely disappointed in his three junior brothers. Not only was their actions unjust, but they were also brainless. After the Hawkwolf Guard killed Li Qingshan, wouldn't they hunt them down and silence them? If they did not combine all their strength for battle right now, instead hoping for a moment of peace and comfort, they would be as foolish as they could be. He raised his hand high into the air. This was no longer a joke between his junior brothers. Instead, it was a heavy hand that resented them for failing to live up to his expectations. He wanted to beat them to their senses, but Li Qingshan grabbed him. The hearts of people were not exactly dark, nor were they exactly bright. Calculations of benefits would always exist in everyone's hearts. It was just that everyone's choices were different. In the face of true life-threatening danger, just how many people would be willing to go through thick and thin with you? Although Li Qingshan felt cold, he still smiled. They're right. There's nothing you can do to help me. You've witnessed my abilities as a body practitioner. It's easier for me to flee alone. However, Little N has to stay by my side. With that, before Hao Pingyang could persuade him any further, Li Qingshan leapt backwards gently with Little and, leaping off the boat, he said, "Be careful. We'll meet again." He turned around and vanished into the black cavern. Zhang Lanqing was still in a daze. He Yishe rushed over and controlled the boat, heading towards the cavern on the other side, the zombie Taoist's lair. They parted ways just like that. Actually, Li Qingshan was not particularly optimistic about their chances. Although he had never met the zombie Taoist before, he knew just how cautious and crafty his enemy was from the two clashes he had with him. If he did not have absolute confidence in victory, he would definitely vanish into the web-like caverns. If he was willing to stay behind, it would be quite a terrifying matter. Only people with hidden strength like Li Qingshan could ignore this danger. He had already witnessed the battle prowess of the disciples of Moism along the way. Of course, he would not take pleasure in their misfortune and hope that they would die. He was not that narrow-minded, and Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing were very loyal too. He wished them a safe journey from the bottom of his heart. However, he was not a nanny, nor was he the Virgin Mary. He believed he had a clear conscience and had done everything he could. As for the rest, he would leave it to fate and the hearts of people to decide. Zhuozhibwa hurried over with a group of black wolf guards. He sensed the two presences in the two caverns. Li Qingshan did not hide his presence. Gujian asked, "Commander, which way do we go first?" Zhuozhibwa said, "Let's kill Li Qingshan first. We can deal with the disciples of Moism later." This was his main objective for coming here in the first place. As the presences drew closer, Li Qingshan smiled. He used the power of the spirit turtle's Niden to control water to walk on the water and charge forward. The caverns rapidly receded before him, sometimes descending and sometimes turning. It was like there was no end to it. He constantly came across new forks and chose new paths without any hesitation. Suddenly, the sound of surging water rang out from up ahead. Li Qingshan seemed to return to the days when he cultivated under the waterfall in the mountains. This was the sound he heard every day. The sound grew louder and louder, becoming deafening. His vision cleared up. The surging river water suddenly dropped down without any prior signs, forming an underground waterfall. Li Qingshan leapt down over 30 meters and landed on a platform in the water. He looked around and all he saw was emptiness. It was a huge underground cavern, half the size of a football field. It was enough for him to demonify freely and stretch out his limbs. This was not a coincidence. Instead, he had chosen the battlefield along the path that the mechanical insects had discovered. It was also the graveyard of the Hawkwolf guards. From the outside, it seemed even more perfect than the map that the mechanical insects had discovered. He sucked in a deep breath and gestured towards Little N with a glance. little and immediately vanished into the water. Without waiting for too long, the murderousness rushed into the cavern very soon. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw Zhuozhibua and a group of black wolf guards leap down from the waterfall, landing before Li Qingshan. Afterwards they quickly dispersed, surrounding Li Qingshan. Zhuozhibua said coldly, "I've finally caught you." Chapter 176. In the gloomy depths of the earth, the sound of a waterfall rang out endlessly. The underground river surged down, gathering into an underground lake in the large cavern. A small island protruded from the center of the lake. Swoosh! Zhuozhibua and the 7 black wolf guards surrounded Li Qingshan in the center of the island. Every single one of them sneered. Gujian said, "Don't tell me this kid has lost his mind from fright. Don't waste your breath on him. Hurry up and kill him." A black wolf guard said impatiently. Xiananda said, "Yeah, Commander. We still have to chase after those Mahis disciples. I have my plans." Zhuozhibua seemed to enjoy this feeling very much. He raised his hand to signal the black wolf guards to quiet down. He said to Li Qingshan, "Do you regret becoming enemies with me now? If you had come to Jiaping and behaved a little more politely, I wouldn't have to kill you, right? If you're willing to kneel and beg me right now, I might spare you." The absolute mental advantage he felt when he faced weaker enemies always made him feel very comfortable. Li Qingshan lowered his head and looked at the insignia on his black wolf uniform. The insignia on this is a wolf, not a dog. Seeing how the 7 black wolf guards were furious, he raised his hand. "Don't be angry. There's nothing wrong with being a powerful person's dog, but I just don't like it." A cold glint flashed across Zhuozhibua's eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, the sharp knife was once again held in his palm. "Before I kill you, I have a few things to ask you. If you are willing to answer honestly, I will let you die a little more painlessly. Don't worry. You don't need to say anything. I'll give you a painless death." Li Qingshan interrupted with a vicious smile. The fangs in his mouth seemed particularly long. Zhuozhibua suddenly felt a powerful, terrifying demon qi erupt from Li Qingshan, kicking up a whistling gale in the cavern. The black wolf guards raised their hands in fright as they stared at Li Qingshan in disbelief. Li Qingshan tore off his black wolf robe, revealing his sturdy chest. His bronze-colored skin gradually darkened, and there was a hint of steel luster. His eyes lit up with 2 red lights, and his black hair turned scarlet, draping over his shoulders. It continued to grow downwards 3 feet, 5 feet, 7 feet. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch the ground. His aura also continued to rise until it reached the peak. Li Qingshan looked down and said to himself, "It seems to have grown taller again." The medicinal pills he had eaten these days were not in vain. His height was about 27 feet, and he was about to break through the 3-foot mark. Standing there, he was much taller than a 2-story building. His body seemed to be cast from black iron, and he exuded an immovable might like a mountain. Zhuozhibua's eyes widened. He said in disbelief, "You're a demon. That's impossible." Li Qingshan had only joined the Hawkwolf Guard after being examined by Wang Puxi and Gu Yenying. With their cultivation, how could they not discover Li Qingshan's true body? However, he suddenly remembered that the important figure of the Rui Commandery possessed the bloodline of demons in the first place. However, because her bloodline was just too sacred in Great Xia, even more noble than many of the royal clans, many people often forgot about this. Was this part of her scheme? From a certain perspective, his guess was not wrong, but it was not some scheme. Instead, it was just a misunderstanding. He sighed for a moment, but it was all a sudden. If Gu Yenying wanted to set up some scheme, even the current Li Qingshan did not have the right to be a part of it. "Commander, what do we do?" Gu Jian said in a panic. He could clearly sense that Li Qingshan only needed to extend his hand right now, and he could crush him to death. When he thought about how he had always provoked something as terrifying as this, he felt a lingering fear. "I understand now. That's how you killed Zhao Liangqing and Qian Yannian." As Zhuozhibua said that, he had already stabilized his mind. Li Qingshan was not the demon general he originally believed him to be. Although he could assume a human form, he was only a 6th or 7th layer Qi practitioner. He was not completely invincible. Li Qingshan suddenly understood why the great antagonists in stories would always spout nonsense, including Zhuozhibua from earlier. It was because the feeling of power that came from grasping the situation in one's hands was just too great. It was easy for him to think clearly. However, with so many counterexamples before him, he still had to hold back his emotions. He said with a deep metallic voice, "You've guessed correctly." He raised his left foot, or perhaps his left hoof, in a seemingly unintentional manner before stomping down with great force. The sacred hall, his innate ability, the ox demon tramples. Jump! Zhuozhibua was the first to sense that something was amiss. He leapt into the air. Most of the other Black Wolf guards were veterans of the Jianghu, so their reactions were not slow either. True qi surged from their feet, and they all shot into the air like rockets. Only a third-layer qi practitioner Black Wolf guard reacted a little slower. Just when he wanted to leap up, the shockwave had already reached his feet and spread through his entire body. Several hundred of his bones immediately shattered, and his skin became riddled with cracks. He exploded with a bang. Zhuozhibua and the other Black Wolf guards looked down in fright, but they were not looking at the dead Black Wolf guard. Instead, they looked at the entire island. With a great rumble, the island shattered, cut into countless pieces by countless cracks. At the center was the bottom of Li Qingshan's right foot. The lake water surged violently, swallowing the rock and soil. Li Qingshan crushed the island with a single stomp, sinking it. It formed several hundred vortexes of various sizes. Li Qingshan stood on the waves, gazing up between the vortexes with his scarlet-red eyes. Zhuozhibua gripped his dagger firmly. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was not something a regular demon possessed. If he was no different from regular demons, why would Li Qingshan need to practice the ox demon's fist of great strength? With his recent days of cultivation, he was close to breaking through to the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength. He could feel his strength grow by leaps and bounds again. Although the ability became more difficult to practice and required more and more resources, the power it brought was greater and greater. Little and hid at the bottom of the surging water. Her lips curled into a smile, but she was in no hurry to strike, as she could sense that Li Qingshan was currently in high spirits. He needed some release. Li Qingshan said with some pity, "This move doesn't seem to be very useful. Let's try this move." He sucked in a deep breath and roared at the sky. The tiger demon slaughter's howl. The sound waves shook up the surroundings. The wind swept through the air like blades. It was countless times more powerful than the wind blades from the wind-entwining blade. Zhuozhibua's expression changed. Oh no! Before the wind had arrived, the sound had arrived. The two Black Wolf guards at the very front clutched their heads in pain. Their true qi had basically dispersed and they were about to fall out of the air. However, in the next moment, they were reduced to a bloody mist by the gust of wind that followed closely behind, scattering through the air. The howl echoed through the cavern for quite some time. The other Black Wolf guards barely managed to return to their senses from the shock of the sound waves. When they saw this, their hearts completely sank. The enemy in front of them was not something that any of the enemies they had encountered in the past could compare to. As long as they were struck by it, they would be smashed into pieces and consigned to eternal damnation. It was impossible for them to even think about getting injured and escaping. Li Qingshan said, "That's not a bad move. It should be described as a good combo." The enemy had been forced into the air by the ox demon tramples. Even qi practitioners would be unable to move, so they could not dodge the tiger demon's slaughter of the tiger demon's howl. Li Qingshan was killing his subordinates wantonly in an almost experimental manner. Zhuozhibua was both surprised and furious, and he even felt a sliver of fear. He had never thought that a hunt he had been so confident in would actually reverse the roles of the hunter and the prey. It had become a one-sided slaughter by Li Qingshan. This kid is even more dangerous than the zombie Taoist. If I don't find a way to turn the situation around, even I'll be in danger today. Zhuozhibua quickly chanted an incantation. He separated his hands and pulled out a ball of fire. The flame surged into a scorching dragon of fire, illuminating the entire cavern as it let out a long roar. It lunged towards Li Qingshan with its claws and fangs. He had already used his full strength in this strike. It could not be compared to when he was in the Hawkwolf Guard. Even if he could not heavily injure Li Qingshan, He had to turn the situation around and gain the upper hand. Li Qingshan completely ignored the incoming flames. He extended his claws and grabbed the dragon's neck. The dragon's roar came to a halt. Zhuozhibo was not surprised. Instead, he rejoiced. He practiced the Bing fire method of qi of the 5 elements. It could ignite his true qi and turn it into scorching flames. All fire techniques seemed to be assisted by a god of fire. This was true qi that was extremely suited for battle. Its destructive power was only second to the gunmetal method of sharpness, and its destructive power over a large area might even surpass it. The temperature of the flames could even melt steel in an instant. Since he was bold enough to grab it with his bare hands, he'd better leave a hand behind. However, his smile immediately froze. Under Zhuozhibo's control, the fire dragon struggled desperately in Li Qingshan's hand. The flames on its body grew more and more intense, almost to the point where it shone with a golden luster. However, it was still firmly trapped under Li Qingshan's hand. Red light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. He closed his hand forcefully, and the fire dragon turned into countless shattered sparks, drifting through the air. The same move is useless against me. However, it did not even leave behind a burn mark on his hand. The 5 elements reinforced and countered each other. His demon qi was of the water element, so it just happened to suppress fire. The demon qi of demons completely surpassed the true qi of humans in terms of quantity, so extinguishing Zhuozhibo's flames was nothing difficult. The 4 remaining Black Wolf Guards used this opportunity to launch their full-powered attacks. They knew they were facing death, so every single one of them used their full strength. Low-grade or even mid-grade talismans turned into flames, wind blades, and lightning as they shot towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Spirit Turtle's profound shell." A faint blue barrier of light protected him. Not a single attack managed to penetrate the Spirit Turtle's profound shell and reach him. All of the Black Wolf Guards despaired. How were they supposed to defeat an enemy that they could not even touch? Zhuozhibo was filled with regret. He did not have any irreconcilable grievances with Li Qingshan. If he had known this earlier, why would he have turned against him in a moment of anger? Gu Jian called out, "Commander, let's retreat. The turtle shell is quite effective, but I wonder if it can block the assassination of a mid-grade spiritual artifact." Li Qingshan muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked at Zhuozhibo, waiting to continue experimenting with his moves. However, Zhuozhibo ordered firmly, "Retreat." Chapter 177. As a matter of fact, Zhuozhibo was not even bold enough to try using his flying blade. The range of his artifact was 30 steps. To regular people, that was quite a distance. However, with Li Qingshan's terrifying physique, he only needed to take a step and extend his hand to reach him easily. Swoosh! Zhuozhibo had not lost his mind when facing an enemy like that in close combat. He would probably die to Li Qingshan before his flying blade could pierce through the barrier around Li Qingshan. He could not die here. As long as he returned and exposed Li Qingshan's true face, powerful masters of the Hawkwolf Guard would come to deal with him. How could the Hawkwolf Guard allow demons to mix with them? As Gu Jian fled out of the cave, he looked back and discovered in fright that Li Qingshan had vanished from where he was. The colossal figure had instantly appeared before him with unbelievable, terrifying speed. Before he could even respond, he felt his body tighten and ache, and he lost consciousness. Li Qingshan grabbed Gu Jian and casually tossed him towards another Black Wolf Guard. The Black Wolf Guard cried out in surprise. The wind whistled past his ears and he suddenly looked back. All he saw was Gu Jian's bleeding face inches away. With a bang, the two of them collided into the wall together and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. They slowly slid down and were no longer separated. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and spat out. The Spirit Turtle's demon core shot out, piercing the other 4th layer Black Wolf Guard and reducing him to a corpse. In the blink of an eye, only Zhuozhibo and Xiananda remained. The unstoppable Hawkwolf Guard had basically been wiped out. While all of this seemed to take a long time to describe, it actually happened without the slightest hesitation. Zhuozhibo fled the fastest. He had already arrived at the entrance of the waterfall, while Xiananda treaded on the water as well. When he reached the end of the waterfall, he suddenly saw the demon core turn around in the air and fly towards him. He cried out, "Save me, Commander!" Zhuozhibua would never stop. Xiananda bellowed out and unleashed his full strength. The true qi he had cultivated for all these years surged towards the incoming demon core like the tide. However, before an absolute difference in strength, any resistance was pointless. The demon core only paused slightly before suddenly accelerating, piercing Xiananda's head and leaving behind a tiny hole. Holy Church, whether it was a 5th-layer qi practitioner or a 4th-layer qi practitioner, it was no different from killing a regular person to Li Qingshan. Zhuozhibua didn't care about what was happening behind him and rushed straight to the entrance of the cave. Although the cave wasn't small, it couldn't accommodate Li Qingshan's huge body. As long as he entered it, he would be able to escape. Suddenly he was alarmed. He forcefully twisted his body in mid-air. A white prayer bead flew out of the waterfall and brushed past him. With lightning speed it brushed past his chest and tore off a piece of flesh. "You are." Zhuozhibua saw the child that Li Qingshan always brought with him, blocking the entrance of the cave with an expressionless face, standing on the silent flames. Although he did not release any aura, the sense of danger he exuded was not inferior to Li Qingshan's. Moreover, he could control an artifact. This child was actually an expert above the 6th layer, but how could he be so young? Zhuozhibua was left dumbfounded. Li Qingshan called back the demon core. Just as he was about to fall down, he used his demon qi with a thought, and a pillar of water rose up from the underground lake. It lifted up Li Qingshan and went straight for Zhuozhibua. There was a wolf ahead and a tiger behind, and each one was more terrifying than the last. Within the suffocating killing intent, Zhuozhibua's heart almost stopped beating. At that moment he was filled with regret. He did not have any irresolvable conflicts with Li Qingshan. If he had ignored Li Qingshan in the beginning, he would still be the authoritative Black Hawk commander of Jiaping City. He would have all the women he wanted and he would never end up like this. However, it was already too late for regret. In this moment of life and death, Zhuozhibua's eyes reddened. He raised his right hand, and a flying dagger shot towards little Anne. If she was willing to move aside, then so be it. If she was unwilling, then he would drag her down with him even if he had to die with her. As expected, little Anne did not move aside. Forming a seal with her hand, the skull prayer beads also flew towards Zhuozhibua. Li Qingshan called out, "Little Anne." He watched helplessly as the flying dagger pierced little Anne's chest. At the same time, the skull prayer beads struck Zhuozhibua's body, but they were blocked by a layer of protective true qi. They failed to pierce through Zhuozhibua in a single stroke, but they still sent him flying towards the waterfall. Li Qingshan's huge tiger claw carried a strong gust of wind as it clawed towards Zhuozhibua. Zhuozhibua's body lost balance, and his true qi was injured, so how could he avoid this claw? Li Qingshan immediately used all his strength, and with his unparalleled divine strength and enormous demonic aura, he crushed the layer of protective true qi on Zhuozhibua's body. Then he did not stop. With the sound of bones breaking, Zhuozhibua violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Most of the bones in his body were broken, and he could no longer use any tricks. Li Qingshan rushed in front of little Anne. "Are you all right?" Zhuozhibua knew that he was going to die after being held in Li Qingshan's palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed wildly. "He was hit by my spiritual flame saber. He's definitely going to die." Little Anne shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Li Qingshan was still worried. As if he was picking up a doll, he picked up the little girl in his palm and examined her. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she was completely unharmed. There was only a small hole in her clothes. How is this possible? Zhuozhibua's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if he was a qi trainer, he would definitely die if his vital organs such as his heart and head were pierced. The outer layer of little Anne's flesh and blood, including her vital organs and heart, were all condensed. It was the appearance of her skin. Her real body was a skeleton. Even if her physical body was completely destroyed, she was still alive and kicking. Something like the heart could be repaired after being pierced. It wouldn't take much effort for her to do so. That was why Xiaoan didn't dodge. Instead, she took Zhuozhibua's attack head-on. Zhuozhibua suffered a great loss because of the information asymmetry. If he had not been so cruel, He might have been able to jump between the gaps of Li Qingshan's fingers for a while. Li Qingshan raised Zhuozhibua in front of his eyes. "You are much weaker than I thought." Zhuozhibua said, "Don't kill me. I can give you great benefits." At the same time, he focused all his attention on the spirit flame saber, looking for an opportunity to give Li Qingshan a fatal blow. "Keep it for yourself." Li Qingshan tightened his grip. He did not listen to Zhuozhibua's nonsense and crushed him to death. The best way not to be bewitched by the enemy was to not give them a chance to speak. The spirit flame saber fell into the water silently. Zhuozhibua had seen Li Qingshan's true form, so Li Qingshan would never allow him to continue living in this world. Right now, the only benefits he needed were pills, large quantities of pills. As long as his cultivation increased, there would be benefits everywhere. The Soaring Dragon Elder's Sumeru ring was in his possession. Even if Zhuozhibua took out all of his wealth, it probably would not be as valuable as a single item in there. Li Qingshan found 100 treasures pouch from the bloody mess. He called out, "Little Anne, clear the area." Flames immediately surged over and took away Zhuozhibua's corpse. They did not even leave behind a single droplet of blood. Afterwards, they dispersed and devoured the corpses of all the Black Wolf guards, reducing them to the purest energy. Whether it was their bones or flesh, the quality of Qi practitioners far surpassed that of regular people. They were rare delicacies. The color of the skull prayer beads became even purer. Afterwards, he returned with 700 treasures pouches and 7 low-grade spiritual artifacts. Li Qingshan picked up the spirit flame saber that had fallen into the water. It was a true mid-grade spiritual artifact, so it went without saying that it was worth quite a lot. However, before he could even check it, he suddenly sensed something. "Someone's coming." Little Anne nodded, expressing that he had sensed it too. Although the person concealed his aura as much as possible, slivers of it still leaked out, unable to fool the senses of the two of them. The person was actually a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. Li Qingshan said to Little Anne, "Let's hide and see who it is." He used the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression, and the spirit turtle's demon core sank into his dantian. He turned back to normal, concealing all of his aura, and dove into the depths of the pitch-black lake with Little Anne. Before long, a figure arrived at the entrance of the cave. He scanned the cavern silently like a cat. The dark underground greatly affected his vision, so he could not see into the water at all. However, Li Qingshan saw him clearly. The person also wore a black uniform of the Hawkwolf Guard, but the patterns on his clothes were different from regular Black Wolf Guards. Li Qingshan immediately realized that this person was the Black Wolf commander he had never met before. He had no idea how he had ended up here. The newcomer was Lao Shishan. He had followed Zhuozhibua all the way here, waiting for a chance to take revenge. However, when he followed Zhuozhibua to the first fork, he almost couldn't tell which direction Zhuozhibua had gone. Only by relying on his sense of quantity did he choose the correct direction. He had only just reached the 6th layer, so he was still rather unable to control his true qi. As a result, Li Qingshan discovered him easily. Lao Shishan widened his eyes and patrolled the cavern extremely carefully. The demon qi he had sensed earlier was no joke. If he really did run into such a powerful demon, it would be extremely dangerous. The auras of the qi practitioners earlier vanished one by one, as it seemed they were probably done for. He did not want to follow in their footsteps. However, after sensing for quite a while, he found nothing in the end. The demon qi seemed to have vanished into thin air. The spirit turtle's method of qi suppression was so effective that even a 9th-layer qi practitioner like Grandmushiman could not sense it, let alone a 6th-layer qi practitioner like him who had just grasped the basics. Don't tell me Zhuozhibua is dead. Lao Shishan thought of this, but his emotions were very complicated. He was happy but also regretful. He had endured hardships for several years, and just as he was about to take revenge on his old enemy had died in the hands of some inexplicable demon. However, he was still more happy at the end of the day. He also decided not to take any risks, silently retreating along the same path he had come from. Li Qingshan and Little Anne burst out of the water and sat on the beach to rest. Let's see what we've found. Suddenly, he thought, I wonder how Pingyang and the others are doing. I wonder if they've found the zombie Taoist's dwelling. Hopefully they're fine. Fresh blood continuously flowed from Jin Bao's body. He died with his eyes wide open and fear of death was frozen on his face. However, he was unable to stop the arrival of death. From his chest to his lower abdomen, his abdomen was cut open with a heavy technique. He died an extremely tragic death. Chapter 178. Chapter 76. Iron Plate Corpse. The small boat drifted with the waves. It fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere was rather cold. Hao Pingyang's face was completely sunken. He sat at the front of the boat, gazing into the depths of the cavern. The waves he kicked up landed on him. Zhang Lanqing furrowed his brows firmly. All he cared about was steering the boat with his head lowered. Jin Yuan and Jin Bao both felt rather awkward and ashamed. They said nothing. He Isher suddenly said, "How many years have we known each other? We've only known Li Qingshan for less than a day, yet you're turning us against each other for the sake of an outsider?" They had all attended the 100 schools of thought when they were young, and they were in the same year. Although there were differences in strength due to their different talents and efforts, it did not affect their relationship. Or in other words, Hao Pingyang did not look down on them because they were weaker than him. Instead, he took great care of them. Jin Yuan said, "Isher is right. Senior brother Hao, don't be angry. Qingshan will be fine. Our priority right now is to work together to deal with the zombie Taoist and complete the mission Master gave us." After a moment of silence, Hao Pingyang sighed heavily. He nodded slightly and said, "Make your preparations. This time you won't have that kid to look after you." Jin Bao said confidently, "Don't worry. We'll definitely perform well this time." These images flashed through Jin Yuan's head rapidly, but they had lost their original color. They became pale white, only leaving behind Jin Bao's deathly still face. Tears constantly flowed down his face. He glanced at his younger brother one last time, but he dared not stop. He was like a headless fly, running around randomly in the pitch-black cavern. The heavy beast-like breathing behind him grew closer and closer. A boulder suddenly blocked his path. He could no longer advance. He had actually reached a dead end unknowingly. How did this happen? If he had stayed behind and faced the enemy with Li Qingshan, would the outcome have been different? Yes, it would definitely have been different. Even a Black Hawk commander could not be more terrifying than this monster. Bang! Jin Yuan turned his head abruptly and saw a human head flying out of the darkness. It bounced a few times on the ground and landed beside his feet. It was the head of a puppet that he had released to block the monster. It had been smashed into pieces in a single exchange. A tall figure walked out of the darkness in front of him. His feet seemed to be wearing iron boots, clanking as he stepped on the ground. His eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light, and four long fangs protruded from his lips. He was panting like a hungry beast. "Oh!" Gold Ingot howled as he fired a string of fire crow bolts from his 1000-mechanism crossbow. Clang, 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 clang. When they landed on the black shadow, sparks flew everywhere. The sharp fire crow arrows were actually unable to penetrate the monster's skin, and the series of flame explosions were also unable to harm it in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to be completely enraged as it let out a roar. In the light of the fire, the monster's body was covered with a layer of iron armor. It wasn't worn on his body, but was tightly attached to his body, covering his entire body. Every inch of his skin, even his face, was covered with half of an iron mask, making him look extremely cold and ferocious. Don't come over. Senior apprentice brother, save me." The monster leaped up and pounced at Gold Ingot like a bolt of lightning. A sharp claw stabbed into Gold Ingot's chest and lifted him into the air. Then it bit down on his neck and sucked large mouthfuls of blood. Gold Ingot struggled with all his might, constantly hammering the monster's body, but it was to no avail. His arms and legs gradually lost strength, and after twitching a few times, he fell to the ground. His last thought flashed through his mind. If I didn't run away, I could at least have died with Senior Apprentice Brother and the others. Senior Apprentice Brother, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a hurried bell rang out from the depths of the cave. The monster suddenly raised its head and carried Gold Ingot's corpse. It let out an unwilling roar and ran in the direction of the bell. The monster carried the two corpses to a wide cave, then lay down on Gold Ingot's neck and sucked his blood. The stone coffin was no longer on the platform in the cave. The thick chains that had originally locked the stone coffin were now tightly binding Hao Pingyang. To no surprise, He Yishur and Zhang Lanqing stood beside him. Their limbs were tied up as well. They were haggard and on the brink of death. Hao Pingyang became utterly furious when he saw Jin Yuan and Jin Bao's miserable deaths. He called out, "Jin Yuan, Jin Bao." The chains rattled wildly. Zhang Lanqing and He Yishur were devastated as well. The zombie Taoist laughed madly. "You want to deal with me with just a bunch of trash? Have you witnessed the power of an iron plate corpse?" He had spent all these years hiding underground and studying corpse refinement painstakingly, but he had not only refined a bunch of useless corpses and zombies. These things could only be regarded as rudimentary items in the path of corpse refinement. They could be used to bully the weak, but they were basically useless against powerful chi practitioners who were skilled in battle. Only by refining an iron plate corpse could he claim to know how to refine corpses. The zombie Taoist said, "Do you know just how much effort I spent to refine this iron plate corpse?" Hao Pingyang and the other two cursed aloud. The zombie Taoist said to himself, "I spent several years digging up graves and corpses everywhere. Who knows how many people I killed, but I only found 12 suitable corpses out of over 1,000. Afterwards, I refined a lot of refined metal into molten iron, and poured it over these corpses layer by layer, dissolving and replacing their original flesh and blood. Just this process took me another 3 years and I lost over half of the corpses. Afterwards, I constantly watered them with fresh blood and refined them with corpse refinement. Only then did the corpses gain intelligence and come alive. This took me another 3 years, but only this one succeeded in the end. The owner of this corpse was a top expert who practiced external martial arts. I poured molten iron on him and used true chi elixirs to keep him alive. I didn't let him die until he had accumulated enough resentment and hatred before I started to refine him. Sure enough, this is the only one that was successful. I really can't be merciful." He sure shuddered all over. Having scorching molten iron poured over him was a terrifying form of torture. The zombie Taoist's words chilled his heart even more. The zombie Taoist laughed madly. Although it took a decade of hard work, it was worth it. It was worth it. The iron plate corpse was impervious to weapons and moved like the wind. Its body was as tough as a spiritual artifact. Even 6th-layer chi practitioners could only avoid it if they encountered it. When Hao Pingyang barged into the dwelling with his junior brothers, the zombie Taoist, who had been prepared long ago, released the iron plate corpse. The zombie Taoist had been prepared long ago. He released the iron plate corpse and the outcome was as clear as day. They were basically surrounded by 2 6th-layer chi practitioners, and they had the assistance of a group of zombies. They were heavily injured very soon. Jin Bao took advantage of Hao Pingyang clashing with the zombie Taoist, and the iron plate corpse attacking the others to flee. Jin Yuan immediately followed him, but the iron plate corpse still caught up to him in the end, and he died a violent death. The zombie Taoist vented the depression he had accumulated for many years. He calmed down and said sinisterly, "Do you know why I'm telling you all this? That's because I want to refine you into iron plate corpses as well. With the experience from last time, it'll definitely be very easy this time." This was the terror of refining corpses. As long as he had the time, he could become an army all by himself. Hao Pingyang continued to curse loudly. All of the blood immediately drained from Zhang Lanqing and He Yishur's faces. If they were refined into iron plate corpses, just the process alone would be worse than death. He Yishur's willpower collapsed. He sobbed and begged, "Please don't kill me. I'll give you everything. Once I become a proper mechanism master, I'll be able to earn lots and lots of spiritual stones. I can't die here." Hao Pingyang said, "Don't beg him. He won't spare you. We disciples of Moism have to die like men even if we die. Master will avenge us." He Yishur said resentfully, "It's all your fault. If you didn't bring us here, it would all be your fault." Hao Pingyang was stunned. He was speechless. Zhang Lanqing said, "He Yishur, have you lost your mind?" He Yishur said, "I haven't. You're the same as him. 5th or 6th layer. Beating and cursing at us as you please. All of that is because of your talent and cultivation. What's so great about that?" Hao Pingyang's heart chilled. With his cultivation, he only had 30% of the profits. He could have easily found better companions. He just wanted to take care of a few classmates he was on good terms with, but he never thought he would end up like this. The zombie Taoist laughed aloud as if he was watching a show. Then he fawned over the zombie Taoist. Taoist master, I'm willing to be your slave. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I just hope you can spare my life. The zombie Taoist said, all right. If you want to be my slave, there'll be plenty of opportunities. After a pause he said, just wait until you become a zombie. Compared to living people, zombies are much more reliable. TSK, with your talent, you probably won't be able to become an iron plate corpse. He turned to Hao Pingyang. You're not bad. It's a pity that Li Qingshan didn't come with you, or I'd have 3 iron plate corpses. Who in Jiaping City would be my opponent then? As soon as he ravished with joy, he sank back into despair. His face was ashen. Even as a zombie, he was not as good as Hao Pingyang. That was extremely sarcastic. With a gentle smack, a small figure shot past quickly. Who's there? The zombie Taoist suddenly turned around and looked at the pitch-black entrance. He controlled the restless iron plate corpse before waving his right hand. 4 zombies leapt out. He had specially refined the 4 zombies so they were much more powerful than the zombies in the morgue. Although they were not as powerful as iron plate corpses, they were equivalent to 3rd or 4th layer Qi practitioners. However, when the zombies leapt out, they did not make any sound at all. The zombie Taoist's expression changed. His connection with the zombies was severed at the same time. Who is it? Get your ass out here. Brother Hao, you really don't make friends. Li Qingshan walked in from the entrance. Zhang Lanqing said, Qingshan. The zombie Taoist was overjoyed instead of surprised. It's you. He studied Li Qingshan up and down. You really are great material. If you can be refined into an iron plate corpse, you might even be a little more powerful than this guy. Hao Pingyang said, be careful, that's an iron plate corpse. It's too late. A cold light flashed through the zombie Taoist's eyes. He struck Yinling, and the iron plate corpse lunged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan retreated rapidly. At the same time, he drew his wind-entwining blade and swung it forcefully. It shot past the zombie Taoist and directly shot towards the chains around Hao Pingyang's limbs. Chapter 179. The zombie knows martial arts, don't even think about it. The zombie Taoist extended his hand and easily grabbed the wind-entwining blade that shot past him. He swung it forcefully at the stone platform, and the damaged wind-entwining blade immediately shattered. With a rip, the black wolf uniform that could block crossbow bolts was ripped open 3 times by the iron plate corpse's claws. Li Qingshan was forced out of the dwelling in an extremely horrible shape. He called out little and clang. The crossbow string tore through the air, producing a sharp sound. The zombie Taoist suddenly looked to the left. All he saw was the child standing silently under the moonlight on the roof of the morgue, holding 2,000 mechanism crossbows. He shot out 60 fire crow bolts, which turned into 60 specks of red light. They flew up, down, left and right, sealing off all of the zombie Taoist's escape routes. Luring me away? The zombie Taoist sneered. Since he could not dodge, then he would not. However, 6th layer Qi practitioners possess powerful true Qi aside from refining corpses. How could he be killed so easily? True Qi surged out violently from his sea of Qi. He took off his low-grade spiritual artifact robes and flung them before him. Channeling his true Qi into them, the robes turned into a metal screen. Boom! 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 The fire crow bolts landed on the robes and were immediately triggered, exploding. Although his Taoist robes had been reduced to ashes, the zombie Taoist was completely unscathed. He took out an identical 1,000 mechanism crossbow. Now try mine. He had just obtained this from Zhang Lanqing. He wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Zhang Lanqing had never thought that the weapon he had created would end up being his enemy's weapon. Little and did not block it forcefully. He retreated behind a stone pillar, and with a few clangs, a few fire crow bolts nailed themselves into the rock. They exploded loudly, blowing the stone pillar to pieces. However, Little and had vanished from behind. The zombie Taoist frowned. Suddenly, he turned the 1,000 mechanism crossbow around and aimed it at Hao Pingyang. What are you trying to do? He shot out a few fire crow bolts. Hao Pingyang lunged over with the broken chains in an attempt to launch a sneak attack. Little and did not think he could defeat the zombie Taoist with just the 1000-mechanism crossbow. He wanted to use this opportunity to save Hao Pingyang. A few fire crow bolts accurately destroyed the chains. The zombie Taoist was observant and alert, so how could he not know? Hao Pingyang neither dodged nor retreated. He swung the metal chain viciously and blew up the fire crow arrow. He charged at the zombie Taoist furiously, as if he wanted to perish together with him. He was filled with endless fury that he wanted to vent. Faced with Hao Pingyang, who lunged over like a mad tiger, the zombie Taoist stood there without moving at all. He constantly fired the 1000-mechanism crossbow, but he was extremely restrained, pausing slightly after firing 2 or 3 bolts. He was not like Jin Bao and the others who fired them all at once. The light from the explosion flickered on his face, illuminating the sneer on his face. How could he be defeated by an enemy he had just subdued? As soon as Hao Pingyang arrived 5 steps away from the zombie Taoist, the violent fire crow arrows forcefully blasted open the chains, creating a gap. Finally, an arrow passed through the gap between the chains and shot towards his chest. Hao Pingyang tried his best to use his true qi to block the attack, but he was also sent flying by the explosion. He fiercely crashed into the stone wall several dozen feet away, and his efforts were in vain. A qi practitioner who had lost their spiritual artifact was like a tiger that had lost its claws and teeth, and he was a feeble tiger at that. The zombie Taoist lowered the 1000-mechanism crossbow with contempt. Suddenly, he was alarmed and hurriedly raised his hand to protect his waist, but it was already too late. A tiny figure shot over with unbelievable speed and snatched the bell from his waist. The zombie Taoist was surprised, but he did not lose his composure. He said coldly, "Do you think you can control the iron plate corpse just because you have the bell?" The bell was only a tool to summon and control the iron plate corpse. However, what truly controlled the iron plate corpse was his own will. The bell needed to be activated by him in order to be effective. Little and turned around and rushed out of the cave. All he saw was the iron plate corpse chasing Li Qingshan everywhere. Although he had the Swift Breeze talisman to accelerate him, his black wolf uniform had already become tattered. Fortunately, he had the ox demon forges its hide, which was why he was not too heavily injured. If it were not for the fact that he had to consider how to explain himself, he would have transformed a long time ago and killed the iron plate corpse. Although the iron plate corpse was fast and powerful, it was not intelligent. It did not know any techniques either, so it was not his opponent. Little and shook the bell, but the iron plate corpse did not seem to hear him at all. It continued to chase after Li Qingshan. Sure enough, it needed the zombie Taoist himself to control it. Little and placed down the bell and raised his hand. Li Qingshan dodged the iron plate corpse's claw by a hair's breadth. Suddenly, the iron plate corpse seemed to sense something. It turned around abruptly, and all it saw was a swathe of dark red flames filling the cave and surging over. A familiar hint of fear suddenly appeared in his resentful and bloodthirsty heart. The iron plate corpse did not possess true qi or demon qi. Its armor alone could block the attacks of any technique or spiritual artifact, but right now it struggled to block the invasion of the flames. The dark red flames swallowed the iron plate corpse, wrapping around it like a snake. It all poured into the iron plate corpse's mouth, leaving nothing behind. The iron plate corpse's movements suddenly halted. Faint dark red light shone from the depths of its eyes. In its skull, its shriveled brain had been burnt away, turning into a furnace that began to dominate the iron plate corpse's body. Little and shook the bell, and the iron plate corpse immediately arrived before her. Of course, it was not the bell that was controlling it right now, but Little Anne's flames. Her flames could attach themselves to the skulls of inanimate objects and control their bones. The bodies of regular people or even qi practitioners were not worth controlling, as their flesh and blood would naturally decay. Bones that had not been refined were limited in strength, so it was not worth wasting her energy on. However, the iron plate corpse was different. After being refined, it would not decay even after 1,000 years, and it possessed tremendous strength. It was basically like it had been prepared for her. This was the absolute suppression that high-level abilities had over low-level techniques. Their cultivations were clearly similar, but it did not even have the power to threaten her. Li Qingshan smiled. Well done. Just like that, he would have a powerful helper, and his strength would increase drastically. It would also be much more convenient for him to do anything. One of them was that he could kill the zombie Taoist in a perfectly justifiable manner. Little An copied Li Qingshan and shrugged. She smiled. In the dwelling, Zhang Lanqing and He Yisher, who had just seen hope, sank into despair once again. They believed that before long, the Iron Plate Corpse would return with Li Qingshan and Little An's corpses, just like Jin Yuan and Jin Bao. Hao Pingyang pushed himself up from the wall with difficulty and stared at the zombie Taoist with a sharp gaze. However, he was currently injured, and most of his true qi had been depleted. He did not have any spiritual stones or pills to replenish it either, so he posed no threat to the zombie Taoist at all. The zombie Taoist was filled with confidence, but whenever he thought of Little An, he would feel rather uneasy. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His connection with the Iron Plate Corpse had actually been severed. He immediately lost all of his composure and charged out of the cave without any regard. This was the fruit of many years of hard work. He could not afford to lose it. No matter the price, he had to take back control of the Iron Plate Corpse. Before he had even made it out of the cave, a tall figure blocked the entrance. It was the Iron Plate Corpse. The zombie Taoist chanted a technique in a hurry and used a technique, but all of his orders were like rocks sinking into the ocean. He received no response at all. Little An shook the bell, and the Iron Plate Corpse swung its claws, reaching towards the zombie Taoist. The zombie Taoist was filled with disbelief. How could the Iron Plate Corpse that he had refined for so many years be taken away so easily? If that were the case, then all the corpse refiners in the world would be dead. However, the cruel reality was right before him. He had no choice but to believe it. He had only taken out a decade of hard work to enjoy it for a while before it was forcefully taken away. This feeling was like a child he had raised after so much difficulty, only to be called father by someone else. It was so disgusting that he wanted to vomit blood. Good! Hao Pingyang cried out. Zhang Lanqing and He Yisher beamed as well. They did not know how to refine corpses, so they had no idea how strange it was. They only felt that Li Qingshan's luck was just too great. He had actually managed to turn the tables unbelievably. His mind was in a mess, and so was his movements. There was a flash of blood, and 4 horrific wounds appeared on the zombie Taoist's chest. However, the pain made him return to his senses immediately. He turned around and fled. Where there was life, there was hope. He already had the experience of refining the Iron Plate Corpse. As long as he could escape, there would always be a chance for him to make a comeback. The Iron Plate Corpse blocked the zombie Taoist's way. It raised its hand and threw a punch, compressing the air and producing a sharp whistle. The zombie Taoist blocked with his palms in front of him instinctively, but the Iron Plate Corpse used its terrifying strength to forcefully smash through his protective true qi, sending him flying. The zombie Taoist stared at the Iron Plate Corpse with widened eyes. It's impossible for my Iron Plate Corpse to be so powerful. He knew exactly how much power the items he refined possessed. The current Iron Plate Corpse was much more powerful than when he controlled it just now. This was obviously the work of Little An's pale, red flames. Her flames could turn even regular skeletons into powerful warriors, so it would obviously benefit the Iron Plate Corpse greatly. And when the zombie Taoist controlled the Iron Plate Corpse, all he did was issue an order, and the Iron Plate Corpse would attack instinctively out of its thirst for blood. It did not care about any moves or how it used its strength. However, Little An was particular about it. Under the control of the flames, the Iron Plate Corpse was basically like a clone. She could control it to make the most detailed movements. This was just like how an ordinary person had suddenly practiced inner force and understood moves. Obviously, their strength would increase drastically. Before the zombie Taoist could even return to his senses, the Iron Plate Corpse strode over. It seemed to move with some kind of footwork, making it impossible to determine where it was attacking. It was completely different from its straightforward method of attack. The zombie Taoist took a great step back and avoided the range of the Iron Plate Corpse's claws. Afterwards, he stared at it in disbelief. The Iron Plate Corpse raised its leg and kicked him in the face violently. The shockwave twisted the zombie Taoist's face, and he spat out a few teeth. Why did the Iron Plate Corpse know how to whip its leg? He had never heard of an Iron Plate Corpse using its leg to attack an enemy. It had always used its claws and teeth. Before the zombie Taoist could even land on the ground, the iron plate corpse caught up and grabbed his calf. With a shoulder throw, it threw him against the ground viciously before lifting him up and throwing him against a stone pillar on the side. The iron plate corpse's movements were like that of a master of external martial arts, using brute force to overcome technique. All that was left was speed. Li Qingshan could even tell that many of the movements were imitating his ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Little An had seen Li Qingshan practice these two fist techniques countless times. Right now, he was using them all through the iron plate corpse. The zombie Taoist did not even have the strength to fight back. Li Qingshan sighed. Sure enough, zombies know martial arts. No one can stop them. P.S. I've accidentally dropped out of the top 40 in my monthly votes. There's not much difference between the people before me. I need to work harder. I need to work harder. I need to work harder too. The following scenes will only become more and more impressive. Chapter 180. The Death of the Zombie Taoist. Bang. 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 The mighty sixth-layer Qi practitioner, the zombie Taoist, was tossed around by the iron plate corpse like a broken sack. He was thrown around until he became disoriented. He only did not die immediately due to the protection of his true Qi. However, he was unable to break free from the iron plate corpse's grip at all. Even if he lived, he would only allow Little An to play with him a little longer. Hao Pingyang and the other two cheered him on in the beginning, but they were all stunned now. Their backs became covered in a layer of cold sweat. As it turned out, the zombie Taoist had not unleashed the power of the iron plate corpse at all. If the iron plate corpse had been so fierce right from the beginning, the five of them would not have been its opponent even if they worked together. Li Qingshan went up and helped Hao Pingyang up. He took out a healing pill and a Qi gathering pill and placed them in his mouth. Brother Hao, are you alright? He glanced at Jin Yuan and Jin Bao's corpses. I've come too late. Hao Pingyang thanked him with difficulty. Afterwards, his lips seemed to stick together, unable to say anything else. The threat of death receded, but pain and exhaustion immediately engulfed him. He was not without fear. Rest up. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder, and he settled down. He leaned against the stone wall and meditated. Li Qingshan then went to untie He Yishur and Zhang Lanqing. Their situations were similar to Hao Pingyang's. Zhang Lanqing still managed to thank him reluctantly, but He Yishur was directly stunned. His eyes widened and his mouth hung slightly agape. Escaping from death should have been something worth celebrating, but he was unable to do so. He was tempted to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Li Qingshan said to Little An, "That's enough." The iron plate corpse grabbed the zombie Taoist's head and smashed it against the ground. In the beginning, the zombie Taoist struggled desperately, letting out a few roars and roars, but now he did not even have the strength to struggle anymore. Blood spurted from his head. This no longer seemed like a battle. It seemed more like a nasty game played by children. For Little An, she did not have Li Qingshan's abhorrence of evil. She could not differentiate the value of the zombie Taoist's life from the red and black ants. Of course, the zombie Taoist was better. It was delicious and fun. The bell rang and the iron plate corpse stopped. Little An blinked at Li Qingshan, asking him if he had any other questions. Li Qingshan slid his hand across his neck, but the zombie Taoist was actually still conscious. He raised his bloodied head and looked at Little An. It's you. Perhaps it was a flash of inspiration right before his death, but he was absolutely certain that the person who had taken away all the corpses in the pit was her. She definitely was not an ordinary child. She was a monster even more terrifying than the iron plate corpse. The voice came to a halt. The iron plate corpse extended his right index finger, and his long metal claw slid across the zombie Taoist's neck. Blood gushed out, but the zombie Taoist was still alive. He stared straight at Little An. His many years as a Qi practitioner had bestowed him with an extremely powerful life force. The iron plate corpse bit down on his neck and drank to its heart's content, draining him dry. The zombie Taoist's blood surged through his body, transforming into new power. The zombie Taoist shriveled up completely, like a box of drinks that had been sucked dry. Hao Pingyang's eyes widened. He basically struggled to believe that the cunning and powerful zombie Taoist who had almost killed them would actually end his life like this. Although they were sworn enemies, he just felt like killing him would be a little more difficult. He would not do it in such a rather comical way. But in reality, when the weak faced the strong, they were like toys. In the face of absolute power, there was not even time for their blood to boil. There was only endless despair. Even death was so easy that it was almost laughable. Li Qingshan had experienced this once before, and he swore he would never experience it a second time. This willpower drove him to constantly grow stronger. As the three of them meditated, Li Qingshan patrolled around the zombie Taoist's dwelling. The dwelling had been carved out of the natural cavern, separated into many rooms. The stone room with the sarcophagus was only one of them. There was a bedroom, complete with all the necessary decorations. It was not just a simple stone table or stool. There was also a kitchen, complete with a stove and kitchenware. As it seemed, even the zombie Taoist liked to eat cooked food. In the darkness underground, he lived quite comfortably. The remaining rooms were all rooms for refining corpses. They were filled with corpses that were either waiting to be refined or half refined. There were over 100 of them, all of which were turned into flames by little Anne. The pale flames of bone smelting returned the white bone fluid to her hand, merging it with the other bone fluid before being constantly refined by the pale flames. Li Qingshan knew that she was refining a second skull prayer bead. She had benefited quite a lot from the mission this time as well. She had devoured several hundred zombies. Zhuojibua and the Black Wolf Guards were equivalent to several hundred ordinary people. She had refined them all, which greatly benefited her cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty. With the experience from the first time, in addition to the great increase in her own strength, the refinement this time was extremely fast. In an instant, the bone liquid solidified and turned into a perfectly round prayer bead. Together with the other skull prayer bead, they hovered and danced in the palm of her hand. She now had another spirit artifact that she could control. The skull prayer beads were far more agile and powerful than regular mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Regular Qi practitioners would only use a single flying sword or blade. If they split their attention, their strength would plummet, so they would be better off focusing on a single weapon instead. Unless it was a set of spiritual artifacts, but sets of spiritual artifacts were extremely rare, and they were not necessarily easy to control. Every single prayer bead was connected to little Anne's heart. They were basically clones of her, making them extremely nimble. Only when she gathered the minimum of 14 prayer beads would she be able to refine the skull prayer beads of the lowest grade. They were powerful enough to overwhelm Qi practitioners. With the path of white bone and great beauty, a high-level ability beyond the 9 heavens, the greater little Anne's cultivation grew, the greater her strength would grow. Right now, she could easily crush cultivators of the same level. Once she reached a higher realm of cultivation, she might even be able to surpass the limits of cultivation and kill powerful enemies. Li Qingshan rubbed little Anne's hair. I really can't feel proud when I see you. The ox demon's fist of great strength, the tiger demon's fist of bone forging, and the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression were all extremely powerful abilities. Li Qingshan's strength grew very rapidly when he practiced the 3 cultivation methods at the same time, but he just felt like they were slightly inferior to the path of white bone and great beauty. Little Anne pressed her cheek against the back of his hand, trying to comfort him. Li Qingshan pinched her smooth young cheek and smiled. I have to continue working hard too. I can't let you surpass me. Let's go. With the abundant rewards this time, his strength would definitely grow by leaps and bounds. He wanted to open the Sumeru ring a little sooner and see just what oxen had left for him, even though he had already vaguely anticipated this. The two of them returned the way they came. Hao Pingyang and the others had already retrieved their 100 treasures pouches. They had finished resting with the spiritual stones and pills inside. Hao Pingyang said, I can't thank you with mere words. If you ever need my help in the future, you only need to let me know. I won't hesitate even if I have to climb mountains of blades or swim through seas of fire. Li Qingshan said, You're too polite, Brother Hao. We agreed on this in the first place. It's just a pity that I couldn't get there sooner. Or Hao Pingyang's face darkened and he sighed heavily. As the leader of the mission this time, he felt very guilty over the deaths of Jin Yuan and Jin Bao. However, if Jin Yuan and Jin Bao had not fled in the face of danger, they would have been able to wait for Li Qingshan to save them even if the zombie Taoist had captured them. Li Qingshan said, "My condolences, senior brother Hao. After all, there's no such thing as absolute safety when carrying out a mission. You've already done your best." Hao Pingyang passed 100 treasures pouch to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "That's the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch." Ever since he saw what was in Zhuojibua's 100 treasures pouch, he became extremely eager for the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch. He was also a 6th layer Qi practitioner, so he should not be too shabby, right? "Please distribute it, brother Hao." Hao Pingyang took out a few books from his 100 treasures pouch before passing the 100 treasures pouch to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said in surprise, "What's this? Surely the zombie Taoist could not be so poor." Hao Pingyang explained, "Originally, everything in the 100 treasures pouch should belong to you, but our mission is to obtain a cultivation method for refining and nurturing corpses so that our masters and seniors can use it as reference. As a result, I'll be taking these books. If you need them, Qingshan, I can make a copy for you when we get out. There are still quite a lot of things in there, but I haven't looked through them in detail." As he said that, he passed the 100 treasures pouch back to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan turned him down. "I don't need this corpse refining technique. As for the other items, just 30% will do." Hao Pingyang said, "There's no need for that. If you don't want it, then you're looking down on me." Defeating the zombie Taoist this time was basically all thanks to Li Qingshan. Fortunately, he managed to stay alive, so how was he supposed to split it with Li Qingshan now? Zhang Lanqing also said, "Qingshan, just accept it. This is what you deserve." He sure wanted to say something, but he lowered his head again. He was afraid to say anything. He had been utterly humiliated. He had lost all his dignity. Now, Hao Pingyang and Zhang Lanqing basically treated him like he was invisible. They did not ask for his opinion at all. He felt both wronged and resentful. Li Qingshan said, "All right. If that's the case, then I won't hold back." Hao Pingyang eased up slightly. "Let's go." He stowed the corpses of the Jin brothers into his 100 treasures pouch, so that he could take them back to his hometown for burial. Li Qingshan stowed the zombie Taoist's corpse away. That was worth several thousand Qi gathering pills. However, the iron plate corpse could not be stowed away in his 100 treasures pouch, and it looked far too terrifying. As a result, he found the straw cape and bamboo hat and covered it with it, following behind them. They boarded the boat and returned the way they came, going upstream. Although it was not as hair-raising as when they first arrived, the atmosphere was much heavier. Hao Pingyang, Zhang Lanqing, and Zhang Lanqing all had their own thoughts. None of them were in the mood to joke around. Only the flowing water rippled in the darkness, chanting endlessly. Li Qingshan leaned against the side of the boat and admired the scenery in the cavern, but he struggled to calm down. He felt warmth in his arms. Little and leaned against him silently. Li Qingshan smiled at her and stroked her soft, curly hair gently. He sniffed the faint fragrance of sandalwood from her body and gradually calmed down. At this moment, a speck of light suddenly appeared in the endless darkness. Chapter 181. Kill Tutu. Hao Pingyang said, "We've reached the exit." The light added some color to everyone's faces. The light grew closer and brighter, before swallowing the boat in the end. Suddenly their vision opened up. The end of the endless wasteland was filled with red clouds. They had not even been in the cave for half a day, yet they felt like a long time had passed. The three of them were even more touched by this. It really felt like a lifetime had passed. Lao Shishan emerged from the corner and glanced past everyone. In the end, his gaze stopped on Li Qingshan. "Are you Li Qingshan?" This was the first time he had seen this influential figure, who had thrown the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping into such a mess. Seeing how he was only a 2nd layer Qi practitioner, Lao Shishan looked down on him. He was bold enough to oppose Zhuojibua with just that bit of strength. He really was reckless. He probably only managed to kill Qian Yannian out of sheer luck, but he was lucky enough to still be alive and well. Li Qingshan said politely, "Subordinate Li Qingshan greets the commander. May I ask for the commander's name?" "I'm Lao Shishan. You can just call me Commander Lao." Lao Shishan nodded slightly in a rather dignified manner. He furrowed his brows. Have you seen Zhuozhibo Commander Zhua? Li Qingshan said. I've seen him in the morgue outside the town, but we weren't together. Instead, he entered the cave with these friends of Moism. I haven't seen him since. Lao Shishan sank into his thoughts. He understood that Zhuozhibo had come in pursuit of Li Qingshan, but he did not doubt that Li Qingshan had killed Zhuozhibo. Even with these disciples of Moism, it was impossible for them to be Zhuozhibo's opponent or even the elite Black Wolf guards. He understood Zhuozhibo's strength the best as someone who had endured for many years. He could only attribute everything to the tremendous demon Qi. He had also heard rumors that many powerful demons hid in the depths of the cave. Zhuozhibo must have been unlucky and encountered one of them. Li Qingshan asked, Commander, why have you come here? It's obviously to hunt down the zombie Taoist. I'm about to enter the cave to investigate. Lao Shishan also had to prevent other people from suspecting him of being connected to Zhuozhibo's death. Li Qingshan said, Then there's no need for you to enter the cave, Commander. We've already killed the zombie Taoist. His corpse is in my 100 treasures pouch. I'm about to return and hand in the mission. Lao Shishan was extremely doubtful. What? Just the two of you can actually kill the zombie Taoist? Hao Pingyang was already in a bad mood, and after hearing this, he became even more displeased. He cupped his hands towards Li Qingshan and said, Qingshan, we still have to hurry back to report, so we will bid farewell here. Li Qingshan ignored Lao Shishan and cupped his hands in obeisance. Very well, senior brother Hao, I wish you a safe journey. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. There will be a time when we meet again. At that time I will definitely drink with you. Hao Pingyang smiled slightly as well. Alright, it's settled then. When the time comes, I'll invite you to try the fine alcohol of the school of Moism. Zhang Lanqing said. Count me in as well. We might not meet forever. In the 3rd month of next year, the 100 schools of thought will be accepting new students. Qingshan, you can't miss it. Hao Pingyang said. If Qi practitioners in the world don't join a sect or the 100 schools, it'll be extremely difficult for them to achieve anything through their own comprehension and cultivation. You're still young and your talent is great. It's a good time for you to join the academy. Perhaps we might even end up as senior and junior brothers in the future. He glanced at Lao Shishan. If you don't like living here, you can resign from your position in the Hawkwolf Guard and come to Clear River earlier to prepare for the entrance exam. Li Qingshan was touched by his sincerity. If I can call Brother Hao senior brother, it'll be my honor. I'll definitely go next year. Lao Shishan saw how none of these people, including Li Qingshan, took him, a mighty 6th layer Qi practitioner and Black Wolf commander, seriously, so his face turned cold. The Hawkwolf Guard isn't a market. How can you come and go as you please? Even if you join the 100 schools of thought, you'll still be a disciple of the school of legalism. What's that got to do with the school of Moism? Li Qingshan and Hao Pingyang glanced at Lao Shishan and ignored him. They told one another to take care. Zhang Lanqing clasped his hands. Qingshan, you have to come. He Isher lowered his head the entire time, saying nothing. It was getting late and the crows were noisy. After the 3 of them had left, Lao Shishan pointed at Li Qingshan angrily. Li Qingshan, tell me just what's going on. Did you really kill the zombie Taoist? Were you tricked by a substitute? Where's the corpse? Let me examine it. If it was true, then he might have to take a share of it. The contribution from killing the zombie Taoist amounted to 12,000. It would be for the best if Li Qingshan handed it over obediently, and he would accept him as a trusted subordinate. It would be to everyone's satisfaction. Li Qingshan could vaguely sense what he was thinking. He said indifferently, once we return to Jiaping City, you'll obviously be able to see it, Commander. How rude of you. How dare you disobey my orders? Do you have any sense of propriety at all? Lao Shishan said furiously. He was currently at the height of his complacency. Not only had he condensed his sea of qi and reached the 6th layer, but Zhuozhibo was probably dead as well. If nothing went wrong, he would take over the position of Black Hawk Commander and become the leader of the Hawkwolf Guard. He would possess great authority from then on, so how could he tolerate such an arrogant subordinate? That's what Commander Zhua has always said to me. I have a word of advice for Commander Lao. Don't be arrogant when you're successful, or it'll be easy for extreme joy to turn to sorrow. Li Qingshan frowned. These guys, they've become a shitty commander. They don't even seem human anymore. How dare you lecture me? Lao Shishan was furious. He wanted to kill, but before he could draw his blade, his vision suddenly darkened. The tall, large figure in a straw raincoat suddenly appeared before him. Under the shadow of the bamboo hat was a vicious face half covered in metal armor. He was surprised. Zombie, Li Qingshan said. This is an iron plate corpse I stole from the zombie Taoist. It's very powerful. Do you want to try it, Commander Lao? Lao Shishan had some understanding towards refining corpses. This iron plate corpse seemed to be extremely powerful and would not be easy to deal with. His face became uneasy, and he lowered his hand viciously. Li Qingshan, I think the disappearance of Commander Zhua and the others has a lot to do with you. If you know what's good for you, then we'll count it as our contribution for killing the zombie Taoist this time. From today onwards, you'll belong to me in Jiaping City. I'll protect you. Otherwise, your contribution will just be a bunch of useless numbers. You won't even be able to fork out a single qi-gathering pill. Li Qingshan said, half? What a great appetite, Commander Lao. Lao Shishan said, and this iron plate corpse of yours, it's also an item of the unorthodox path. It needs to be taken away by the Hawkwolf Guard, and you'll have to hand over the method of operation too. Li Qingshan said, there's no room for negotiation? Lao Shishan said, there's no room for negotiation. Since you're my subordinate, you have to obey my orders, or I have thousands of ways to deal with you. Don't think you can escape just because you've gone to the 100 schools of thought. I have many good friends who cultivate in the school of legalism. Li Qingshan fell silent as if he was in thought. Afterwards he raised his head. Then you can go die. What did you say? Lao Shishan raised his guard, but all he saw was that Li Qingshan did not move at all. He did not even give off the slightest murderousness. He just stared at him like he was looking at a dead man. Beside Li Qingshan, a white bead flew out of the hand of the handsome child who gave off no aura at all, whistling through the air. The child was actually a 6th-layer qi practitioner. Only then did Lao Shishan understand that Li Qingshan did not just want to kill him. He even had the power to kill him. Li Qingshan, you dare to assassinate your superior? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the laws of Great Xia? Lao Shishan summoned a flying blade identical to Zhuojibua's and shot it out. As it seemed, it was also a standard weapon of the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan said, why the hell would I care about the laws with a bastard like you? I went through so much trouble to kill Zhuojibua. Yet you're still dissatisfied with a ready-made bargain. You even want to blackmail me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? What bullshit, Commander. I'll kill one anyway, and I'll kill two too. Die. Clang. The flying blade collided with the prayer bead in the air. The prayer bead knocked the flying blade away, but it only paused for a moment. Little Anne's current strength far exceeded the 6th layer. Lao Shishan had only broken through to the 6th layer recently, so he was still rather difficult to control artifacts. So how could he be Little Anne's opponent? You killed Zhuojibua? Lao Shishan's eyes widened in disbelief when he heard that. He struggled to believe it, and Li Qingshan had clearly made up his mind to kill him, which was why he was bold enough to tell him this. Li Qingshan said, why do all the people I consider sparing become so annoying in the end? Lao Shishan formed a seal with his hand, and the flying blade spun around in the air before stabilizing again, clanging against the prayer bead. Suddenly, another prayer bead flew towards his face. This child could actually control 2 spiritual artifacts. Lao Shishan was surprised, but he did not panic. He knew he could not do anything, so he began to consider retreating. As long as he returned to Jiaping City and reported this to the Hawkwolf Guard, Li Qingshan would become a wanted criminal. Don't even think about killing me with just 2 spiritual artifacts. He extended his hand and fished out the talisman he had prepared beforehand. He activated it with true qi, but the talisman did not respond at all. He had lost all feeling in his hand. Turning around, he discovered his hand that held the talisman had vanished. Only half of his forearm remained. It was bare, revealing a neat cut of flesh and bone. Little An stood nearby, holding a hidden blade in one hand and Lao Shishan's severed hand in the other. It was currently burning, turning into flames. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised, as he had basically failed to see Little An's movements. Apart from her own speed, which was even faster than the prayer beads, she possessed no aura, no killing intent, nothing at all. It had been a very long time since he had seen Little An fight in close combat. He had never expected her to be so fast. Unless she demonified, it was impossible to grasp her movements. Thinking back carefully, ever since she had gone to the Qian family, Little An had devoured the essence of the flesh and blood of several thousand people. She had used the bones of several thousand people to refine her own bones. Unknowingly, her strength and speed had skyrocketed. The 2 skull prayer beads had been forged from the foundation of her own strength. Although the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty had a section on artifact forging and the various artifacts within it were each more powerful than the last, the fundamental goal was still to strengthen oneself, to forge one's white bones into the most terrifying artifacts in the world. This little girl was usually quiet, but he never thought she would already be so powerful. Moreover, her attacks were steady, accurate and vicious. She had truly inherited his legacy. Chapter 182. Lao Shishan clutched his severed arm and hurriedly retreated, saying in shock, "What are you?" His eyes stared closely at Little An, wanting to use his aura to lock onto Little An, but all he got was a blank space. Little An stood in a patch of wild grass that almost drowned her. She put away her hidden blade and silently gazed at him. The 2 skull prayer beads did not take advantage of the situation to attack and return to her hands. They were just things used to attract Lao Shishan's attention. The true battle had already ended. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from the severed arm. Soon after, his entire arm lost all feeling, bringing only a slight stab of pain, followed by a deep numbness that spread throughout his entire body. A layer of pale red flames adhered to the severed arm and burned into Lao Shishan's body. Lao Shishan wanted to escape but fell to the ground, his eyes revealing deep fear. "What did you?" Before he could finish speaking, a fiery light shone from the depths of his eyes, growing brighter and brighter. The flames fiercely spewed out of his eyes, mouth and nose, igniting him from the inside out. All of the flames flowed back into Little An's palm, and then disappeared completely. Everything was as natural as stabbing an ant under a large poplar tree. He then turned his head and looked expectantly at Li Qingshan, almost saying, "Hurry and praise me." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said, "Well done, as expected of my Little An." Little An shyly lowered her head, her face blushing as the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Li Qingshan put his hands on his waist. "I really have to work hard. If this goes on, wouldn't a man like me become someone who lives off a woman?" He waved his hand and true energy swept up the 100 treasures pouch and the spirit artifact knife into his hand. He had originally wanted to return to Jiaping City with Commander Lao, and also have someone as a witness to prove that he had nothing to do with Zhuojibu's disappearance. But since Lao Shishan wanted to be an official, then he changed the story. Commander Lao was worried about Commander Zhuo and entered the zombie cave to search for him. In the end, they both got lost in the maze-like underground caves. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I believe it. In this way, he now had 300 treasures pouches of 6th layer Qi practitioners. There were also the 100 treasures pouches of the 7 elite Qi practitioners. There were a total of 1,000 treasures pouches, a huge fortune. He couldn't wait to return to Jiaping City, so he began to count his gains on the spot. 1,000 treasures pouches lined up, and he couldn't help but feel slightly excited. He first opened the 100 treasures pouches of the 7 Black Wolf Guards. These people had been in the Hawk Wolf Guard for many years, and they were all Zhuojibu's trusted aides. They had always been taken good care of, so they all possessed considerable wealth. It was truly shocking. In the end, he found more than 4,000 Qi gathering pills in Xiananda's 100 treasures pouch. There were more than 1,000 Qi gathering pills. In addition, there were 300 herb pills, dozens of elixirs of higher grades, more than 100 spirit stones, more than 200 talismans, and tens of millions of silver notes. Opening a 100 treasures pouch was not just about collecting spoils of war. It was also a very interesting and special process, because all cultivators would view them as the most precious. The most commonly used 100 treasures pouch was in Dongjin's tiny 100 treasures pouch. So apart from these items that Li Qingshan had noticed first, there were many other interesting miscellaneous items. He could tell a person's temperament and interests by looking at them. The 700 treasures pouches represented 7 different temperaments. There was a zither in Xiananda's 100 treasures pouch. There were also quite a few music scores. This old man's hobby could be described as elegant. If he had not followed Zhuozhibua into the pitch-black underground to oppose him, he would have found a bamboo forest deep in the mountains to play the zither and sing in the spring. Wouldn't that have been great? Gujian was actually a fetish. There were quite a few doo-doo and sweat towels in his 100 treasures pouch. Who knew where he had obtained them from? Which made Li Qingshan look down on him. In the 100 treasures pouch of an unknown black wolf guard was a thick stack of letters, which made Li Qingshan sink into his thoughts for quite a while. No matter whose husband or father he was, it was impossible for him to return home anymore. However, Li Qingshan did not regret killing him. Ever since he made up his mind to venture beyond the 9 heavens, the path he walked was destined to not be a path that allowed him to be soft-hearted. If he did not kill, he would be killed. That was the so-called reality. However, when killing had already become a habit, these enemies were basically no longer people in Li Qingshan's eyes. They were humanoid objects that could speak and fight back. All he needed to do was destroy, rip, crush, and pierce through them. Afterwards, their flesh and blood would be devoured by little ants' flames, as if they had never existed in this world. At that moment, the blurry figures recovered their concept of humans, which made Li Qingshan sigh emotionally. He maintained his original heart and humanity. The remaining 3 were the commander and vice-commander of the Hawkwolf Guard, and the zombie Taoist. The 100 treasures pouches of the 3 6th-layer Qi practitioners were the ones that Li Qingshan valued the most. The first to be opened was the vice-commander Lao Shishan. Although he had just broken through to the 6th layer, just his 100 treasures pouch was much larger. It was the size of a small house. However, the items inside were a little lacking. It was not even as much as what Xiananda had, which left Li Qingshan rather disappointed. Because Lao Shishan had always been pressured by Zhuozhibua, coupled with the fact that he had just broken through to the 6th layer, he had used up a tremendous amount of resources in secluded cultivation. At the end of the day, the zombie Taoist did not disappoint Li Qingshan. There were almost 2,000 Qi gathering pills and 50 or 60 spiritual stones, which was equivalent to the wealth of 3 or 4 Hawkwolf guards. However, he did not have any talismans, so he always hid in the shadows and controlled the corpses. He did not have much use for them. Li Qingshan also found something very interesting. It was a strange map that resembled a mental map, but when he channeled his true Qi into it, countless 3-dimensional lines appeared on the map. Li Qingshan could immediately tell that this was an underground map. It was over 100 times larger than what Hao Pingyang had discovered with his mechanical insects. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he basically would have struggled to believe that there was actually such a vast world underground in the pitch-black cavern. As a matter of fact, there were caves beneath his feet in Jiaping City, and the zombie cave was not the only entrance. There was another one near Jiaping City. The cave ended at the edge of the map. Clearly, it was nowhere near the complete map. There were many bright spots marked on it, but he was unable to tell what they meant. Li Qingshan stowed the underground mental map away carefully. At certain times, this map might even be more valuable than a high-grade spiritual artifact. It was exactly this map that allowed the zombie Taoist to move about underground, evade the Hawkwolf Guard's bounty, and appear everywhere at any time to collect corpses. The last one he opened was Zhuozhibua's 100 treasures pouch. As he channeled his true Qi into it, the 100 treasures pouch unfurled into a huge space. It was even larger than the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch. It was like a huge warehouse, filled with various items. Although Li Qingshan had roughly checked through it before underground, he still felt shocked when he saw it again. This was the largest 100 treasures pouch he had ever obtained. Just the 100 treasures pouch itself was a valuable spiritual artifact. And the items inside were definitely worthy of the 100 treasures pouch. There were over 3,000 Qi gathering pills alone. This was not a particularly large number for someone of Zhuozhibua's status, but there were over 700 grasses pills. These were probably pills that Zhuozhibua used for his daily cultivation, which was why he had not hoarded too many qi-gathering pills. Li Qingshan opened a small bottle. There were transparent pills that sparkled like dew inside. They were actually pearl dew pills that he had ingested in the past. In the past, just a single pearl dew pill had left all the qi practitioners shocked. However, he opened a few bottles consecutively. They were all pearl dew pills. Counting them, there were 35 of them. The total value of the 100 grasses pills was greater than the qi-gathering pills, while the value of the pearl dew pills was probably even greater. Aside from that, there were a few other types of pills, several dozen in total. They were not labeled. He did not know much about pills, so he could not even name them. However, the auras they gave off were no weaker than the pearl dew pills. There was also a spare mid-grade flying blade, 33 mid-grade talismans, 120 low-grade talismans, and 211 spiritual stones. As a result, he had obtained close to 10,000 qi-gathering pills, over 1,100 grasses pills, 100 high-grade pills, several hundred spiritual stones of miscellaneous quality, 7 low-grade spiritual artifacts, 3 mid-grade spiritual artifacts, and several hundred talismans. He did not have to worry about not having enough pills to support his cultivation anymore. If he ate all these pills and converted them into true qi and demon qi, just what level of cultivation would he reach? As soon as Li Qingshan thought about it, he became engrossed. It was a pity that he needed the recognition of a commander at the very least to complete the zombie Taoist's mission. He could not exchange them for pills for now. However, he probably would not be lacking pills for a very long time, so he was in no hurry. He believed that before long, the higher-ups would send a new commander over. However, he had lost 2 commanders and 7 elite Hawkwolf guards all at once. The higher-ups would definitely send people to investigate this matter. He needed to come up with an explanation. When Li Qingshan returned to Jiaping City overnight, it was not even midnight yet. He did not alarm anyone just like before. Returning to the mountain, he saw that his tiny building was lit. He shot a glance at Little Anne and silently approached the building. The aura of a qi practitioner emanated from the building, but it was not powerful, only at the 3rd layer. Moreover, the aura was rather familiar. With a thought, he remembered who the aura belonged to. The window on the 2nd floor was suddenly flung open. Li Qingshan asked loudly, "Qian Rongji, what are you doing in my room?" The person in his room in the middle of the night was actually Qian Rongji. She sat on the bed meditating. Her hair draped over her shoulders, and her clothes were disheveled. It was like she treated this place as her own room. Qian Rongji was slightly surprised before recovering her composure. She smiled. "I was obviously waiting for you." Her smile was charming and soul-stirring. Li Qingshan frowned. "You practiced a sex arts of charm?" And she had even reached the 3rd layer. Qian Rongji said, "It's a pity that I still can't charm you. Also, I've already given this building to me. It can't be regarded as your room anymore." Li Qingshan frowned. "What?" Qian Rongji said, "You don't need to be surprised. That's because everyone on the mountain believes you're dead for sure. They obviously won't leave this building for a dead person." Li Qingshan said, "But you moved in here." Chapter 183. Li Qingshan shivered. He felt that he had still underestimated this woman. She was definitely not the kind of person who sold her body to get a higher position, or a pervert with a twisted mind. Even someone like Zhuozhibua, who considered himself intelligent, could not compare to her. "Holy Church, what do you want to do? Did you come here just to tell me this? Or do you want something from me?" He narrowed his eyes. This was not the first time that Qian Rongji had provoked his killing intent, but she had always been able to cleverly not cross the line, giving him no reason to kill her. What about this time? Would there be an exception? Faced with Li Qingshan's string of questions, Qian Rongji smiled sweetly and said, "Do you know? The sect is determined to get that child by your side? You don't know the value of the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty to the sect. The sect master has already personally ordered that even if it means falling out with the Crimson Wolf commander, Wasungzan, we must get that child." And then, Li Qingshan's pupils shrank. The sect was willing to go to this extent for little Anne. And then you can't possibly hand over that child? The reason why I came back is because I was sent to supervise this matter. If Shuozhibua cannot hand over that child to the sect, then someone stronger will immediately take action. If they still fail, then not long after, the 4 grannies of the sect, and even the sect master and vice-sect master, will come to Jiaping City. I don't know if this information is useful to you. Li Qingshan did not deny it. If he did not take precautions, then he would not be able to escape from this group of experts in Jiaping City. This information from Qian Rongji was extremely important. Why are you telling me this? Haven't you already joined the sect? The sect? Qian Rongji smiled contemptuously. She swayed her hips and walked forward. She hooked her wrist around Li Qingshan's neck and pressed her whole body against Li Qingshan's. Her soft breasts pressed against Li Qingshan's chest and gently rubbed against it. Because I like you more. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was even more vigilant. For ordinary qi practitioners, when they joined a decent sect, which one of them wouldn't be cautious as if they were treading on thin ice? How many of them could be as disdainful as she was? This wasn't ignorance or arrogance, but rather, she had been scheming from the very beginning. This kind of arrogance that was ingrained in her bones seemed familiar. When she pressed against his body, her soft and tender body exuded a sticky and gloomy feeling, making him unable to move at all. Qian Rongji's feeling was almost the same. The blazing violence in Li Qingshan's body made her feel an uncontrollable danger. Thus, a man and a woman were alone in a room, intimately touching each other. But it was difficult for them to have any ambiguous feelings. They could only feel the unbearable danger and coldness. Li Qingshan said indifferently, "Go away." Qian Rongji took a step back and fixed her hair. "Forget it, what a boring man. This is your reward." Li Qingshan took out a few things from his 100 treasures pouch. There were the aphrodisiac pills and 100 herb pills he got from Zhao Liangqing, the mid-grade flying sword, and the minor secrets book. Apart from the flying sword, he didn't need any of these things. Qian Rongji pursed her lips and smiled. "I like generous men." She took these things and first flipped through the minor secrets book. When she flipped to a certain page, her eyes suddenly lit up. Then she threw the flying sword back to Li Qingshan. "But I'm not stingy. You won't need the rest of these things, so I'll take them." A mid-grade spirit artifact that ordinary qi practitioners yearned for was casually tossed around by 2 low-level qi practitioners. Li Qingshan said, "Then we'll meet again." Since he had received the news, he couldn't continue to stay in Jiaping City and wait for others to come and capture him. He didn't have the confidence to defend against a large sect that had mobilized in full force without regard for anything else. Moreover, he didn't need to defend against them. With the enormous amount of resources in his hands, finding a place to cultivate in seclusion and raise his strength was the most important thing. As long as he became strong enough, the door naturally wouldn't be a problem. Qian Rongji said, "Wait, do you want to obtain the 100 treasures pouch of a 6th-layer qi practitioner?" Li Qingshan said, "Where?" Qian Rongji said, "It's in this Jiaping City. The new floor master of the building is one of my senior martial brothers." Originally, the sect master's intention was that if Shuozhibua couldn't capture that child, then he would do it. It was as if the dagger had been revealed, and her true motive was finally revealed. This person is the son of the vice-sect master. He likes raping women from good families the most. As long as he sees beautiful women on the streets, he'll definitely pay a visit to their homes at night and do whatever he wants with his abilities as a qi practitioner. Li Qingshan asked in doubt, "The Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture doesn't care. It's very difficult for regular women to resist some of the tricks of the sect. There are quite a few who are infatuated with him. Even the few who are violent have to care about their reputation. They'll threaten them before giving them some silver. If the people don't report them, the authorities won't investigate them, so of course they'll just leave it at that." Li Qingshan said, "You want me to help you kill him?" "No, I want you to help me capture him alive. There's quite a lot of good stuff in his 100 treasures pouch. They're all yours. I just want the cultivation methods and the pills of the sect that you can't use, alright?" Qian Rongji asked with great sincerity. Li Qingshan sank into thought. With how generous this woman was, she really did have something else in mind. She actually wanted to use him against a fellow disciple. However, the sect had always been his enemy. He had already made up his mind to personally kill Grandma Shimen a long time ago. Since he was going to run now, it would be nice if he did it first. This was a request that he could not turn down. Qian Rongji said, on the way here. He kept telling me that he wants to try the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty very much. It doesn't matter even if she's a little younger. Li Qingshan raised his head, and red light flashed through his eyes. Oh, then I'd like to try it. Extinguishing the lights, they left the residence. Qian Rongji saw little and in the darkness and was immediately stunned. This child is so clean. What she saw was not the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty. That strange sense of cleanliness was probably something that only she, who had experienced so much, could sense so deeply. She could not help but extend her hand, wanting to touch little Anne's cheek. However, she stopped herself, as if she was afraid that her own impurities would taint this purity. Little Anne extended his hand and patted the back of Qian Rongji's hand. He did not seem to bear any ill will towards this woman who had helped him comprehend the path of white bone and great beauty. Qian Rongji's hand shrank back slightly as if she was flattered. Then she smiled. No wonder you're unwilling to hand her over. Even I can fall out with anyone for her. Li Qingshan said. You've always been one to fall out with anyone for your own benefit. Qian Rongji asked, is there something wrong with that? Li Qingshan said nothing. Walking through the dark alleys, Li Qingshan stayed very close to Qian Rongji. He did not completely trust this silver-tongued woman. He was worried that he would see the four grannies lying in ambush as soon as he entered the building. He needed to maintain a distance where he could kill her in a single strike. Little Anne and the iron plate corpse trailed far behind, ready to provide support to Li Qingshan at any time. The building in the distance glowed with a dim light. It had already been bought back by the sect. It was currently being renovated, and it was about to reopen soon. He listened closely the entire time. Her heartbeat and breathing remained very steady the entire time. She did not panic at all. Actually, you don't have to be so wary of me. Why would I do something that doesn't benefit me? Even if the sect kills you, they won't give me much of what you have on you. As someone else's dog, all I get is the meat they toss aside. However, I like to eat large, fresh pieces. Qian Rongji licked her lips. Li Qingshan tacitly agreed. He would never have to worry about her taking risks. She would be willing to risk her life for the sect and use herself as bait. Qian Rongji continued, actually, if Qian Yannian were willing to pass on the position of sect master to me, I wouldn't have destroyed the Qian family. For the sake of maximizing her benefits, hatred was nothing. But I'll drain the Qian family of everything they have before finding them one by one and slowly torturing them to death. Hee. Within her maniacal laughter, she seemed to be venting her gloom that she could not tell anyone else. It was exactly because Li Qingshan had seen through her that there was no need for her to go through the trouble of hiding. They arrived at the building. Li Qingshan erased all of his aura and stepped into the darkness. There were no ambushes or encirclements. The building was pitch black. Only the flying maidens on the ceiling continued to dance. Qian Rongji was astonished. She was clearly within reach, but if she didn't look, she actually couldn't sense Li Qingshan's aura at all. Just this sort of aura concealment technique was a powerful method of subduing enemies. It was perfect for assassination. When they reached the top floor, Li Qingshan sensed a powerful aura. It didn't seem to be any weaker than Zhuozhibu's, and he revealed a cautious expression. Qian Rongji gave Li Qingshan a meaningful look, then pushed the door open and entered. Li Qingshan heard the obscene voice of a young man. Junior sister, you're here. Did you miss me? Qian Rongji's voice was cold. Senior brother, don't go too far. This actually aroused a man's desire to conquer more than the flattering voice. The man said, I want to go too far for you to see. Clothes rubbed against each other, and the sounds of hugging and kissing could be heard. Senior brother, stop. Qian Rongji resisted. She hugged the man in her arms and turned around. She looked at the open door, her eyes faintly filled with excitement. Li Qingshan stepped on the thick carpet and walked in without making a sound. However, no matter how thick the carpet was, there would still be sounds. It could hide from ordinary people, but it couldn't hide from the hearing of a sixth-layer Qi practitioner. The man was just about to turn around to look when Qian Rongji's red lips kissed his. His consciousness was slightly disrupted, and his reaction was a beat slower. By the time he felt the whistling wind behind him, it was already too late. Li Qingshan covered a distance of several meters with a single step. He raised his hand and stuck a low-grade body-securing talisman on the man's back. He found this talisman in Zhuojibua's 100 treasures pouch. It was specially used to deal with qi practitioners who needed to be captured alive so that they could be interrogated for information. The talisman released a ring of spiritual light that covered the man's entire body. The man immediately froze, as if he had been frozen by an invisible layer of ice. The man was shocked at first, then angry. He circulated his true qi with all his might and attacked the invisible layer of ice. After all, it was only a low-grade talisman. It could only last for a moment against a 6th-layer qi practitioner, but it was already enough. Li Qingshan moved like lightning and grabbed the man's arm joints. However, a wave of true qi naturally protected his body. It was as if he was grabbing a tough rubber tube, and he couldn't use any strength. Chapter 184. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly. The muscles on his arm bulged. An explosive power erupted from his hand. There was a crisp crack. The man's eyes suddenly widened. What happened next was extremely simple. Li Qingshan struck out again and again, and with a series of crisp sounds, he crushed all the joints in the man's limbs. Just when the man wanted to cry out, Li Qingshan grabbed him by the neck. True Qi swept up the 100 treasures pouch on the side and returned it to Li Qingshan's hand. Without their 100 treasures pouch, most Qi practitioners were like toothless tigers. If they could not use their limbs either, they would be like paralyzed tigers. Everything was so easy that it exceeded Li Qingshan's expectations slightly. However, as long as a Qi practitioner still had a sliver of true Qi in their sea of Qi, they would not be completely subdued. He was already prepared for what to do next, but all he saw was the man's face twist in pain. His true Qi was in a mess, as if he had lost the ability to fight back, which left him rather surprised. If it were a Qi practitioner like Zhuojibua, even swords and blades would not be able to stop him from mobilizing his true Qi. Of course, if it were Zhuojibua, he would never have fallen for such a simple sneak attack. Even if he could not sense any aura or hear any sound, just his instincts for danger would be enough to turn the situation around. However, as the son of the sect master, this man had been spoiled since he was young. He had only tasted the gentleness of women. He had never been treated so roughly before, nor had he experienced such pain. It was so painful that he had forgotten everything. The immobilizing talisman lasted for a little longer before the overflowing true Qi broke through it. Before Li Qingshan could do anything, Qian Rongji had already taken out a metal shackle and placed it around the man's neck and hands. The shackle flickered. It was actually a low-grade spiritual artifact, and it was a very rare low-grade spiritual artifact for restraining enemies. There was a black hawk engraved on it. In the blink of an eye, the 2 hawk claws grabbed the man's hands. The hawk's beak held the man's head in its mouth. It was clearly a product of the Hawkwolf Guard. It went without saying that it had come from Zhuojibua. The man's already disheveled true Qi was locked up by the shackle. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted from the pain. This left Li Qingshan somewhat stunned. Once again he realized that a Qi practitioner's strength could not be expressed simply by the numbers of the 5th or 6th layer. Willpower, temperament and reaction speed were all important factors. Always an indispensable element. If this man had made sufficient preparations, he would probably be able to display the strength of a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. He might even be able to use the trump card his father had given him to kill Qi practitioners at the same level as him. However, when faced with an unexpected situation, his true strength would be revealed, and he would be unable to withstand a single blow. Qian Rongji said, "Bring him down." Clang! In the underground palace, Li Qingshan was a man with only iron armor on his body. Even if he didn't have a spirit artifact, a 6th-layer Qi practitioner would still be able to use the artifacts beside him. It was somewhat troublesome. The man roused from the pain. He was quite handsome, except his face was pale and twisted beyond recognition. He said in surprise and fury, "Qian Rongji, what are you doing? Why, you're Li Qingshan." He had seen Li Qingshan's portrait before he had set off. Li Qingshan said, "You're a member of the sect, right?" The man said, "I'm Wuxia. My father is the sect master." If you know what's good for you, then release me. I can even spare your life. What? The sect master. Qian Rongji, you tricked me. You actually made me offend such an important figure. Li Qingshan was shocked. He became fearful and said politely, Young sect master, why have you come to Jiaping City? Seeing that Li Qingshan was afraid, Wei Yingjie became even more aggressive. He said, Hurry up and let go of me. Then hand over that child with the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty beside you. The fear on Li Qingshan's face disappeared. He exhaled and said, Looks like I didn't find the wrong person. Even if what Qian Rongji said wasn't completely true, it wasn't far from the truth. However, this guy was the weakest 6th-layer Qi practitioner that Li Qingshan had ever seen. With this kind of intelligence, he really didn't know how he had cultivated to the 6th layer. Qian Rongji smiled. What an idiot! Wei Yingjie seemed to understand something. Qian Rongji, you traitor, let go of me. Otherwise, my father won't let you go. Ow! He struggled and pain came from his crushed joints. He fell to the ground, not daring to move. Qian Rongji didn't pay any attention to him. She said to Li Qingshan, See what's in the 100 treasures pouch. After Li Qingshan checked the 100 treasures pouch, he discovered that there weren't many qi gathering pills. Only 500. However, there were quite a lot of spirit stones, more than 300. However, there were actually 2 middle-grade spiritual weapons. One was a flying sword and the other was a bracer-like bracelet. There were naturally dozens of spiritual talismans, but there was a rare high-grade one. The design drawn on it was extremely familiar to Li Qingshan. It was the strength talisman of Vajra, but the lines were 10 times more complicated. It seemed like it was the life-saving talisman that his father had given him. However, this wasn't the first time Li Qingshan had seen a naked disciple. Even if you had 1,000 methods to put in the 100 treasures pouch, it would be useless if you didn't bring them with you. According to the agreement, Li Qingshan gave Qian Rongji a great formula. Qian Rongji immediately flipped through it. She had just entered the sect not long ago, and had only learned a bunch of sect rules. She would need to go through a period of testing before she would receive the true teachings. But now, not even 2 hours had passed, and she had gathered both great and small formulas. She had found a path to the highest realm of qi practitioners. Li Qingshan took out a dozen bottles of passion pills and calming pills. These were pills used by the sect for cultivation, and he gave them to Qian Rongji. Qian Rongji accepted them with a smile. When Wei Yingjie saw the 2 of them divide his things in front of him, he couldn't help but be enraged. Ignoring the pain, a fierce wave of true qi surged out from his Dantian's qi sea, rushing towards Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji like a raging wave. In the small stone room, a fierce wind howled. This was even with Jia Ying's restraint, otherwise, it would have been even worse. Qian Rongji pulled out the water splitter and slashed downwards, splitting the true qi into 2. The true qi hit the stone wall behind her, and a layer of fine sand fell down. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, did not move at all, allowing the true qi to hit his body. His body's extremely pure true qi automatically protected his body, and his physique was also strong, so he was not injured at all. If he had the coordination of his hands and feet to launch a move, it might have been a bit of a threat. But for something like this, it was completely meaningless, and instead it was a waste of true qi. Li Qingshan suddenly took out a bottle of medicinal pills. This is? Qian Rongji's eyes lit up and she said, This is also a special medicinal pill of the sect. It can purify true qi, and is a rare spirit medicine. Li Qingshan said, If you say that, aren't you afraid that I'll snatch it? Qian Rongji answered with a question, Can you? I won't. Li Qingshan threw the pill of spring breeze and rain to Qian Rongji, not only because of the promise, but also because his true qi had been purified by the Sumera ring, so he did not need this pill of spring breeze and rain at all. Qian Rongji smiled sweetly. This pill of spring breeze and rain was an extremely important part of her plan. So I'm willing to work with you, and I might even be able to help you in the future. If you ever want to deal with the sect, feel free to find me. I'll definitely help you, and I'll just follow you and eat some leftovers. Li Qingshan felt that she had a kind of magnanimity that was rarely seen in normal girls. She was vicious and merciless, and had lofty ambitions. Compared to those petty people who only knew how to scheme for personal gain, people like her were 100 times scarier. Leftovers? She was not willing to crawl on the ground forever, becoming a poisonous snake. She would continue to climb upwards, climb to the skies, and become a poisonous dragon that could overturn heaven and earth. He had a vague feeling that the sect might end up like the Qian family, destroyed because of this woman. Based on the theory that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, perhaps she really might be able to help him, but he would never like a person like that. After splitting up the items, he stowed his 100 treasures pouch into his bosom and left cleanly. He did not want to stay with this woman. After Li Qingshan's departure, Qian Rongji's expression eased up. She also felt much more comfortable. She sat down on the ground and flipped through the 2 cultivation methods. At this moment, Wei Yingjie also seemed to understand his current situation. He pleaded, "Rongji, we're senior and junior, so why must you treat me like this? If you don't want to be a courtesan, then you don't have to be one. I'll go talk to my father." The sect's Qian Rongji had returned. Apart from asking her to help observe Li Qingshan's movements, she actually wanted her to take over Furong's position as courtesan. This was not an intentional insult. The women of the sect had to rely on the vitality of men to cultivate. However, it was also a test and test. Most women were unwilling to end up in a brothel and live a life where their lips were tasted by countless people. Only by completely accepting the sect's ideals could they truly inherit their legacy. Before Wei Yingjie, Qian Rongji was rather noble and cold, which made him think she had betrayed him because she was dissatisfied with this. Qian Rongji did not even raise her head. She said indifferently, "Being a courtesan is nothing, but if I just rely on the vitality of regular men to pass my days, and I have to be squeezed dry by you, just when will I ever succeed?" In the sect, there was a master-servant relationship between male and female dual cultivation. The weaker one would definitely suffer some losses. If they followed someone else's rules and crawled step by step, they would be under someone else's control for the rest of their life. Wei Yingjie was taken aback. He forced out a smile. "You find your cultivation slow? I'll ask my father to give you more medicinal pills. He's in charge of all affairs in the sect." In his heart, however, he was thinking about how he was going to hack Qian Rongji into 1,000 pieces after he escaped. However, his acting skills were really mediocre, and Qian Rongji did not see his clumsy acting skills at all. Qian Rongji said, "That's right. If that old thing didn't make the women in the sect your human cauldrons and give you good medicinal pills, how could a piece of trash like you cultivate to the 6th layer of the ore refining realm? I heard that there's a very good little technique in the formula. I found it. As expected, only when the 2 formulas are combined will it be complete." Wei Yingjie suddenly seemed to understand something. Fear appeared on his face. "You're going to use the vitality devouring technique." This was an extremely domineering technique. It was also a taboo in the sect. Zhao Liangqing had once wanted to use it on those kidnapped women. Dual cultivation was supposed to benefit each other. At most, it would be using the other person as a human cauldron to harvest, which would result in a deficiency of yin and a deficiency of yang. However, this vitality-devouring technique was an unbridled plunder. It would cause great harm to one party, and it could even lead to death. It was a taboo technique both inside and outside the sect. Chapter 185. Underground Training. Wei Yingjie understood why Qian Rongji didn't kill him. She wanted to use this method to rob him of his hard-earned true qi. He didn't care about the pain anymore and tried to gather his true qi. Qian Rongji laughed. "If you dare to release your true qi again, I will chop off your arms and legs and turn you into a human stick. You can try if you don't believe me." Wei Yingjie panicked and didn't dare to release his true qi. Broken bones could be recovered with medicine, but if his arms and legs were chopped off, he would become a cripple. He still had a bright future ahead of him. There were many beauties waiting for him. If he became a cripple, it would be better to die than to live. "Smart," Qian Rongji praised. She grabbed a handful of aphrodisiac pills and stuffed them into Wei Yingjie's mouth. Wei Yingjie shook his head and struggled. This aphrodisiac pill was an extremely powerful aphrodisiac. It was used to make women forget themselves. He forced Qian Rongji to eat 2 the day before yesterday. She couldn't even take one, so how could she eat so many? Qian Rongji laughed. "Weren't you very happy when you let me eat it the day before yesterday?" Her face suddenly turned cold. Eat it. If you don't eat it, I will chop off your arms and legs. Wei Yingjie hesitated for a moment and let out a scream. Qian Rongji chopped off one of his fingers and held it in front of him. Wei Yingjie was in pain, angry and hateful. But he was under the eaves, so he had to lower his head. He could only swallow the aphrodisiac pill reluctantly. Soon, a ball of burning desire exploded in his lower abdomen. He looked at Qian Rongji and his gaze was gradually replaced by desire. Qian Rongji smiled and ingested a pill of calming. After a long time, Qian Rongji put on her clothes. She was in high spirits as if she had eaten a complete tonic. Her eyes were sparkling. The true qi in her body almost doubled. It stopped just now when she couldn't take it anymore. However, there was an additional surge of jinqi that was incompatible with their own jinqi. But since the two of them were both cultivators, it wasn't too big of a problem. Furthermore, the pill of spring breeze and rain that the sect concocted was precisely to solve this problem. He took a pill of spring wind and rain and meditated on the spot to purify his jinqi. Wei Yingjie was panting heavily. He was extremely weak, and even if he wanted to release his jinqi to resist, he was powerless to do so. After regaining some consciousness, he begged, "I beg you, please let me go." No, he had to find a way to escape. Otherwise, he would be sucked dry by this woman. He quietly moved his fingers. No matter how unbearable it was, he was gradually getting used to the pain of his broken joints. As long as he endured the pain and infused his true qi into his hands and feet, he should be able to move. At that time, this woman, who was only in the third layer of aura training, would definitely not be his match. "You idiot, you sure have a lot of true qi. But take it slow, I have plenty of time." Qian Rongji smiled as she carried the water splitter and walked towards Wei Yingjie's body. What are you doing?" Qian Rongji said, "It's too dangerous. You better just chop it off." Blood splattered as a miserable howl echoed through the underground palace. Under the starry sky, Li Qingshan and Little and left japping silently, as if they had never been here in the first place. He believed that Qian Rongji would act like she knew nothing too. That way, the incident in Japping City would only erupt after a while. He made his way to the back of the Hawkwolf Guard and dove into the clear river that flowed south. Afterwards, he crossed over and arrived below the cliff on the other side. After some effort, he finally found the cave recorded on the map. As a result, Li Qingshan dove in headfirst. He swam at the bottom for an hour before emerging, arriving in the waterless cavern. Right now, what he needed to avoid was not just the door, but the Hawkwolf Guard as well. If he was discovered by the Hawkwolf Guard, they would definitely take him back for interrogation, and he would not be able to hide from the door. Now that a sect had made up its mind, he doubted whether the Hawkwolf Guard could protect him, or in other words, Little and from a group of powerful qi practitioners. The Hawkwolf Guard had eyes all over the world. If he wandered around on the surface, he would be discovered sooner or later. However, deep in the mountains and forests with the various techniques of cultivators, he would not necessarily be able to hide very well. As a result, he decided to go to the zombie Taoist dwelling. The facilities there were complete, and it was extremely well hidden. It could allow him to enter secluded cultivation for a period of time and break through to the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. The underground was not as flat as the surface. Instead, it was extremely winding. If it were not for the map, even people with a sharp sense of direction would become lost as they moved through the maze-like underground. It was said that the dark, cramped caves could make people feel suffocated. However, Li Qingshan was in quite a good mood. No matter who it was that possessed such a great fortune, they would never feel unhappy. He also had Little and to accompany him, so he did not feel lonely at all. In the pitch-black underground, he instead felt a wondrous sense of relief, as if a wild beast had returned to the wilderness. There was no need for him to put on various disguises to deal with humans. Right now, he was absolutely free. From a certain perspective, he really did seem more and more like a demon. Li Qingshan strode forward, while Little and sat on a huge skull that the skull prayer beads had turned into. He lowered his head and studied the underground mental map that the zombie Taoist had given him. Whenever he came across a fork in the road, he would point him in the right direction. Li Qingshan did not have the patience to look at that. They arrived at the zombie Taoist's dwelling. Li Qingshan was not in a hurry to begin cultivating. Instead, he lit a fire to cook. There was quite a lot of food stored in the 100 treasures pouches he had obtained, so he prepared a table full of food and alcohol very soon. Li Qingshan smiled. Let's celebrate first. In the darkness that lacked any light, the two of them clinked their cups and produced a crisp sound. Li Qingshan said, I might spend some time in secluded cultivation this time. Stay outside and don't run around, all right? Little An nodded obediently. Li Qingshan rubbed her head. He thought about how she would either fight or flee with him. It really did not seem like a life a child should lead. However, where in the world did not have conflict? Even if he went to the legendary 100 schools of thought, would it really be any different? He pressed the mechanism, and the huge stone door fell down, sealing off the training room completely. In the absolute darkness and silence, Li Qingshan took out a bottle of qi-gathering pills. He would protect her. That was something that he would never doubt. Raising his head, he directly swallowed the entire bottle of qi-gathering pills. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and converted the medicinal effects into true qi, according to the method of the innate method of practicing qi. After who knew how long, the medicinal effects were completely digested in his body. He stood up and demonified, beginning to practice the ox demon's fist of great strength. The medicinal effects turned into demon qi again. This cycle constantly repeated itself. Between movement and stillness, Li Qingshan comprehended the ways of humans and demons at the same time. He became stronger with every moment. Time passed day by day, and he swallowed bottle after bottle of pills. The disappearance of the 2 commanders and 7 elite Black Wolf guards of Jiaping City finally caused an uproar, which reached the prefectural city of Clear River. Chapter 186. In the darkness, a droplet of water fell from the tip of the stalagmite on the ceiling, falling towards Li Qingshan's head. On the stone platform, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged, motionless. But within his body a great change was happening. Extremely pure true energy flowed continuously in his yang-heel meridian. Then, strand by strand, it seeped into his bones and body, cleansing his entire body. A month had passed, and he had already taken nearly 3,000 qi-gathering pills, an average of 100 a day. This was an extremely terrifying number, enough to make any cultivator dumbfounded. His demonic qi had once again grown by leaps and bounds, but the first to break through was the Xiantian training of qi. The droplet of water that fell was smashed to pieces by the surging zhenqi 3 inches above Li Qingshan's head, but it still stirred up waves of zhenqi, nearing the brink of a breakthrough. The zhenqi that had been purified by the Sumuru ring played an absolute role at this time. Without any obstacles, Li Qingshan broke through the 6th level of the Xiantian training of qi, reaching the peak of the 2nd level of qi refining. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a faint smile. He was both gratified and emotional. He was gratified that the time he had spent was much shorter than the average qi practitioner. For example, Qian Rongji had also started cultivating from a young age, and she had taken a few years to reach the 2nd level of qi refining. The talent of the two could be said to be about the same, or in other words, equally mediocre. As for Jiao Fei, who came from a sect and had the guidance of seniors, he was only at the 3rd level of qi refining at the age of 30. Li Qingshan's cultivation speed could not be said to be slow, but this could not be done without the support of a sea of medicinal pills. And without this Sumuru ring, no matter how many medicinal pills he had, it would be useless. But refining the impurities in the medicinal pills would take 10 times the time. He felt refreshed and couldn't help but wonder how little An was doing. Li Qingshan suppressed his desire to come out of seclusion. He was already very close to the 2nd stage of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, so close that he was only 1 step away. He could not give up now. He needed to take advantage of this momentum to continue moving forward and master the 2nd stage of Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. He even had to open his yin-heel meridian and reach the 3rd stage of qi refinement. A 16-year-old at the 3rd stage of qi refinement could be considered a genius. The spirit turtle's demon core flashed, and demon qi rose up from his body like smoke and fire. He had assumed his demon form. After a month of cultivation, he had finally broken through the bottleneck of 30 feet. Although this underground cave was huge, when Li Qingshan raised his horns, He was about to touch the stalagmites on the ceiling. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become a monster like Godzilla sooner or later. No, he was even more terrifying than Godzilla. With one step, the entire city would collapse in an earthquake. With a loud roar, everyone's head felt like exploding. In the underground palace, Wuxia had already completely lost his human form. His originally handsome face had completely caved in, and his skin was as withered and dull as an old man's. His eyes had lost all of their luster, and drool constantly dripped from his mouth. 10 days ago, he had been reduced to an idiot by the effects of the aphrodisiac pills he had ingested. Under Qian Rongji's Yuan devouring technique, all of his true qi had been devoured clean. His vitality had not been spared either. In the end, he had lost his last sliver of life. He, who treated playing with women as his hobby, had been toyed with to death by a woman in the end. It was truly lamentable. On his body, Qian Rongji's snow-white body was covered in sweat. It was so smooth and glossy that it seemed like it could break with a gust of wind. Her face seemed even more charming and enchanting, like a tender green vine wrapped around a withered tree or a beautiful flower in full bloom. Her face, which had always been calm because of the calming pill, was now filled with ecstasy. Under his father's cultivation, Wuxia's true qi was extremely abundant. It was at least 10 times more than Qian Rongji's. Qian Rongji accepted all of them without hesitation. Her true qi had broken through to the 4th layer of qi refining, and it had reached a full state. She could look forward to reaching the 5th layer as well. Although the Yuan devouring technique was terrifying, it could not completely digest the true qi of a 6th layer qi practitioner. There was bound to be some loss and dissipation. Otherwise, she could have reached the 6th layer directly. Qian Rongji was already quite satisfied that could reach this level. Of course, it was not without its disadvantages. The true qi was too complex and she needed more spring breeze and rain pills to integrate it. But she was not worried about this. As long as her realm improved, she would naturally have more ways to obtain better medicinal pills. From the beginning, she had never intended to rely on ordinary people to cultivate these two big and small arts. There were too many impurities and the cultivation speed was too slow. Moreover, the difference in the true qi's attribute was too great, which made it harder to digest. There might even be the problem of conflicting true qi. Therefore, she did not want to find trouble with ordinary qi practitioners. Those from the same sect who also cultivated the Heart Sutra would be the best prey. A fire talisman turned the dried corpse into ashes. She thought, it's time to report to the sect that young sect Master Wei is impatient and has gone to the zombie cave to look for Li Qingshan. She took out another medicinal pill and swallowed it. Her true qi was once again suppressed to the 3rd layer of qi refining. Then she took a bath and changed her clothes. She walked out of the underground palace and raised her head to see the clear autumn sky. She smiled brighter than the sun. Fate is in my own hands. In a room with a wide field of view, Wang Puxi threw a thick stack of documents on the long mahogany table in front of Hua Sengzan. What do you think? Hua Sengzan leaned against the armchair and crossed his legs on the table. With a wave of his hand, the documents flew up and lined up in the air. Hua Sengzan turned his head back and forth. His eyes moved rapidly as he glanced at each piece of paper, taking in every sentence in his mind. I saw them pass by here. We came out together with Qingshan, but I don't know where he is. He said himself that he has a grudge against Zhuozhibua. Our sect master said that he must bring that child back no matter what. It was as if countless voices were whispering to each other in different tones. A moment later, the papers flew back to the table and neatly piled up. Hua Sengzan opened his eyes. If what he Isher said is true, Wang Puxi said, what is it? Hua Sengzan smiled. Li Qingshan tricked Zhuozhibua to death, and then he killed Lao Shishan. Absolutely detailed information could be processed by a clever brain, removing the false impressions and filling in the blanks. It would never be too far away from the truth of the matter. Wang Puxi frowned. That's impossible. He's only a 2nd layer qi practitioner. How could he kill Zhuozhibua and so many black wolf guards? Hua Sengzan said, he's a 2nd layer qi practitioner who killed a 5th layer qi practitioner, and he might not have done it himself. He might have lured Zhuozhibua to some demon nest. You know that underground isn't safe. There are many places that even we are afraid of venturing into. Wang Puxi nodded. Underground could be regarded as a forbidden zone for humans. Hua Sengzan continued. It might also be a trap laid down by several hundred explosion talismans, like the fire lightning bombs of the school of Moism. As long as they choose a good location and trigger a small earthquake, killing a group of Qi practitioners won't be too difficult. Anyway, there are just too many ways to kill them. If it weren't for Li Qingshan, do you want me to believe that Zhuozhibua lost his way underground? Li Qingshan lured away Zhuozhibua and the others, but he returned safe and sound. Old Wang, if you don't consider things like cultivation, isn't the outcome very simple? Only the victor can come back alive. Of course, the loser will die somewhere unknown. I also feel like Zhuozhibua is done for. Wang Puxi gradually believed him. He had undergone the heavenly tribulation and reached foundation establishment, embarking on the path of seeking immortality and becoming an authoritative Scarlet Hawk commander. However, he had always admired Hua Sengzan's resourcefulness. He could not help but admit that there were indeed geniuses in the world. If it were not for that person, he probably would have broken through to foundation establishment a long time ago, or even surpassed him. Hua Sengzan said. Afterwards, Li Qingshan and Lao Shishan stayed together. In the end, the two of them vanished together. According to He Yisher, Li Qingshan carried an iron plate corpse with him. With Lao Shishan's ability as a sixth-layer Qi practitioner, he's certain to die against the iron plate corpse. Perhaps the kid is currently cultivating in seclusion somewhere with his spoils of battle. Wang Puxi said furiously, that kid really is an ingrate. I shouldn't have let him join the Hawkwolf Guard in the first place. Hua Sengzan winked at him mischievously. Back then, you never thought he could kill Fengzhang and actually report to Jiaping City, right? Wang Puxi glared at him viciously. He's pretty lucky. Hua Sengzan raised his head and looked at the ceiling. Once or twice is luck. If he manages to escape death and defeat a powerful opponent every single time, it's not luck anymore but strength. Wang Puxi said, though his luck has run out. Hua Sengzan lowered his head and said in surprise, what do you want to do? Wang Puxi said, obviously I want to apprehend him and bring him to justice. He's only been in the Hawkwolf Guard for a few months, and he's already plotting against two commanders. I've never seen a Black Wolf Guard as bold as him. He's completely lawless. Hua Sengzan said, look, that's just my speculation. It might not necessarily be true. Not to mention there's no evidence, so why would he admit to it? Wang Puxi said, are we just going to let it go if he doesn't admit to it? Hua Sengzan said, Zhuozhibua is looking to die. He's even willing to mobilize so many people to plot against his own subordinates, yet he's not allowed to retaliate? He's stayed in Jiaping City for far too long, and he's become far too close to the sect. It's about time for someone else to replace him. Wang Puxi said, Lao Shishan was silenced by that kid, so he deserved it? Hua Sengzan curled his lip. He probably deserved it. If he wanted to silence them, he should have silenced those disciples of Moism the most, especially that one called He Yisher. His testimony seemed like he was eager to prove that Li Qingshan was the culprit, yet he ended up saving them instead. If he had even the slightest bit of malice in his heart, he would have let them die to the zombie Daoist's hands. Since he's already wiped the slate clean, and it can't be considered as purposeful murder, why should we act like petty people? Chapter 187. In certain places and in the eyes of certain people, the deaths of two Black Wolf commanders was an earth-shaking matter, but in other places and in the eyes of other people, it was just a small matter. The difference in authority led to completely different perspectives. Whether it was Wang Puxi who disliked Li Qingshan or Hua Sengzan who liked Li Qingshan, they both treated this as a small matter. They reached an agreement with just a few words. Wang Puxi said, fair enough. It's not like we need to do anything if we want to deal with that kid anyway. Hua Sengzan asked, what's wrong? Wang Puxi said, Vice Sect Master Wei has already taken the 4 grannies to Jiaping City. His son of a bitch has gone underground to find Li Qingshan. He hasn't returned, so I think he's done for. What, didn't you hear your mistress mention it? Hua Sengzan said, you said it yourself. She's his mistress, not his wife. He's the sect master, so he obviously has to consider the interests of the sect. The child really does seem to be quite important to them. They really don't take the words of a vice commander seriously. He had told them not to touch Li Qingshan. Now that the sect had ignored him and forcefully taken action, it was equivalent to ignoring his authority. Wang Puxi raised an eyebrow. You've undergone the heavenly tribulation. If we work together, I'd like to see just who in the 1500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture dares to defy your will. Sengzan? 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and Black Wolf Guards would definitely possess great authority in the entire Clear River Prefecture. Compared to them, the 10th layer of Qi practitioner was only a single step away, but it was worlds apart. Sengzan smiled heartlessly. Cultivation is about going with the flow. It can't be forced. Wang Puxi said, whatever. We'll do as you say this time. We won't capture him, nor will we protect him. We'll just wait and see. I'd like to see whether the kid can survive this or not. Sengzan leapt up and crouched down on the table. He patted Wang Puxi's shoulder. He's someone that Boss Gu admires no matter what. Old Wang, don't be upset. It might affect your cultivation. Wang Puxi said, so what? I'm also someone that Elder Gu, Commander Gu admires, and I was almost brought in by you. If I didn't have this spirit, I'd be a dying old man right now. I am going to the 100 schools of thought. Let's see which kid is willing to go down there and take over the position of vice commander. Regular Qi practitioners could only barely become a Black Wolf Guard after putting their lives on the line. On the other hand, those who came from the 100 schools of thought were directly appointed as commanders. The gap between them was huge. After Wang Puxi left, Sengzan's face darkened as he sighed. Even if he was extremely intelligent and prided himself on being a genius, what was the use if he couldn't close the gap? While the geniuses stood still and sighed, the mortals crawled on the ground. Pa! An extremely loud slap sent Qian Rongji flying. He rolled and hit the wall hard before falling to the ground. His cheek was already swollen. Blood oozed from the corner of his lips. He no longer seemed charming at all. Why didn't you stop him? Why did you only report it now? A gray-haired, middle-aged man in luxurious violet clothes roared out. His true qi surged, pressing down on Qian Rongji from afar. She was immobilized like a bug. The middle-aged man was the vice-sect master of the sect, a 10th layer qi practitioner, Wei Zhongyuan. He had already reached the highest level of the secret art, only a step away from foundation establishment. He was someone who stood at the apex of qi practitioners. To the left and right of the hall were 4 haggard old women. They all wore heavy makeup, and their appearances were strange. The smell of makeup could be smelled from 10 steps away. They focused on drawing their eyebrows and manicuring their nails. None of them even glanced at Qian Rongji. A few young male escorts followed behind them, serving her carefully. One of them was Grandma Shimen. 2 handsome young men were massaging her shoulders. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea. She didn't care about the pitiful state of her disciple at all. Qian Rongji's eyes were filled with tears. She said with great grievance, I really couldn't persuade young Master Wei. Sect Master, this really isn't my fault. You still dare to talk back. Wei Zhongyuan stretched out his hand and grabbed Qian Rongji. True Qi flew out 10 feet and grabbed her in the air. With my son's temperament, if he wasn't bewitched by you, bitch, why would he take the initiative to look for Li Qingshan? There's still no news of him. If it wasn't for the fact that Qian Rongji's strength was too low, he would almost suspect that it was Qian Rongji who did it. This was obviously not the wisdom of rational thinking. It was just anger. With a miserable shriek, Qian Rongji's bones creaked, almost about to be crushed. The door swung open loudly, and a few Black Wolf Guards swaggered in. What are you doing? When they saw the situation in the room, they all paled in fright. They had received news that a Black Wolf Guard had been trapped in the building, so they had rushed over in a hurry. However, they never expected to see such a powerful group of qi practitioners. They had almost become speechless. What are you doing? Are you killing a member of the Hawk Wolf Guard? Only then did Wei Zhongyuan remember that Qian Rongji had an identity like that. Grandma Shimen coughed gently. Sect Master, forget it. This isn't Rongji's fault. Let's hurry up and find little Jia. I've watched that child grow up. I don't want anything to happen to him. Wei Zhongyun snorted coldly and tossed Qian Rongji aside viciously. None of the Black Wolf guards dared to help her up. Qian Rongji propped herself up and knelt towards Grandma Shimin in gratitude. Thank you, Granny. Then she bowed towards Wei Zhong. Thank you, Sect Master. If we can't find you, you'll be in for a treat. With a wave of his hand, Wei Zhongyuan made his way out of the door. The four grannies followed closely behind him. The young people giggled as they walked past Qian Rongji. They glanced at Qian Rongji in disheveled disdain and discussed loudly. Look at her. She's just like a bitch. A young man beside Grandma Shimin said, Isn't that right? She even wants to suck up to Granny. How shameless. Qian Rongji lowered her head. Her disheveled hair covered her face, such that no one could see the light flashing through her eyes. Fortunately, she had thought of sending people to ask for reinforcements from the Hawkwolf Guard. Otherwise, if she really did end up being killed by this crazy old bastard, it would be a waste. She was a 10th layer Qi practitioner. If she used the vitality devouring technique, would she be able to break through to the 6th layer and condense a sea of Qi? A few Black Wolf guards glanced at Qian Rongji. One of them said, Do you know what the consequences are now for going to the door? When will this building open for business? Seeing as we're all colleagues, we'll definitely go and take care of the business. Once you recover Rongji, you have to serve us well. They all smiled obscenely as they brazenly studied Qian Rongji's slender figure. They were originally Black Wolf guards who had been pushed to the sidelines by Zhuozhibua. They were filled with jealousy and contempt towards Qian Rongji, who had hooked up with Zhuozhibua as soon as she joined the Hawkwolf Guard. Now that Zhuozhibua had passed away, they all felt like it was time for them to make a comeback. They all felt extremely delighted, becoming arrogant from their success. Qian Rongji stood up. Under the soothing of true qi, her swollen face returned to normal, only leaving behind some bruises. She wiped away the blood from the corner of her lips and smiled. Rongji just happened to want to carry out a mission, but I'm alone, so I'm afraid I won't be able to succeed. Please assist me, big brothers. Rongji will definitely repay your kindness properly. The Black Wolf guards looked at one another. They were all tempted, and they became even more scornful. In their eyes, Qian Rongji was just a whore who had sold herself. Now that the person she relied on, Zhuozhibua, had passed away, she obviously wanted to find someone else to rely on. One of them was a 4th layer Qi practitioner, while the other 3 were 3rd layer Qi practitioners. They were basically the remaining backbone of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. They were very trustworthy. It was perfect for them to try out this woman. It was not like they were afraid of her playing any tricks with their strength anyway. When Qian Rongji and the 4 Black Wolf guards went to the Eagle Hunting Tower to receive a mission and were about to set off, they just happened to run into Diao Fei. Diao Fei glanced at Qian Rongji and immediately dodged. He asked politely, What are you up to? The leader of the 4th layer Qi practitioners said, A small mission. There's a demonic beast causing trouble, so we're going to take a look. Do you want to come with us? Big brother, this is just a small mission. Aren't there a little too many people? A Black Wolf guard smiled obscenely, which led to another round of laughter. Together? Diao Fei was already trying to avoid this woman, so where did you get the courage to go on a mission with her? After the mission in Ancient Wind City, he had become extremely vigilant towards Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji. He swore that he would never travel with them again. He kept a low profile and moved around alone, accumulating resources and avoiding many problems. He was just about to break through to the 4th layer. When he heard that Zhuozhibua had led a group of Black Wolf guards to hunt down Li Qingshan, he could not be like the other Black Wolf guards, firmly believing that Li Qingshan was dead for sure. In the end, 9 Hawkwolf guards had vanished, including 2 Hawkwolf commanders. He was not certain that Li Qingshan was behind this, but he felt like Li Qingshan definitely had something to do with it. As a result, he became even more certain of his belief that he could not travel with a tiger. While it was possible to prevent a tiger from attacking people, it was impossible to prevent a venomous snake from attacking people. His gaze towards the Black Wolf guards was rather strange. There was basically some pity. I still have matters to attend to. Afterwards, he left in a hurry. That guy sure is unsociable. Forget it. Let's go. The 4th layer Qi practitioner placed his hand on Qian Rongji's waist naturally and slid it down. Qian Rongji smiled. Although it would be slightly troublesome if she was compatible with foreign true qi, how could she turn down a prey that had delivered itself to her? The next day, Qin Rongji returned to Jiaping silently. She returned to the underground palace on the second floor with 4 round, gunny sacks. Whether it was geniuses or mortals, they all had to survive using their own methods. However, when mortals were unwilling to be mediocre and be at the mercy of fate, they wanted to possess everything that a genius possessed. They had to rack their brains and pay a price. This price was not just hard work and hardship. They even had to sacrifice their dignity, endure humiliation, give up their emotions, and throw themselves into the sea of bitterness of hell. Chapter 188. The strength of 2 oxen. When he swallowed 1,000 of them together, he felt like he had swallowed a huge bomb. He felt like there was a ball of fire in his stomach, about to burn through it. If it were not for the fact that he had already demonified and his body was much tougher than regular people, this entire process would have been enough to claim his life. Under the effects of the medicine, the demon qi gradually became violent. It went out of control, rampaging about recklessly as if it was trying to rip Li Qingshan to pieces. If it were not for the ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging that had forged his body to the point of being as tough as steel, even regular demons would have exploded. With so many advantages, he would not be a man if he did not treat himself a little harsher. He ignored the pain in his body and forcefully moved his body. He raised his legs, lifted his shoulders and punched out, guiding the demon qi along a certain path. He repeated the 3 forms of the ox demon: stamps its hooves, the ox demon butts its horns, and the ox demon forges its hide countless times. He swore to himself that he would break through to the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength and obtain the strength of 2 oxen. Only then would he emerge and see little Anne. Above the wasteland, 5 figures flew over at high speed. They were Wei Zhongyuan and the other 4. Every single one of them was surrounded by streams of air. They did not touch the ground as they moved with the wind. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind, appearing extremely graceful. A farmer happened to be farming in the fields. When he saw this from afar, he immediately knelt on the ground and called out, "Immortals!" The 5 of them did not even glance at him. They turned around together and flew over the river, kicking up waves. They followed the river and arrived at the entrance of the zombie cave. Just now they stopped and stood on the surface of the water, gazing at the pitch-black cave that seemed like the mouth of a beast. There might be danger in the cave. The 2 commanders of the Hawkwolf Guard have probably died in there. It's very likely for an iron plate corpse to follow Li Qingshan, Wei Zhongyuan said cautiously, displaying his bearing as the master of a sect. With what we're capable of, an iron plate corpse is nothing. Grandma Dongmen said scornfully, if it's a steel plate corpse, then it's worth dealing with seriously. If it's a bronze demon corpse, then I'll leave immediately without another word. The West Gate granny smiled sinisterly. Elder sister, you're already so old, yet you keep saying stupid things. There are many demonic beasts and monsters underground, and there are even demon generals. Encountering a demonic beast is a huge problem. If we encounter a demon general, all 5 of us will be buried underground. Grandma Dongmen raised her eyebrows. She hated it when people said she was old. She scolded, "Old thing, do you think I'm ignorant? Why would a demon general be in such a shallow place? If there really are demon generals, what right does the zombie Taoist have to build a dwelling here?" Wei Zhongyuan said, "Don't quarrel, there's no harm in being careful. This time we must rescue my son, kill that Li Qingshan, and capture that child with the aspect of outstanding beauty and heavenly fragrance. Let's go." With a flick of his sleeve, he took the lead and flew into the cave. The scorching heat in Li Qingshan's abdomen gradually spread to his entire body. His dark skin began to redden slightly. As soon as his sweat oozed out, it was reduced to white steam, constantly rising up from his muscular body. It was like he had entered a steamer. His movements for the ox demon's fist of great strength became slower and slower as well. In the end, he basically became as slow as Taiji fist. His movements slowed down. Even the thin air seemed to become viscous as well. However, with every punch he threw out, he could move the air in the entire cave. The air was like the demon qi in his body, clashing back and forth. It created a heavy, buzzing sound in the narrow cave. Cultivation had already reached its most crucial point. The 5 of them arrived at the first fork. Just when Wei Zhongyun was about to sense for auras, Grandma Shimin was already prepared. She took out an oval-shaped wooden sphere. What's this? A pathfinding hive. That kid surnamed He from the Mahis family sold it to me. He even told me to keep it a secret. Grandma Shimin twisted the mechanism and projected a complete map of the underground. It was the record left behind by the Mahis disciples when they entered last time. The 5 of them flew straight in the direction of the zombie cave. They were as fast as birds. The scarlet color on Li Qingshan's body became more and more obvious. It seeped out from within his body, making him look like a cast iron block. The red light in his eyes also became brighter and brighter. There was a sound of stretching metal. His body continued to grow, becoming taller and stronger. 33 feet, 35 feet, 37 feet. This process was extremely painful. However, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. He was full of joy. In a moment, the 5 of them arrived at the zombie cave. Without hesitation, they barged in and searched everywhere. However, all the rooms were empty. Only the training room was sealed by a huge rock. Grandma Shimin asked, "Is it here?" Wei Zhongyuan stepped forward without hesitation. He casually pushed out his palm, and the huge rock shattered with a loud bang. Li Qingshan's body suddenly grew by 12 feet, reaching 12 feet. He let out a roar, shook his arms, and spread them to the sides. He let out a roar. The lake water beside him was suddenly pushed away, crashing against the surrounding rock walls. It created huge waves that were several feet high. The falling waterfall almost flowed backwards. The bottom of the lake with a circumference of 30 feet around him was exposed. It turned out that Li Qingshan disliked the low ceiling of the training cave, so he came to this underground lake where he ambushed Rajibwa and the others. The space here was 20 feet high, allowing him to stretch freely. It just so happened that he avoided the people of the sect. Li Qingshan laughed carefreely. He had finally cultivated the ox demon's fist of great strength to the second layer. The strength of his body increased to an extremely terrifying level. The lake water flowed backwards, forming a huge whirlpool beside him. It was enough to overturn a boat, but it could only submerge up to his waist. A figure flew towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stretched out his hand, and the figure landed in his palm. It was little Anne. He was also smiling, happy for him. Li Qingshan felt his body was filled with explosive power. He had never felt so good before. He waded to the side of the lake and pressed his hand against the rock wall. The rock that had experienced countless years of silence was so strong that it was difficult for swords and knives to damage it. But with just a light press, he didn't feel any resistance. His hand sank in as if he was pressing into mud. Moreover, he faintly felt a faint connection with the rock. Then he did a new experiment. He took out a wind-entwining knife and slashed it at his chest. With a clang, sparks flew, and the wind-entwining knife bounced off. On his body, not even a white mark was left. Afterwards, he took out Zhuojibwa's mid-grade spiritual artifact knife and mimicked Zhuojibwa's speed and strength, stabbing himself. He felt a slight pain, but it did not pierce through either. With the completion of the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength, not only had his strength increased, but his terrifying defense had also increased. If he included the spirit turtle's profound shell, then even Hao Pingyang's yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light would not be able to harm a hair on him. With this demonic body, even if hundreds or thousands of 6th-layer Qi practitioners stood in front of him, they would still be tortured to death. Right now, the only question he had to consider was, with this power, would he be able to defeat a 9th-layer Qi practitioner like the Westgate Granny? A sliver of killing intent flashed through his eyes. The sect was determined to take little and away, which touched on his reverse scale. He made up his mind to kill them. However, he suppressed this killing intent soon afterwards. The sect was still an undefeatable colossus. He needed to be even more patient right now. Wei Zhongyuan looked at the empty cultivation room. He's not here. No, he's been here before. The Southgate Granny wiped the stone table. There was not a speck of dust on it. When Little N was bored, he would often order the puppets and iron plate corpses to clean up the place. Grandma Shiman said sinisterly. He'll definitely come back. We can set up a trap here and wait for him. They all glanced at one another. One of them immediately hid in the darkness and erased all of their auras, waiting for Li Qingshan to walk right into their trap. It was possible to imagine that as soon as Li Qingshan set foot in there, he would be like a tiger in a stone cage. He would struggle to break free easily. Li Qingshan reverted to human form and looked at his appearance in the water. He smiled bitterly. His current appearance was like those tough, black basketball superstars from his past life. His rock-like muscles bulged, making him seem like a vicious beast as he stood there. He did not seem like a 16-year-old at all. He opened his mouth and rubbed his long, sharp teeth. He felt even more helpless. The first layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression just happened to suppress the first layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Now that Li Qingshan had reached the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength, that was equivalent to breaking this balance. Immediately, the characteristics of many demons manifested. If he reached the second layer of the tiger demon's fist of bone forging, he probably would not be able to suppress these changes and would not be able to revert to human form. Forget it. The most important thing about a man isn't his appearance, Li Qingshan said to Little An. He's very courageous like this, right? Little An nodded. She liked him no matter what he looked like. Li Qingshan said, all right, let's go back. He took a step forward and felt his foot soften. Looking down, he left behind a deep footprint. He exhaled gently and began to focus on controlling his strength. He walked forward step by step, no longer feeling like he was stepping on air. His footsteps became faster and faster. Gradually, he felt like there was a strange elasticity on the firm ground, allowing him to travel even further with each step. In the Zombies' Immortals Cave, the 5 peak Qi practitioners of the sect waited silently. They waited for a long time. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. The stone table was covered with another layer of dust. As Qi practitioners, none of them were impatient people. However, if they kept waiting like this, when would they ever reach the end? Li Qingshan originally wanted to return to the Zombie King's dwelling, but his stomach began to rumble. It was as loud as thunder. He rubbed his belly. I feel like I can eat 10 cows. Let's go eat something first. The food in the dozen or so hundred treasures pouches had all been devoured by him a long time ago. Although he would not starve to death even if he did not eat, as long as he had Qi gathering pills and could absorb the energy of the world through the spirit turtle's demon core, eating actual food still had its benefits. Moreover, it was an inalienable joy of life. Afterwards, he took out the underground mental map and found the closest exit that led to the surface. He made his way out. P.S. Li Qingshan has become Li Erniu. Everyone applaud and welcome him. I'm begging for monthly votes. Chapter 189. Searching for a place to cultivate. The exit was in a forest. It was currently late autumn, so the entire mountain was dyed red. Red, yellow and green merged together to form an ever-changing landscape. The bright sunlight landed before him, and he blinked his eyes and sucked in a deep breath of the fresh air above ground. Sure enough, the surface was more suitable for survival. The zombie Taoist dwelling was too deep underground, so he could not come out often for fresh air. It would be best if he could find a cave that was relatively well hidden, and build a large house on top of it. Afterwards, he could go underground whenever he wanted, and he could come out whenever he wanted. Wouldn't that be great? Of course, the zombie Taoist did not naturally like staying underground. He had his own considerations. If he built his dwelling too shallow, it would be very easy for the Hawkwolf Guard to attack his base and raid his lair. The location of his dwelling was very particular as well. When Li Qingshan cultivated there, he would feel his true Qi circulate much faster, and his Feng Qi acupoint could sense that the spiritual Qi of the world in the cave was much denser than other places. Spiritual veins crisscrossed underground. The dwelling must have been located on a certain spiritual vein, just like the word earth in the 4 words, wealth, companionship, method, and earth. Although it was not at the level of a legendary blessed land, it was still very beneficial to cultivation. However, Li Qingshan's path of cultivation was not one of gradual progress. Instead, he relied on tremendous amounts of pills to forcefully build up his cultivation. The significance of the spiritual land was not particularly great to him. It was not like he would show himself before he finished all the pills on him anyway. Opening the mental map of the Green Province, Li Qingshan confirmed his location. He was 100 kilometers southeast of Jiaping City. He was close to leaving the territory of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City, which was exactly what he wanted. 15 kilometers to the south was a small city. It was called Salt Mountain City because it was located on a mountain of salt. The value of salt mines was no less than gold and iron. Although practitioners did not pay much attention to it, it was a place that people in the Jianghu would fight for. Whether it was to occupy a salt mine or to transport salt, experts were needed to protect them. Therefore, the practice of martial arts was very strong. Everyone on the street was armed with blades and swords. The greatest organization in the city was the Proud Sword Manor. They claimed to have 3,000 disciples, and the lord of the manor, Yu Shuquang, was a first-rate master of the current age, a leading figure in the orthodox world. His wielding of the sword had reached perfection, and he slaughtered all of the weak. He was basically the true controller of Salt Mountain City. Even the district magistrate had to bow to him when he saw him. However, Great Hero Yu also had his own worries. Most of the worries of the strong were when they encountered someone stronger than them and felt helpless. Villa Master Yu, I'll be taking these children with me. A middle-aged man spoke. He was dressed in green and carried a long sword in a green scabbard. His collar and cuffs were embroidered with patterns of green vines. His aura was that of a third-layer Qi refinement cultivator. There were 4 children around 12 or 13 years old standing beside him. All of them looked excited and reluctant. Yu Shuquang smiled along. All right. Please feel free to take them with you, Brother Liu. These children will definitely have a better future in the Green Vine Mountain. These children were his most outstanding disciples of the young generation. 2 of them came from poor backgrounds, and he had even spent money and effort to nurture them for a few years, just so that he could add a few more masters to the Proud Sword sect in the future. However, he had never thought that they would end up benefiting someone else. This disciple of the Green Vine Mountain had come over, and all he had to do was say a few words before taking them away. How could he not feel pained? Cultivation sects also required outstanding talents to replenish their blood. However, Qi practitioners were few in number at the end of the day, so it was impossible for them to go around looking for suitable talents. Directly going to the various large gangs of the Jianghu became an extremely time-saving and labor-saving method. Many cultivation sects would even establish their own gangs just to expand their influence and make it easier for them to recruit disciples. Our Green Vine Mountain obviously won't take advantage of you for free. Here's a Qi gathering pill. It'll benefit you greatly when you break through to the innate realm. Lu Fengrui placed down an embroidered box. There was a Qi gathering pill in the box pitifully, but he acted like he was rewarding Yu Shuquang arrogantly. Yu Shuquang cursed inside. Do you really think I'm a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world? Qi gathering pills were commonly used by Qi practitioners. With his wealth, even buying several dozen would not be a problem. It would not be of much help when he broke through to the innate realm. However, he acted like he was flattered. That's far too precious. At this moment, a disciple reported, Manor Lord, someone wants to see you. Yu Shuquang said furiously, Can't you see that I'm receiving an esteemed guest? The disciple said pitifully, But he said he's your friend, Manor Lord. Lu Fengrui said, If that's the case, I'll be taking my leave first. Yu Shuquang stood up in a hurry to send him off. He nodded and bowed along the way as he sighed inside. Zijian, oh Zijian, don't disappoint me. Cultivate well and come back to support me. After arriving at the main entrance, Yu Shuquang glanced out of the corner of his eye. He saw a figure as tall and burly as an ox sitting on a long bench waiting. He wore a large, conical hat on his head, obscuring his appearance. Beside him was a large bamboo basket with a lid, so it was impossible to tell what was inside. The disciple whispered, Manor Lord, that's him. Yu Shuquang was confident that he did not have a friend like that, or it would be impossible for him to not remember such a special figure. No, it should be said that he had never seen such a burly figure in his life. The figure stood up with a whoosh and blocked Yu Shuquang's path. Great hero Yu, long time no see. In that moment, Yu Shuquang basically felt his vision darken. The heavy voice was rather familiar. You are? Li Qingshan raised his hat slightly. Although his figure and skin had changed drastically, and even his face had become rather strange, Yu Shuquang still recognized him with a single glance. He cried out, "You're..." Lu Fengrui ignored Yu Shuquang and directly boarded the carriage and left. He had never taken Great Hero Yu seriously the entire time. Yu Shuquang was not in the mood to feel angry right now. The tiger butcher had come looking for him, so what good could it be? For a moment he was stunned. Let's talk inside. Li Qingshan smiled. Originally, he wanted to express some goodwill, but when he revealed his long fangs, he seemed even more vicious and malicious. Yu Shuquang shuddered. He followed Li Qingshan back into the manor unknowingly. He had no idea what he had done wrong today. Li Qingshan had specially searched for a city that was slightly larger on the map and did not have qi practitioners. That would make it easier for him to buy food and drink, which was why he chose Salt Mountain City. However, his appetite was just too great. If he went to buy it himself, it would be far too troublesome, and it would easily raise suspicion. If the informants of the Hawkwolf Guard saw him, it would be very inappropriate. As a result, he was in urgent need of someone with local influence to help him deal with these matters. He could vaguely remember that Yu Shuquang had once invited him to Salt Mountain City as a guest in an extremely friendly restaurant in Lakeside City back then. As a result, he had come looking for him. Yu Shuquang dispersed the disciple tactfully. He asked surly, "Why have you come all the way here?" Li Qingshan said, "There are a few matters that I'd like to trouble you with." He casually placed down a stack of silver notes. "There's around 1,000,000 taels of silver here. You can treat it as a deposit." "Sir, you can't do that. As long as Yu Shuquang, have a use for me, I'll do anything no matter what." Yu Shuquang beamed with joy, but what he thought was, who would be bold enough to accept the tiger butcher's silver? "Take it," Li Qingshan said indifferently. "Yes." Yu Shuquang immediately stowed the silver away. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Who would be bold enough to refuse the tiger butcher's silver? Li Qingshan said, "There's a manor in the mountains to the southeast of the city. I want to buy it and stay there for a while. I'll use this silver." "Yes. I'll get someone to handle it right now." "No, I'll handle it personally. I guarantee that you'll be able to move in tonight." Yu Shuquang patted his chest and guaranteed, "I don't want anyone to know I'm here, including your relatives and friends, especially your daughter. If news of this gets out, definitely not. If I tell anyone else about this, then Yu Shuquang, will be destroyed by the heavens." Yu Shuquang immediately raised his right hand and swore an oath. Li Qingshan interrupted him. "There's no need for you to swear. I don't rely on this. As long as you're willing to help me, I won't mistreat you. I won't be like that person earlier, who only gave you a qi-gathering pill." Yu Shuquang was both ashamed and surprised. Li Qingshan had actually heard the conversation in the main hall 300 meters away from the entrance. Li Qingshan said, "Where's the qi-gathering pill?" Yu Shuquang took out the embroidered box in a hurry. Li Qingshan accepted it and tossed the qi-gathering pill into his mouth. "The quality is quite good." Yu Shuquang's face sank. Qi-gathering pills were extremely precious pills to masters of the Jianghu, who cultivated inner force like him. They could easily be sold for 100 or 200,000 taels of silver outside. He was just bluffing when he said he wouldn't mistreat him. Li Qingshan took out a new pill from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it in the embroidered box. "Do you recognize this pill?" Yu Shuquang's eyes immediately widened. "This is 100 grasses pill." This was much rarer and more precious than qi-gathering pills. It was basically priceless. Even 200,000 taels of silver could not buy it. If he could ingest one, his chances of breaking through to the innate realm would increase slightly. Li Qingshan passed the embroidered box back to Yu Shuquang. "You can treat this as a deposit. I hope we can work well together." Fear and profit had always been the best methods to control people. Li Qingshan just happened to lack both. An hour later, Li Qingshan obtained the deed to the estate. He stood up and bade farewell. "Oh right, don't call me by my name in the future." "Then what should I call you?" Li Qingshan thought about it. Just call me Nyoair. Yu Shuquang was experienced in the Jianghu as well. He could tell that Li Qingshan wanted to conceal his name a long time ago, but he did not agree with Li Qingshan's taste in naming. Li Qingshan said, also send 10 tables, no 20 tables of food every day in the future. After cultivating underground during this period of time, his mouth had almost become bland. Standing in the estate in the call, the entire estate had already been cleaned. It had even been sprinkled with water. He had no idea how Yu Shuquang had managed to do it. The surroundings were shaded by the mountains and forests. The scenery was elegant, yet very quiet. At the same time, it was close to Salt Mountain City. It was the ideal place for cultivation for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan placed down the bamboo basket on him, and Little and climbed out. He looked around and seemed very satisfied. Li Qingshan took out the underground mental map and compared it with the mental map of the Green Province once again. The map indicated that there was a cave that just happened to pass through here. It was only a few meters deep in the earth. As long as he put in some effort, he could make a tunnel. Chapter 190. If he really was discovered by the door, then he could flee underground. As long as he made a few turns and hit his aura, even the door wouldn't be able to catch him. The estate occupied an area of several hundred acres. Because it was built in the mountains, it had just been cleaned and covered with many yellow leaves. The winding path led to a secluded garden. The tranquility gave off an ancient aura. Who knew how many years it had been through? The original designs on the walls and beams had all been blurred, but it had lost some of its splendor and splendor. Instead, it had gained some accumulated weathering. Li Qingshan was extremely satisfied. It was even better than the Hawkwolf Guards building. He lowered his head. Looks like we'll have to stay here for a while. As he rubbed Little Anne's head, he said, once I soar into the sky and master my martial arts, I'll draw out everyone in the door one by one and bleed them dry. They'll be daydreaming if they think they can take you away, ha ha ha. He laughed resplendently as he said, yeah, no one can take me away. Little Anne was infected by his laughter. Probably just throwing money at Yu Shuquang was not enough for him to buy this place. He also relied on the deterrence of the violent gang that was the Proud Sword Manor. Just like how the bigger fish ate the smaller fish ate the shrimps, any disciple from the Green Vine Mountain could deal with Great Hero Yu obediently. It would be a piece of cake for Great Hero Yu to turn around and deal with a few wealthy merchants. What a cruel class society. Li Qingshan sighed. He wandered around the estate, trying to figure out where to start digging. Little Anne pulled out a book from the study. With a creak, the bookshelf flipped around, revealing a flight of stairs leading downwards. Li Qingshan gave him a thumbs up. Nicely done. Let's go in and take a look. As soon as Li Qingshan and Little Anne entered, the bookshelf closed up automatically. They were bold because of their skill, so they continued downwards without minding it. He discovered that it was a man-made secret room, divided into dozens of rooms, connected by many secret passages that led to the main buildings of the mansion. There was also a large amount of rice, flour, and oil stored inside. Li Qingshan had heard that many great families would build such secret passages when building their mansions. This was to prevent war and bandits from robbing them. They would have a place to hide, and perhaps they would be able to avoid extermination. However, this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. This saved him a lot of trouble. He took out the mental map and compared it again. Then he came to a stone room, raised his right foot, and stomped down heavily. With a thump, the floor was covered in cracks. With a rumbling sound, the earth and stones collapsed, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. When the dust settled, all he saw was a huge hole in the floor. Li Qingshan stuck his head into the hole and looked around. Sure enough, it was connected to the underground cavern. He smiled in satisfaction. With this path of retreat, he could cultivate in peace. Returning to the surface, the 20 tables of food had already been delivered. Li Qingshan ate heartily, eating extremely happily. Little Anne ate a little with him too before putting down her chopsticks and holding her cheeks as she watched him eat. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Little Anne went to the study to read, while Li Qingshan meditated in the courtyard. He swallowed 10 qi gathering pills in a single gulp. As soon as they were digested, They were swallowed by the spirit turtles Niden, all converted into demon chi. He decided to focus on the cultivation of the spirit turtle's method of chi suppression from today onwards, as if the spirit turtle's cultivation was too low, he would not be able to suppress the ox demon and tiger demon. He would not be able to assume human form, which would lead to quite a lot of trouble. The ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging could greatly strengthen his body, granting him extraordinary battle prowess. What determined his cultivation as a demon was still the tiny demon cores condensed from the spirit turtle's method of chi suppression. The first layer of the spirit turtle's method of chi suppression was condensing a demon core, reaching the sixth layer of human chi practitioners. Once he reached the second layer, he should be able to break through his current cultivation and become a demon general. He would no longer have to fear the door. However, this process was 10 times more difficult than reaching the second layer with the ox demon and tiger demon. Of course, it was not exactly difficult. Instead, it would take up a lot of time. He really could not afford to waste several decades or even a century. He still wanted to find Gu Yinying one day and get intimate with her. With a rustle, a century would pass. Even if she did not age, it would already be great if he could remember her name. No matter how deep the love at first sight was, how could it resist the invasion of time? It would be best if he worked hard for it before this thought was worn away. He had even promised Xianyue that he would take her to the Dragon Province. Once a century passed, who knew how fast her cultivation would be after she ingested the pills from the provincial lord's estate? It would be best if she completed her cultivation first before he had even achieved any major accomplishments in his cultivation. If that happened, wouldn't his promise become a joke? And if he spent too much time on the ground, Brother Ox above the 9 heavens would probably grow impatient, even though he had never seen him grow impatient before. In short, it could only be described as advancing valiantly. He wanted to use tremendous amounts of pills to forcefully carve out a shortcut that would allow him to ascend to the heavens. He closed his eyes and drew in the spiritual chi of the world from the outside while receiving the effects of the pills from the inside. He constantly gathered, absorbed, and converted them. The blue sky was bathed in moonlight. He spat out the spirit turtle's demon core, which spun as it flew into the air and shone with azure light. It expanded and contracted like it was breathing, and a sliver of moonlight was sucked into the demon core. However, his consciousness rapidly sank, like a spirit turtle sinking into a bottomless abyss, entering a slumber that would last thousands of years. It was almost a state of nothingness. The spiritual chi of the world constantly surged into his demon core and his body. The part of his body that was usually the most sensitive to the spiritual chi of the world, the Feng Qi acupoint on the back of his head, seemed to have become the perfect entrance. A lot of the spiritual chi of the world directly surged into his yang heel meridian, flowing through his meridians. Originally, this was something that only foundation establishment cultivators could achieve, but this young man who possessed both the human and demon paths had achieved it unconsciously. The extremely pure spiritual chi of the world was something that only powerful cultivators who had truly embarked on the path of cultivation could enjoy, yet it had all flowed into the body of a puny chi practitioner like him. Compared to the spiritual chi of the world, the chi-gathering pills refined from the herbs meticulously gathered by humans were like distillers' grains to fine wine. Li Qingshan's innate method of practicing chi had already reached the 6th layer, reaching the highest level of the 2nd layer. The true chi that could be stored in his yang heel meridian was already full. The 7th stage of the innate method of training of chi naturally appeared in his mind, and he began to circulate it in a completely unconscious state. First, it surged towards the Zhaohai acupoint on his ankle. Due to the lack of Li Qingshan's control, it was unable to condense into a cone to pass through the barrier. It all gathered there, unable to advance. However, with the support of the spiritual chi of the world, the true chi surged over like the tide. Before the first had even subsided, another wave would rise. It did not grow tired of it, nor did it stop. It did not require the support of any pills at all, nor did it consume any of the true chi. It surged towards the Zhaohai acupoint endlessly. Even if it were 100 times, it would not shake the dam at all, but what about 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or 100,000 times? Finally, the dam collapsed, and the true chi surged into the Yin heel meridian like a flood. Then it faced the second barrier. Originally, failure at any of the barriers meant that all previous efforts would be wasted, and one would have to start all over again. Therefore, when Qi practitioners broke through their meridians and acupoints, they would always prepare as many pills and spirit stones as possible. It was as if they were injecting new water into the river of true Qi. However, right now, the river of true Qi in Li Qingshan's body was connected to the boundless ocean, and there was an endless amount of spiritual Qi of the world. No matter how many times his true Qi was blocked by the dam, it would not dissipate. Instead, it would silently proceed, and then another 100,000 times. Extremely slowly and steadily, the acupoints were broken through one by one, reaching the final destination of the Yin heel meridian, the Qingming acupoint on his face. The acupoint's owner could not see clearly, so it was named Qingming. Once this acupoint was open, Qi practitioners could see far as if they were near, and small as if they were big. When Li Qingshan opened the Yang heel meridian, this acupoint was the only way. There was no difficulty at all. True Qi poured into the Qingming acupoint and connected with the Yang heel meridian. It was like the convergence of two great rivers, forming a wondrous ring. Yin and Yang Qi flowed through the meridian endlessly. However, Li Qingshan had no idea about any of this. He had actually broken through to the third layer of Qi practitioner unknowingly. Probably no one would believe him even if he told them about this. The wind swept through the tall trees, and a withered leaf could not hold on any longer. It fell from the branch and drifted over the white wall, landing on Li Qingshan's shoulder. A soft, white hand extended over and caught the leaf before tossing it aside. Little An held a broom he had found somewhere and swept the fallen leaves in the courtyard into a pile. The puppet and the iron plate corpse were responsible for scooping up the fallen leaves with a wicker basket and tossing them outside the wall. Thump! 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 There were a few knocks on the door. Little An went over and opened the door. Two disciples of the proud sword sect unloaded several dozen large food boxes from the carriage and placed them on the stone steps outside. A gentle-looking young man said, "Little sister, this is today's food. Is great hero Nyo still cultivating?" Little An nodded. She seemed rather unaccustomed to this. In the past, it was always Li Qingshan who dealt with these social interactions. Li Qingshan was in a meditative state, so she had to deal with it. She was still very unused to it. The young man had already come a few times. He knew that Little An never spoke, so he did not mind. He said gently, "Do you want me to deliver the food boxes in today?" Little An shook her head. The young man was rather disappointed. He really wanted to see this great hero Nyo, who even his master worshipped like a god, or in other words treated him like a great enemy. Yu Shuquang did not dare to slight Li Qingshan. As he said, he sent two of his trusted disciples to deliver 20 tables of food every day. He had watched these two disciples grow up, so they could be regarded as half his sons. He had reminded them countless times about the importance of this matter and the importance of keeping their mouths shut, which only piqued the curiosity of the two young men. However, after coming a few times, all they could do was interact with this silent girl. The other young man said, "Little sister, who are you to great hero Nyo?" Little An was taken aback. Even if she could speak, she would not be able to answer this question. The gentle-looking young man waved his whip, and the carriage entered the forest very quickly, vanishing from sight. Only Little An stood at the entrance alone, tidying up the food boxes. Suddenly her heart shivered slightly. Chapter 191. Little An opened her mouth. In the carriage, the two of them discussed, "Senior brother, I heard from the gatekeeper that Master Nyo is 9 feet tall and as strong as an iron tower." The gentle young man expressed his doubt. "Is he really that tall? I always feel strange. How can there be a master with the surname Nyo in this world? Why can't someone with the surname Nyo be a master? My surname is Ma. I'm not talking about you. Why are you so anxious? Alas, such a good child. When she grows up, she will definitely be a great beauty. It's a pity that she is mute. How pitiful." The carriage had already traveled a very far distance, far beyond the range that ordinary first-class masters could hear. However, in front of the house, Little An, who was moving the food boxes into the door, heard everything clearly. Her face slightly darkened. She put all the food boxes in a secret room with a lower temperature, waiting for Li Qingshan to wake up and eat. However, Li Qingshan did not wake up. She sat alone on the stone steps, facing the autumn wind and falling leaves. She opened her mouth, clenched her fists, and used all her strength to try to say a word. When she recovered her body, she still could not speak. The disappointment on Li Qingshan's face was engraved in her memory. Although he comforted her and said that it was okay, she never wanted to let him down. Therefore, when he was not paying attention, she practiced hard. However, it did not go well. There seemed to be an invisible barrier across her throat, preventing her from making any sound, even a syllable. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break through it. Her voice was taken away by the witch, and it seemed that she would never be able to get it back. Once again she failed. Once again her face was full of disappointment. She was so sad that she almost cried. Could it be that the heavens blame me for being too greedy? Since she could already feel his warmth and could stay by his side openly, she shouldn't be asking for more. After a long time, Li Qingshan opened her eyes and shook her head slightly. How did she accidentally enter meditation? Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Little and holding a broom that was taller than her, sweeping the fallen leaves. She smiled slightly in her heart. She was really bored but also felt a little sorry. He casually asked, "Little End, how long has it been?" Little End was absent-mindedly thinking about what to say when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He quickly turned his head and said, Li Qingshan stretched lazily and yawned. "What do you mean by?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Little End. It was as if he was the one who couldn't speak. Little End covered her mouth and widened her eyes. She clearly hadn't succeeded. After a few months of hard work, all he lacked was this flash of inspiration. Li Qingshan propped himself up on one knee and gulped. Then, he stretched out his hands and spoke as calmly as he could. "Relax. Let's try again." Little End put down his hand, opened his mouth and said tentatively, "E." The short note seemed to come from the depths of his chest. Like a drop of water falling into a still lake, it rang out with a long lingering sound. She had a perfect body condensed from the path of white bone and great beauty, and even her vocal cords were the same. Even though it was just a simple note, it was still as pleasant as the strings of a zither. Li Qingshan beamed. "Great, let's try again." Little End also gained a little more confidence. She took a deep breath and said, her long drawn-out note was like the sound of a phoenix's flute, lingering for 3 days. Li Qingshan took a step forward and hugged her tightly. "That's great. I knew you could do it." Little End rubbed her eyes and tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Qingshan helped her wipe her tears. "Don't cry. If you keep crying, I'm going to cry too." He pinched her cheek. Come, say something else." Faced with Li Qingshan's hopeful gaze, Little Anne's face turned bright red. Finally she said, what else?" Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed her head. "Forget it. Take it slow. It's just like cultivating." Speaking of cultivation, he examined his demon core and discovered that his demon chi had grown a little, but it was very little. Even though the spiritual chi of the world was endless, he could only mobilize a small portion of it right now. In comparison, it was much faster to take pills. However, he suddenly noticed something. Why am I in the 3rd layer of chi practitioner? True chi flowed freely through his heel meridian without any obstruction. He had originally planned to take a while before he could break through to the 3rd layer of chi practitioner, but he had actually broken through without realizing it. This was truly a blessing from the heavens. It was rather sudden and he was rather confused. Little Anne gestured with her hands and feet and babbled as she described what had happened. She had been by Li Qingshan's side the entire time, so she knew the changes to his body very well. "So that's how it is." Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. He did not think too much about how he could understand what she was saying at all. Although he could enter a dormant meditative state through the spirit turtle's method of chi suppression, he would become completely unconscious. He would only wake up when he sensed danger, so he would not be able to ingest pills and walk the path of a regular demon cultivator. As a result, he normally did not use this state. Although the spiritual chi of the world was like fine wine, there was only a single jug, while chi gathering pills were like distiller's grains. He could eat an entire vat of them, and as long as he did not run out of them, He could eat as much as he wanted. He could accumulate demon qi extremely quickly. However, he had never thought that this method of demon cultivation would actually have such a wondrous effect on practicing qi. When he broke through to the second layer, he still used the traditional method of qi practitioners. He constantly ingested pills as support to condense true qi and break through, which exhausted him. In the end, if it were not for Little An's help, he would have almost failed. Now he broke through after a night's sleep. It was clear who was better with a single glance. With a strange expression, he discovered that using the methods of demons to practice qi, and using the methods of humans to cultivate as a demon was the best choice. Right now he needed to be like a regular human cultivator, gathering as many pills as he could to accumulate demon qi. Then he needed to be like a demon, finding a place to nest and constantly absorbing the spiritual qi of the world to cultivate true qi. The two diametrically opposed paths could actually benefit and support each other. In the beginning, he felt that practicing both demons and humans was a very arduous task, but looking at it now, it was the exact opposite. Li Qingshan only felt enlightened. He laughed aloud and lifted Little An up, twirling her around. I know what I should do now. At this moment, there was a rumble from underground that sounded like thunder, which was picked up by Li Qingshan's sharp sense of hearing. Is it an earthquake? Li Qingshan suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet shaking slightly. Could it be that his stomp had caused some kind of change in the earth's crust? After a while, the tremors subsided. Li Qingshan also did not take it to heart. Today was a day of double happiness, and he was in an extremely good mood. He placed Little An on his lap and teased her. After talking for a while, his stomach suddenly growled again. He rubbed his stomach. Is there anything to eat? Little An took his hand and brought him to the secret room. However, she could not help but be stunned when she saw that all the food boxes had been opened, but the things inside had disappeared without a trace. Li Qingshan smiled and said, When did you become so good at eating? Little An hurriedly waved her hands and babbled non-stop. Her babbling was like the sound of spring water, extremely pleasing to the ear. As intelligent as she was already very good at using 2 syllables. It was like a Morse code. Coupled with her expressions and movements, she seemed to be able to express all the meanings. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was like an expert decoder. He could accurately read her meaning and said in astonishment, There's still a thief who can steal from our heads. When they walked to the other rooms, the rice, flour, and oil had also been swept clean. The jars and jars had been knocked over on the ground. Little An was sure that she had not seen anyone come in. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He immediately went to the entrance of the cave he had opened and sniffed carefully. As expected, he smelled a strong demonic aura. There were also traces of the ground being turned over. The uninvited guest had just left. Little An babbled and analyzed seriously. Li Qingshan agreed. Yes, I think it's also the work of a demonic beast. Why would a human come to steal food? I wonder which blind demonic beast dared to steal from us. Then he smiled slightly. You haven't refined flesh and blood for a long time, right? Let's lure it out and make it your dinner to celebrate. Maybe we can even get a demonic core to earn. Little An babbled and expressed her worry. Li Qingshan was filled with confidence. Don't worry, I have a brilliant plan. The sky darkened. The secret room that had originally been emptied was now filled with over 100 jars of fine alcohol. The seals on every single jar were open, allowing the heavy fragrance of alcohol to permeate the surroundings. It suppressed the other smells, such as poison. The alcohol was mixed with various poisons and knockouts that Li Qingshan could find, or more accurately, Yu Shuquan could find. This was the brilliant plan he had thought of. In his past life, he had heard many stories about how fine alcohol could be used to subdue demons and monsters. Li Qingshan and Little An waited in the study. Li Qingshan smiled. What do you think of my plan? Ayya. Little An raised her thumb to express her admiration. It's not that impressive. However, the two of them kept watch for half the night and did not hear any movement. Li Qingshan said suspiciously, Could it be that this guy doesn't like to drink? Little An said, Yeah. In translation, it was definitely not like that. All the wine in the food box was drunk. Li Qingshan said, Then let's continue waiting. Before he finished speaking, another tremor came from underground. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. This monster is quite big. Let's see how terrifying human intelligence is. He put his ear to the ground and listened to all the sounds coming from underground. All he heard was the sound of wine jars being knocked over and smashed. There were also various other rustling sounds. He waited patiently, waiting for the wine to take effect before he gave the demonic beast a fatal blow. Half an hour later, the sound from underground disappeared. Li Qingshan nodded at Little and pressed a switch, and the bookshelf opened, revealing the secret passage behind. Little grabbed Li Qingshan and had the iron plate corpse take the lead. Afterwards, the two of them and the corpse rushed into the secret room together. Li Qingshan had already hung his talisman pouch on his waist. There were also a few medium-grade immobilization talismans and all the lightning summoning talismans. He was fully prepared. They rushed into the secret room in a single breath. But when Li Qingshan saw what was inside, his excitement suddenly froze. He grabbed Little and beside him and covered her mouth. He stood where he was, afraid to move at all. P.S. Yaya, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 192. Demon General Millipede. No vicious or terrifying demonic beast could make Li Qingshan behave like this. However, what he saw was not a beast but a person. More accurately, it was a fatty with a fair complexion, lying among the empty jars of alcohol on the ground. His head was smooth and clean, and he wore a pink cloak that revealed his white belly. His body exuded a strong demonic aura and the smell of alcohol. As a result, Li Qingshan made a very simple calculation. What did a demon and a human form equal? Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and swallowed the curse he was about to blurt out. The person who had come to eat his food was actually a demon general. He had only seen two demon generals in his life, a cat and a rat. Xianyue was doted on by thousands of people. Even the rat was the king of the Black Rat Mountain. It was bossy and majestic. A mighty demon general would be someone on the same level as Wang Puxi in the human world, standing above billions of people. How could he do something as lowly as stealing food? As a result, he had never considered this from the very beginning. Afterwards, he was viciously slapped in the face by the cruel reality. Perhaps he still held a sliver of hope that the poison in the alcohol would take effect. However, the bald demon general's rising and falling belly, and his thunderous snoring completely dispelled all of Li Qingshan's hopes. This bastard was not poisoned at all. He was drunk. Li Qingshan and Little exchanged glances. Li Qingshan backed off slowly, and Little controlled the iron plate corpse to back off slowly too. They had originally dug a hole to guard against wolves, but who would have thought that they would make it through a bare hole? They could no longer stay in the manor. Clang! The bald demon general in the pink cloak scratched his belly and knocked over a jar of alcohol. However, it was like a clap of thunder in Li Qingshan's ears. He immediately stopped. Only after a long while did he continue backing off slowly after seeing that there was no more movement. True Qi formed a thick cushion of air under his feet, ensuring that he would not make any sound at all. Under Little Anne's control, the iron plate corpse landed on the ground nimbly. The bald demon general suddenly opened his eyes. In a strange posture, he wriggled and stood up from the ground. First he stood on his calves, then his thighs, and then his upper body. He looked at Li Qingshan and Little, and with a wooden expression. Li Qingshan only felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, and then broke through the sky and emerged. It was a fiendish demon's instinct for danger. He was even more convinced that this demon general was not someone he could deal with in his current state. He waved his hand and threw out 10 talismans, all of which were body-securing talismans. 7 of them were low-grade talismans and 3 of them were middle-grade talismans. He did not hope to kill the enemy, but only hoped to freeze the demon general in place for a moment so that he could escape with Little Anne. The bald demon general did not seem like he had completely woken up from his drunkenness. The 10 talismans were stuck to his entire body with great precision. There was even one on his face. Li Qingshan thought about how lucky he was. At the same time, he stuck a middle-grade Swift Breeze talisman on his leg, and immediately rushed out of the secret room. As soon as he turned around, his eyes narrowed, and he came to a sudden halt. The bald demon general was standing right in front of him. Their faces were basically right next to each other. The body-securing talismans on him rapidly melted away, until there was nothing left, revealing his wooden face. Only from this angle did Li Qingshan discover that the demon general was not particularly fat. His entire body was round and elongated. As he stood there, he was actually slightly taller than Li Qingshan. He bent over and stared straight at Li Qingshan with his bulging eyes. It was an indescribably terrifying and strange sight. With a thought from Little Ant, he moved his finger, and the iron plate corpse rushed over and grabbed the demon general. Li Qingshan used this opportunity to retreat in a hurry. The bald demon general shuddered, and a pink gas sprayed out from his body. The iron plate corpse that lunged over seemed to have stepped into a pool of sulfuric acid. With a sizzling sound, white smoke rose up from its body. Its tough body that had been refined from refined metal was completely corroded away in the blink of an eye. All that was left was a ball of pale red flames, which flew back into Little Ant's hand. The iron plate corpse that could kill 6th-layer Qi practitioners had actually only made a single move, and it had not even extended its hand. Li Qingshan was shocked. He became extremely fearful of the pink gas. The bald demon general moved extremely quickly. There was no pattern to his movements, but he could not escape. However, he could not escape just by running. He unleashed his violent demon Qi and immediately became 10 meters tall, smashing through the ground above him. He grabbed Shaoan and tossed her away. "You go first." The pink gas spread over rapidly, enveloping Li Qingshan. Sizzling sounds rang out everywhere in the secret room. Large swathes of the stone floor softened and collapsed. Pitiful Li Qingshan still wanted to use poison against him. Only now did he witness what true poison was. Within the steaming pink gas, an azure spherical barrier composed of countless hexagons protected Li Qingshan's surroundings, blocking the corrosion of the pink gas. Li Qingshan eased up inside. Fortunately, the defenses of the spirit turtle's profound shell were tough enough. All he needed to think about now was how to escape. With a stomp of his iron hooves, all of his explosive power poured into his hooves. The ground cracked and collapsed inch by inch, and his body of steel creaked. He seemed to use this power to rush into the air. However, the bald demon general assumed an extremely strange posture again. He leaned forward and aimed his bald head at Li Qingshan. His tall body shrank drastically, like a spring that had been squeezed viciously before suddenly loosening up. Li Qingshan only saw a blurry figure smash towards him, 10 times faster than he had rushed into the air. Thump! A large crack appeared on the indestructible spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan was sent flying horizontally, smashing through who knew how many walls and becoming deeply embedded in the soil. He was filled with shock. Having just achieved the strength of 2 oxen, he had absolute confidence in his strength, but the demon general was actually more than 10 times stronger than him. The bald demon general bounced onto the ground and rubbed his bald head in a daze. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan, as if he had never thought that he would fail to smash through Li Qingshan's spirit turtle's profound shell. At this moment, 2 prayer beads whistled down from above as they revolved, directly striking the bald demon general's bald head. The demon general raised his head, and a petite figure landed behind him with lightning speed. Green-red flames blazed all over her body. She used all of her strength, turning a portion of her flesh and blood into flames as she stabbed out with the most violent strike of her life. Li Qingshan was surprised instead of delighted. He called out, "Idiot, run!" The demon general was not someone that could be defeated with a little trick like this. Ignoring the poison, he threw out a punch as hard as he could. The demon general did not dodge. He said slowly, "Your demons? Why are you hitting me?" Although it was rather muffled, Li Qingshan still heard it clearly. Suddenly, like an invisible hand had pressed a pause button, Li Qingshan's fist stopped before the demon general, while Little Ant's hidden blade was still 3 inches away from the bald head. Even the descending skull prayer beads stopped above the demon general's head. Li Qingshan slowly pulled back his fist and laughed dryly. "Fair enough. Demons don't fight demons." He shot a glance at Little Ant. "Why don't you come over here?" Little Ant stowed the hidden blade away and the prayer beads away and returned to Li Qingshan's side. Li Qingshan reverted to human form and clasped his hands. "May I ask for Sir Demon General's name?" "I am Heishan." I've cultivated in the mountains for 500 years, and have barely managed to assume human form. I didn't want to offend Sir Demon General, so I've truly sinned. I'm Millipede. What do you mean by offending? What sinned? Millipede asked blankly. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He was certain that Millipede was not angry about what had just happened. This fellow's brain did not seem to be working very well. His reaction was very slow. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Wasn't a millipede a millipede? This fellow was actually a millipede demon. No wonder he was so strong and fast. Furthermore, his reaction was so slow. He had once heard Xianyue talk about demons. Demons with flesh and blood were generally divided into 4 types: scale, fur, feather, and kuan. Scale referred to the water race, fur referred to land beasts, feathers referred to birds, and insects referred to insects. Among them, insects were the most numerous and varied. There were countless insect demons, and no one knew how many insect demons there were in the world. This was because insects were born with no intelligence and acted purely on instinct. That was why there were many demons that could become demons. However, there were not many demons that could form a demon core or reach a higher realm. However, insect demons were usually the strongest. Be it in terms of strength, speed, endurance, or vitality, they far surpassed demons of the same level. An ant could carry 400 times its own weight, while a flea could jump 100 times its own distance. It could jump once every 4 seconds for 78 hours. There was no need to mention the vitality of a cockroach. These tiny creatures at the bottom of the food chain would immediately leap to the top of the food chain, once they had the chance to become demons, becoming the most terrifying predators. However, insect demons had a fatal flaw. They had very low intelligence. Even if they could form a demon core and gain intelligence, they would not be able to become intelligent. This was the so-called weakness of intelligence. An idea formed in Li Qingshan's mind. He questioned Millipede, "Why are you eating my food?" Millipede said, "I didn't know it was yours." "No, it's all mine. It's something from underground." Li Qingshan asked, "Do you still want to eat?" "Yes." Millipede opened his mouth and saliva flowed out. Li Qingshan said, "There's no more food here. There's plenty above ground. Hurry up and eat." Millipede shook his head like a rattle drum. "You can't go above ground." "Why?" A hint of fear appeared on Millipede's stiff face. "It's an order. I can't disobey it." Li Qingshan was delighted. He had been able to get information out of him so easily. This Millipede was indeed stupid. He was much easier to deal with than that clever Xianyue. Intelligence was always the most important standard for a living being. Humans relied on this advantage to suppress thousands of demons with their own strength. If one's brain was not enough, it would all be for naught, no matter how powerful they were. "There's nothing left here. I'll go up and get you some more, all right?" All right. Hurry up, hurry up." Millipede's eyes lit up as he urged. It was that simple. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. It was so simple that he felt a little embarrassed. In order to be more convincing, he asked, "Then what do you like to eat?"